Section 0 of Canada, the Emperor of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes LAUT. Preface. To recreate the shadowy figures of the heroic past, to clothe the dead once more in flesh and blood, to set the puppets of the play in life's great dramas again upon the stage of action, frankly, this may not be formal history, but it is what makes the past more real to the present day. Pictures of men and women, of moving throngs and heroic episodes, stick faster in the mind than lists of governors and arguments on treaties. Such pictures may not be history, but they breathe life into the skeletons of the past. Canada's past is more dramatic than any romance ever penned. The story of that past has been told many times and in many volumes, with far digressions on Louisiana and New England and the kingcraft of Europe. The trouble is, the story has not been told in one volume. Too much has been attempted. To include the story of New England wars and Louisiana's pioneer days, the story of Canada itself has either cramped or crowded. To the Eastern writer, Canada's history has been the record of French and English conflict. To him, there has been practically no Canada west of the Great Lakes. And in order to tell the intrigue of European tricksters, very often the writer has been compelled to exclude the story of the Canadian people, meaning by people the breadwinners, the toilers, rather than the governing classes. Similarly, to the Western writer, Canada meant the Hudson's Bay Company. As for the Pacific coast, it has been almost ignored in any story of Canada. Needless to say, a complete history of a country as vast as Canada, whose past in every section fairly teems with action, could not be crowded into one volume. To give even the story of Canada's most prominent episodes and actors is a matter of rigidly excluding the extraneous. All that has been attempted here in such a story. Story, not history, of the romance and adventure in Canada's nation building, as will give the casual reader knowledge of the country's past, and how that past led along a trail of great heroism to the destiny of a northern empire. This volume is in no sense formal history. This will be found in it no such lists of governors with dates appended, of treaties with articles running to the 4s and 8s and 10s, of battles grouped with dates, as have made Canadian history a nightmare to children. It is only such a story as boys and girls may read, or the hurried businessmen on the train who want to know what was doing in the past, and is mainly a story of men and women and things doing. I have not given at the end of each chapter the list of authorities customary in formal history. At the same time, it is hardly necessary to say I have dug most rigorously down to original sources for facts, and of secondary authorities, from Peter Boucher, his book, to modern reprints of Champlain and Lescarbot. There is not any I have not consulted more or less. Especially I am indebted to the Documentary History of New York, 16 volumes, bearing on early border wars, to documents Relaf et Le Nouveau France Quebec, to the Canadian Archives since 1866, to the special historical issues of each of the eastern provinces, and to the monumental works of Dr. Kingsford. Nearly all the places described are from frequent visits or from living on the spot. Introduction. The 20th century belongs to Canada. The prediction of Sir Wilfrid Laurier, Premier of the Dominion, seems likely to have bigger fulfillment than Canadians themselves realize. What does it mean? Canada stands at the same place in world history as England stood in the golden age of Queen Elizabeth, on the threshold of her future as a great nation. Her population is the same, about 7,000,000. Her mental attitude is similar, that of a great awakening, a consciousness of new strength, an exuberance of energy biting on the bit to run the race, mellowed memory of hard-won battles against tremendous odds in the past. For the future, a golden vision opening on vistas too far to follow. They dreamed pretty big in the days of Queen Elizabeth, but they didn't dream big enough for what was to come, and they are dreaming pretty big up in Canada today, but it is hard to forecast the future when a nation the size of all of Europe is setting out on the career of her world history. To put it differently, Canada's position is very much the same today as the United States a century ago. Her population is about 7,000,000. The population of the United States was 7,000,000 in 1810. One was a strip of isolated settlements north and south along the Atlantic seaboard, the other a string of provinces east and west along the waterways that ramify from the St. Lawrence. Both possessed and were flanked by vast unexploited territory the size of Russia, the United States by Louisiana, Canada by the Great Northwest. What the Civil War did for the United States, Confederation did for the Canadian provinces, welded them into a nation. The parallel need not be carried farther. If the same development follows Confederation in Canada as followed the Civil War in the United States, the 20th century will witness the birth and growth of a world power. To no one has the future opening before Canada come at a greater surprise than to Canadians themselves. A few years ago, such a claim as the Premier's would have been regarded as the effulgence of the after-dinner speaker. While Canadian politicians were hoping for the honor of being accorded colonial place in the English Parliament, they suddenly awakened to find themselves a nation. They suddenly realized that history, and big history too, was in the making. Instead of Canada being dependent upon the Empire's most far-seeing statesmen were looking to Canada for the strength of the British Empire. No longer is there a desire among Canadians for a place in the Parliament at Westminster. With a new empire of their own to develop, equal in size to the whole of Europe, Canadian public men realize they have enough to do without taking a hand in European affairs. As the different Canadian provinces came into Confederation, they were like beads on a string 1,000 miles apart. First were the Marine provinces, with western bounds touching the eastern bounds of Quebec. But in reality, with the settlements of New Brunswick and Nova Scotia and Prince Edward Island separated from the settlements of Quebec by 1,000 miles of untracked forest, only the Ottawa River separated Quebec from Ontario, but one province was French, the other English, aliens to each other in religion, language, and customs. 1,000 miles of rock-bound, winter-bound wastes lay between Ontario and the scattered settlement of Red River in Manitoba. Not an interest was in common between the little province in the Middle West and her sisters to the east. Then prairie land came for 1,000 miles and mountains for 600 miles before reaching the Pacific province of British Columbia, more completely cut off from the other parts of Canada than from Mexico or Panama. In fact, it would have been easier for British Columbia to trade with Mexico and Panama than the rest of Canada. To bind these far separated patches of settlement, oases in a desert of wilds, into a nation with the object of the union known as Confederation. But a nation can live only as trades what it draws from the soil. Naturally, isolated provinces looked for trade to the United States, just cross an invisible boundary. It seemed absurd that the Canadian provinces should try to trade with each other 1,000 miles apart, rather than with the United States, a stone's throw from the door of each province. But the United States erected a tariff wall that Canada could not climb. The struggling Dominion was thrown solely on herself and set about the giant task of linking the provinces together, building railroads from Atlantic to Pacific, canals from tidewater to the Great Lakes. In actual cash, this cost Canada $400 million, not counting land grants and private subscriptions for stock, which would bring up the cost of binding the provinces together to $1 billion. This was a staggering burden for a country with smaller population than Greater New York, a burden as big as Japan and Russia assumed for their war. But like war, expenditure was a fight for national existence. Without railroads and canals, the provinces could not have been bound together into a nation. These were Canada's pioneer days, when she was spending more than she was earning, when she was bound herself down to grinding poverty and big risks and hard tasks. It was a long pull and a hard pull, but it was a pull altogether. That was Canada's seed time. This is her harvest. That was her night work, when she toiled, when other nations slept. Now is the awakening, when the world sees what she was doing. Railroad men, farmer, miner, manufacturer, all of the same struggle, the big outlay of labor and money at first, the big risk with no profit, and the long period of waiting. Canada was laying her foundations of yesterday for the superstructure of prosperity today and tomorrow, the new empire. When one surveys the country as a whole, the facts are so big they are bewildering. In the first place, the area of the Dominion is within a few thousand miles of as large as all of Europe. To be more specific, you could spread the surface of Italy and Spain and Turkey and Greece and Austria over eastern Canada, and you would still have an area uncovered in the east alone bigger than the German Empire. England spread flat on the surface of eastern Canada would just serve to cover the maritime provinces nicely, leaving uncovered Quebec, which was a third bigger than Germany, Ontario, which is bigger than France, and Labrador, Ungava, which is about the size of Austria. In the west, you could spread the British Isles out flat, and you would not cover Manitoba, with their new boundaries extending to Hudson's Bay. It would take a country the size of France to cover the province of Saskatchewan, a country larger than Germany to cover Alberta, two countries the size of Germany to cover British Columbia and the Yukon, and there would still be left uncovered the northern half of the West, an area the size of European Russia. No old world monarch from William the Conqueror to Napoleon could boast such a realm. People are fond of tracing ancestry back to feudal barons in the Middle Ages. What feudal baron of the Middle Ages or lord of the outer marches was heir to such heritage as Canada may claim? Think of it. Combine all the feudatory domains of the Rhine and the Danube, and you have not so vast an estate as a single western province. Or gather up all the estates of England's Midland counties and eastern shires and borderlands, and you've not enough to fill one of Canada's inland seas, Lake Superior. If there was a population in eastern Canada equal to France, and Quebec alone would support a population equal to France, and in Manitoba equal to the British Isles, and in Saskatchewan equal to France, and Alberta equal to Germany, and British Columbia equal to Germany, ignoring Yukon, Mackenzie River, Keewatin, and Labrador, taking only those parts of Canada where climate had been tested and land surveyed, Canada would support 200 million people. The figures are staggering, but they are not half so improbable as the actual facts of what has taken place in the United States. America's population was acquired against hard odds. There were no railroads when the movement to America began. The only ocean goers were sailboats of slow progress, and great discomfort. In Europe was profound ignorance regarding America. Today all is changed. Canada begins where the United States left off. The whole world is gridironed with railroads. Fast Atlantic liners offer greater comfort to the immigrant than he has known at home. Ignorance of America has given place to almost romantic glamour. Just when the free lands of the United States are exhausted and the government is putting up bars to keep out immigrants, Canada is in a position to open her doors wide. Less than a 40th of the entire West is uninhabited. Of the great clay belt of northern Ontario, only a patch of the southern edge is populated. The same may be said of the great forest belt of Quebec. These facts are the magnet that will attract the immigrants to Canada. The United States wants no more immigrants. And the movement to Canada has begun. To her shores are thronging the hosts of the old world's dispossessed, in multitudes greater than any army that ever marched to conquest under Napoleon. When the history of America comes to be written in 100 years, it will not be the record of a slaughter field with contending nations battling for mastery or generals wading to glory knee deep in blood. It will be an account of the most wonderful race movement, the most wonderful experiment in democracy the world has known. The people thronging to Canada for homes, who are to be her nation builders, are people crowded out of their homelands, who haven't had room for the shoulder swing manhood and womanhood needed to carve out honorable careers. Looking at them in the streets of London or Glasgow or Dublin or Berlin, these émigrés, as the French call their royalists, whom revolution drove from home, I think the word émigré is a truer description of the newcomer to Canada than the word immigrant. They are poor. They are desperately poor, so poor that a month's illness or shut down of the factory may push them from poverty to the abyss. They are thrifty, but they can neither earn nor save enough to feel absolutely sure the hollow-eyed specter of want may not seize them by the throat. They are willing to work, so eager to work that the docks and the factory gates they trample and jostle one another for the chance to work. They are the underpinnings, the underprops of an old system, these émigrés by which the masses were expected to toil for the benefit of the classes. It's all the average man or woman is good for, says the old order, just a day's wage representing bodily needs. Wait, says the new order. Give him room, give him an opportunity, give him a full stomach to pump blood to his muscles and life to his brain. Wait and see. If he fails, then let him drop to the bottom of the social pit without stop of poorhouse or help. A penniless immigrant boy arrives in New York. First he peddles peanuts. Then he trades in a half-husker way whatever comes to hand and earns profits. Presently he becomes a fur trader and invests his savings in real estate. Before that man dies, he has a monthly income equal to the yearly income of European kings. That man's name was John Jacob Astor. Or a young Scotch boy comes out on a sailing vessel to Canada. For a score of years he is an obscure clerk at a distant trading post in Labrador. He comes out of the wilds to take a higher position as land commissioner. Presently he is backing railroad ventures of tremendous cost and tremendous risk. Within 30 years from the time he came out of the wild penniless, the man possesses a fortune equal to the national income of European kingdoms. The man's name is Lord Strathcona. Or a hard-working coal miner immigrates to Canada. The man has brains as well as hands. Other coal miners emigrate at the same time, but this man is keen as a razor in foresight and care. From coal miner he becomes a coal manager, from manager operator to operator owner, and dies worth a fortune that the barons of the Middle Ages would have drenched their countries in blood to win. The man's name is James Dunsmuir. Or is it a boy clerking in a department store? He immigrates. When he goes back to England, it is to marry a lady in waiting to the Queen. He is now known as Lord Mount Stephen. What was the secret of the success? Ability in the first place, but in the second, opportunity. Opportunity and room for shoulder swing to show what a man can do when keen ability and tireless energy have untrammeled freedom to do the best. Examples of the emigre's success can be multiplied. It is more than a mere material success. It is eternal proof that given a fair chance and a square deal and shoulder swing, the boy penniless can run the race and outstrip the boy born to power. Have you then no menial classes in Canada? Asked a member of the old order. No, I'm thankful to say, said I. Then who does the work? The workers. But what's the difference? Just this. Your menial of the old country is the child of a menial, whose father before him was a menial, whose ancestors were in servile positions to other people back as far as you like to go, to the time when men were serfs wearing an iron collar with the brand of the lord who owned them. With us, no stigma is attached to work. Your menial expects to be a menial all his life. With our worker, just as sure as the sun rises and sets, if he continues to work and is no fool, he will rise to earn a competency, to improve himself, to own his own labor, to own his own house, to hire the labor of other men who are beginners as he once was himself. Then you have no social classes? Lots. The ups who have succeeded, and the halfway ups who are succeeding, and the beginners who are going to succeed, and the downs who never try. And as success doesn't necessarily mean money, but doing the best at whatever one tries, you can see that the ups and the halfway ups and the beginners and the downs have each their own classes of special workers. That, she answered, is not democracy, it is a revolution. She was thinking of the old world hard and fast divisions of society into royalty, aristocracy, commons, peasantry. It is not a revolution, I explained. It is a rebirth. When you send your immigrant out to us, he is a man made over man. But it is not given to all immigrants to become great capitalists or great leaders. Some who have the opportunity have not the ability, and the majority who would not, for all the rewards that greatness offers, choose careers that entail long years of nerve-wracking, unflagging labor. But on a minor scale, the same process of making over takes place. One case will illustrate. Some years before immigration to Canada had become general, 200 or 300 Icelanders were landed in Winnipeg destitute. From some reason, which I have forgotten, probably the quarantine of an immigrant, the Icelanders could not be housed in the government immigration hall. They were absolutely without money, household goods, property of any sort except clothing, and that was scant. The men having but one suit of the poorest clothes, the women thin homespun dresses so worn one could see many of them had no underwear. The people represented the very dregs of poverty. Withdrawing to the vacant lots in the west end of Winnipeg, at that time a mere town, the newcomers slept for the first nights herded into the rooms of an Icelander opulent enough to have rented a house. Those who could not gain admittance to the house slept under the high board sidewalks, then a feature of the new town. I remember as a child watching them sit on the high sidewalk till it was dark, then roll under. Fortunately, it was summer, but it was useless for people in this condition to go bare in the prairie farm. To make land yield, you must have had a house and barns and stock and implements, and I doubt these people had much as a jackknife. I remember how 2 or 3 of the older women used to sit crying each night in despair till they disappeared in the crowded house, 14 or 20 of them to a room. Within a week the men were all at work sawing wood from door to door at $1.50 a cord, the women out by the day washing at $1 a day. Within a month they had earned enough to buy lumber and tar paper. Tar papered shanties went up like mushrooms on the vacant lots. Before winter each family had bought a cow and chickens. I shall not betray confidence by telling where the cow and chickens slept. These immigrants were not desirable neighbors. Other people moved hastily away from the region. Such a condition would not be tolerated now, where there are spacious immigration halls and sanitary inspectors to see that cows and people do not house under the same roof. What with work and peddling milk, by spring the people were able to move out on the free prairie farms. Today these Icelanders own farms clear of debt, own stock that would be considered the possession of a capitalist in Iceland, and have money in the savings banks. Their sons and daughters have had university educations and have entered every avenue of life: farming, trading, practicing medicine, actually teaching English in English schools. Some are members of parliament. It was a hard beginning, but it was a rebirth to a new life. They are now among the nation builders of the West. But it would be a mistake to conclude that Canada's nation builders consisted entirely of poor people. The race movement has not been a leaderless mob. Princes, nobles, adventurers, soldiers of fortune were the pathfinders who blazed the trail to Canada. Glory, pure and simple, was the aim that lured the first comers across trackless seas. Adventurous young aristocrats, members of the old order, led the First Nation builders to America, and all, unconscious of destiny, laid the foundations of the new order. The story of their adventures and work is the history of Canada. It is a new experience in the world's history, the race movement that has built up the United States and is now building up Canada. Our great race movement have been tearing down of high places, the upward scramble of one class on the backs of the deposed class. Instead of leveling down, Canada's nation building is leveling up. This, then, is the empire, the size of all the nations in Europe, bigger than Napoleon's wildest dreams of conquest, to which Canada has awakened. End of section 0. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Section 1 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. LAUT. Chapter 1, 1000 to 1600. Who first found Canada? As many legends surround the beginnings of empire in the north as cling to the story of early Rome. When Leif, son of Earl Eric the Red, came down from Greenland with his Viking crew, which of his bearded seamen in Arctic furs leaned over the dragon prow for sight of the lone new land, fresh as if washed from the dews, was it Thorwald, Leif's brother, or the mother of Snorri, first white child born in America, who caught first glimpse through the flying spray of Labrador's doomed hills? Helland, place of slaty rocks, and of Nova Scotia's wooded meadows, Markland, and Rhode Island's broken vine-clad shore, Vinland? The question cannot be answered. All is as misty concerning that Viking voyage as the legends of old Norse gods. Leif, the Lucky, son of Earl Eric, the outlaw, coasts back to Greenland with his bold sea rovers. This was in the year 1000. For 10 years they came riding southward in their rude plank ships of the dragon prow, those Norse adventurers, and Thorwald, Leif's brother, is first of the pathfinders in America to lose his life in battle with the Skrillegs, or Indians. Thorstein, another brother, sails south in 1005 with Gudrid, his wife, but a roaring nor'easter tears the piping sails to tatters, and Thorstein dies as his frail craft scuds before the blast. Back comes Gudrid the very next year with a new husband and a new ship and 200 colonists to found a kingdom in the land of the vine. At one place they come to rocky islands, where birds flock in such myriads that it is impossible to land without trampling nests. Were these the rocky islands famous for birds in the St. Lawrence? On another coast are fields of maize and forests entangled with grapevines. Was this part of modern New England? On Vinland, wherever it was, Gudrid, the Norse woman, disembarks her colonists. All goes well for 3 years. Fish and fowl are in plenty. Cattle roam knee-deep in pasturage. Indians trade furs for scarlet cloth, and the Norsemen dole out their barter in strips narrow as little finger. But all beasts that roam the wilds are free game to Indian hunters. The cattle begin to disappear, the Indians to lurk armed along the paths to the water springs. The woods are full of danger. Any bush may conceal painted foe. Men as well as cattle lie dead with telltale arrow sticking from a wound. The Norsemen begin to hate these shadowy, lonely, mournful forests. They long for wild winds and trackless seas and open world. Fur-clad, what do they care for the cold? Greenland with its rolling drifts is safer hunting than this forest world. What glory, doomed prisoners between the woods and the sea, within the shadow of the great forests and the fear. The smell of wildwood things, of flower banks, of fern mold, came dank and unwholesome to these men. Their nostrils were for the whiff of the sea, and every sunset tipped the waves with fire where they longed to sail. And the shadow of the fear fell on Gudrid, ordering the vessels loaded with timber good for masts and with wealth of furs. She gathered up her people and led them from the land of the vine back to Greenland. Where was Vinland? Was it Canada? The answer is unknown. It was south of Labrador. It is thought to have been Rhode Island, but certainly passing north and south, the Norse were the first white men to see Canada. Did some legend, dim as a forgotten dream, come down to Columbus in 1492 of the Norsemen's western land? All sailors of Europe yearly fished in Iceland. Had one of Columbus's crew heard sailor yarns of the new land? If so, Columbus must have thought the new land part of Asia, for ever since Marco Polo had come from China, Europe had dreamed of a way to Asia by sea. What with Portugal and Spain dividing the New World, all the nations of Europe suddenly awakened to a passion for discovery. There were still lands to the north, which Portugal and Spain had not found. Lands where pearls and gold might abound. At Bristol, in England, dwelt with his sons John Cabot, the Genoese master mariner, well acquainted with Eastern trade. Henry VII commissions him on a voyage of discovery, an empty honor, the king to have 1/5 of all profit, Cabot to bear all expense. The Matthew ships from Bristol with a crew of 18 in May of 1497. North and west sails the tumbling craft 2,000 miles. Colder grows the air, stiffer the breeze. in the bellowing sails, till the Matthew's crew are shivering on decks amid fleets of icebergs that drift from Greenland in May and June. This is no realm of spices and gold. Land looms through the mist the last week in June, rocky, surf-beaten, lonely as earth ends, with never a sound but the scream of gulls and the moan of the restless water fret along endless white reefs. Not a living soul did the English sailors see. Weak in numbers, disappointed in the rocky land, they did not wait to hunt for natives. An English flag was hastily unfurled and possession taken of this empire of the North for England. The woods of America for the first time rang to the chopper. Wood and water were taken on, and the Matthew had anchored in Bristol by the first week of August. Neither gold nor a way to China had Cabot found, but he had accomplished three things. He had found the New World was not part of Asia, as Spain thought. He had found the continent itself, and he had given England the right to claim new dominion. England went mad over Cabot. He was granted the title of admiral and allowed to dress in silks as a nobleman. King Henry gave him £10, equal to $500 of modern money, and a pension of £20, equal to $1,000 today. It is sometimes said that modern writers attribute an air of romance to these old pathfinders, which they would have scorned, but Juan Cabot, as the people called him, won the halo of glory with glee. To his barber he presented an island kingdom. To a poor monk he gave a bishopric. His son, Sebastian, sailed out the next year with a fleet of 6 ships and 300 men, coasting as far as Greenland, south as far as Carolina, so rendering double secure England's title to the north, and bringing back news of the great cod banks that were to lure French and Spanish and English fishermen to Newfoundland for hundreds of years. Where was Cabot's landfall? I chanced to be in Bonavista Bay, Newfoundland, shortly after the 400th anniversary of Cabot's voyage. King's Cove, landlocked as a hole in the wall, mountains meeting skyline, presented one flat rock in letters the size of a house claim that it was here John Cabot sent his sailors ashore to plant the flag on cairn of boulders. But when I came back from Newfoundland by way of Cape Breton, I found the same claim there. For generations the tradition has been handed down from father to son among Newfoundland fisherfolk that as Cabot's vessel, pitching and rolling to the tidal bore, came scudding into King's Cove, rock-girt as an inland lake, the sailors shouted, "Bona Vista, beautiful view!" But Cape Breton has her legend too. It was Cabot's report of the cod banks that brought the Breton fishermen out, whose name Cape Breton bears. As Christopher Columbus spurred England to action, so Cabot now spurred Portugal and Spain and France. Gaspar Corteil comes in 1500 from Portugal on Cabot's tracks to the land of slaty rocks, which the Norse saw long ago. The Gulf Stream beats the iron coast with a boom of thunder, and the tide swirl meets the ice drift, and it isn't a land to make a treasure hunter happy till there wander down to the shore Montane Indians, strapping fellows, a head taller than the tallest Portuguese. Corteil lands, lures 50 savages on board, carries them home as slaves for Portugal's galley ships, and names the country Land of Laborers, Labrador. He sailed again the next year, but never returned to Portugal. The seas swallowed his vessel, or the tide beat it to pieces against Labrador's rocks. Of those Indians, slacked their vengeance by cutting the throats of master and crew. And Spain was not idle. In 1513, Balboa leads his Spanish treasure seekers across the Isthmus of Panama, discovers the Pacific, and realizes what Cabot has already proved, that the New World is not part of Asia. Thereupon, in swelling words, he takes possession of earth, air, and water from the Pole Arctic to the Pole Antarctic for Spain. A few years later, Magellan finds his way to Asia round South America, but this path by sea is too long. From France, Normans and Bretons are following Cabot's tracks to Newfoundland, to Labrador, to Cape Breton. Quhair men goeth a fishing in a little cockshell boat, no bigger than three-masted schooner, with black painted dories dragging in tow or roped to the rolling decks. Absurd it is, but with no blare of trumpets or royal commissions, with no guide but the wander spirit that lured the old Vikings over the rolling seas, these grizzled peasants flock from France, cross the Atlantic, and scatter over what were then chartless waters from the Gulf of St. Lawrence to the Grand Banks. Just as they may have seen today bounding over the waves in their little black dories, hauling in the endless line, or jigging for squid, or lying at ease at the noonday hour, singing some old land ballad while the kettle of cod and pork boils above a chip fire kindled on the stones used as ballast in their boats, so came the French fisher folk 3 years later, after Cabot had discovered the Grand Banks. Denys of Honfleur has led his fishing fleet all over the Gulf of St. Lawrence by 1506. So has Albert de Dieppe by 1517. 50 French vessels yearly fish off the coast of Newfoundland. By 1518, one Baron de Lery has formed the project of colonizing this new domain. But the Baron's ship unluckily came from the Grand Banks to port on that circular bank of sand known as Sable Island, from 20 to 30 miles as the tide shifts the sand, with grass waist high and swampy lake in the middle. The Baron de Lery unloads his stock on Sable Island and roves the sea for a better port. The King of France, meanwhile, resents the Pope dividing the New World between Spain and Portugal. I should like to see the clause in Father Adam's will that gives the whole earth to you, he sent word to his brother kings. Verrazano, sea rover of Florence, is commissioned to explore the New World seas. But Verrazano goes no farther north in 1524 than Newfoundland, and when he comes on a second voyage he is lost, some say hanged as a pirate by the Spaniards for intruding on their seas. In spite of the loss of the king's sea rover, the fisher folk of France continue coming in their crazy little schooners, continue fishing in the fogs of the Grand Banks from their rocking black plank dories, continue scudding for shelter from the storm, here, there, everywhere, into the south shore of Newfoundland, into the long arms of the sea at Cape Breton, dyed at sundawn and sunset by such floods of golden light. These arms of the sea become known as Bras d'Or lakes, lakes of gold, into the rock-girt lagoons of Gaspé, into the holes in the wall of Labrador, till there presently springs up a secret trade in furs between the fishing fleet and the Indians. The King of France is not to be balked by one failure. What, he said, are my royal brothers to have all America? Among the bank fishermen were many sailors of St. Malo. Jacques Cartier, master pilot, now 40 years of age, must have learned strange yarns of the New World from harbor folk. Indeed, he may have served as a sailor on the banks. Him the king chose, with 120 men and 2 vessels, in 1534 to go on a voyage of discovery to the great sea where men fished. Cartier was to find if the sea led to China and to take possession of the countries for France. Captain, masters, men march to the cathedral and swear fidelity to the king. The vessels sail on April 20th with the fishing fleet. Piping winds carry them forward at a clipper pace. The sails scatter and disappear over the watery skyline. In 20 days Cartier is off that bold headland with the hole in the wall called Bona Vista. Ice is running as always runs there in spring. What with wind and ice, Cartier deems it prudent to look for shelter. Sheering south among the scarps at Catalina, where the whales blow and the seals float in thousands on the ice pans, Cartier anchors to take on wood and water. For 10 days he watches the white whirl driving south. Then the water clears and his sails swing to the wind, and he is off to the north, along that steel gray shore of Rampart Rock, between the White Slab Islands and the reefy coast. Birds are in such flocks off Funk Island that the men go ashore to hunt, and the fisher folks anchor for bird shooting today. Higher rises the rocky skyline, barer the shore wall, with never a break to the eye till you turn some jagged peak and come on one of those snug coves where the white fisher hamlets now nestle. Reefs white as lace fret line the coast. Lonely as death, bare as a block of marble, Gulf Island is passed, where another crew in later years perish as castaways. Gray finback whales flounder in schools. The lazy humpbacks lounge round and round the ships, eyeing the keels curiously. A polar bear is seen on an ice pan. Then the ships come to the lonely harbors north of Newfoundland, Griguet and Quirpon and Haha Bay, rock-girt, treeless, always windy, desolate, an eternal moaning of the tide over the fretful reefs. To the north, off a little seaward, is Belle Isle. Here, storm or calm, the ocean tide beats with fury unceasing and weird, retching of baffled waters like the scream of lost souls. It was sunset when I was on a coastal ship once that anchored off Belle Isle, and I realized how natural it must be for Cartier's superstitious sailors to mistake the moan of the sea for wild cries of distress, and the smoke of the spray for fires of the inferno. To French sailors, Belle Isle became Isle of Demons. In the half light of fog or night, as the wave washes, rises, and falls, you can almost see white arms clutching the rock. As usual, bad weather caught the ships in Belle Isle Straits. Till the 9th of June, brown fog held Cartier. When it lifted, the tide had borne his ships across the straits to Labrador at Castle Island, Chateau Bay. Labrador was a ruder region than Newfoundland. Far as eye could scan were only domed rocks like petrified billows, dank valleys, moss-grown and scrubby, hillsides bare as slate. This land should not be called earth, remarked Cartier. It is flint. Faith, I think this is the region God gave Cain. If this were Cain's realm, his descendants were men of might, for when the Montaigne, tall and straight as mast poles, came down to the straits, Cartier's little scrub sailors thought them giants. Promptly, Cartier planted the cross and took possession of Labrador for France. As the boats coasted westward, the shore rock turned to sand. Huge banks and drifts and hillocks of white sand. So that the place where the ship struck across the south shore became known as Blanc Sablon, white sand. Squalls drove Cartier up the Bay of Islands on the west shore of Newfoundland, and he was amazed to find this arm of the sea cut the big island almost in two. Wooded mountains flanked each shore. A great river, amber with forest mold, came rolling down a deep gorge. But it was not Newfoundland Cartier had come to explore. It was the great inland sea to the west, and to the west he sailed. July found him off another kind of coast, New Brunswick. Forested and rolling with fertile meadows, down a broad shallow stream, the Miramichi paddled Indians waving furs for trade. But wind threatened a stranding in the shallows. Cartier turned to follow the coast north. Denser grew the forests, broader the girths of the great oaks, heavier the vines, hotter the midsummer weather. This was no land of cane. It was a new realm for France. While Cartier lay at anchor north of the Miramichi, Indian canoes swarmed round the boats. Such close quarters the whites had to discharge a musket to keep the 300 savages from scrambling on decks. 2 seamen then landed to leave presents of knives and coats. The Indians shrieked delight, and following back to the ships, threw fur garments to the decks till literally naked. On the 18th of July, the heat was so intense that Cartier named the waters Bay of Chaleur. Here were more Indians. At first the women dashed to hiding in the woods, while the painted warriors paddled out. But when Cartier threw more presents into the canoes, women and children swarmed out singing a welcome. The Bay of Chaleur promised no passage west, so Cartier again spread his sails to the wind and coasted northward. The forest thinned. Toward Gaspé, the shore became rocky and fantastic. The inland sea led westward, but the season was far advanced. It was decided to return and report to the King. Landing at Gaspé on July 24th, Cartier erected a cross 30 feet high with the words emblazoned on a tablet, Vive le Roi de France. Standing above him were the painted natives of the wilderness, one old chief dressed in black bearskin gesticulating protest against the cross till Cartier explained by signs that the whites would come again. 2 savages were invited on board. By accident or design, as they stepped on deck, their skiff was upset and set adrift. The astonished natives found themselves in the white man's power, but food and gay clothing allayed fear. They willingly consented to accompany Cartier to France. Somewhere north of Gaspé, the smoke of the French fishing fleet was seen ascending from the sea, and the fishermen rocked in their dories, cooking the midday meal. August 9th, prayers are held for safe return at Blanc Sablon, port of the White Stand, and by September 5th, Cartier is home in St. Malo, a rabble of grizzled sailor folk chattering a welcome from the wharf front. He had not found passage to China, but he had found a kingdom, and the 2 Indians told marvelous tales of the great river to the west, where they lived, of mines of vast unclaimed lands. End of section 1. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Section 2 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. LAUT. Section 2. From 1000 to 1600. Part 2. Cartier had been home only a month when the Admiral of France ordered him to prepare for another voyage. He himself was to command the Grand Hermine, Captain Jalobert the Little Hermine, and Captain Le Breton the Elmerine. Young gentlemen adventurers were to accompany the explorers. The ships were provisioned for 2 years, and on May 16, 1535, All hands gathered to the cathedral, where sins were confessed, the archbishop's blessing received, and Cartier given a Godspeed to the music full of choirs chanting invocation. 3 days later, anchors were hoisted, cannon boomed, sails swung out, the vessels sheered away from the roadstead, while cheers rent the air. Headwinds held the ship back. Furious tempests scattered the fleet. It was July 17th before Cartier sighted the Gull Islands of Newfoundland and swung up north with the tide through the brown fogs of Belle Isle Straits to the shining gravel of Blanc Sablon. Here he waited for the other vessels, which came on the 26th. The 2 Indians taken from Gaspé now began to recognize the headlands of their native country, telling Cartier the first kingdom along the Great River was Saguenay, the second Canada, the third Hochelaga. Cartier anchored to claim the land for France, and he named the great waters St. Lawrence because it was on that saint's day he had gone ashore. The north side of Anticosti was passed, and the 1st of September saw the 3 little ships drawn up within the shadow of that somber gorge cut through sheer rock where the Saguenay rolls sullenly out to the St. Lawrence. The mountains presented naked rock wall, beyond rolling back to the impenetrable wilderness. Through the canyon flowed the river, dark and ominous and hushed. The men rowed out in small boats to fish, but were afraid to land. As the ships advanced up the St. Lawrence, the seamen could scarcely believe they were on a river. The current rolled seaward in a silver flood. In canoes paddling shyly out from the north shore, Cartier's 2 Indians suddenly recognized old friends, and whoops of delight set the echoes ringing. Keeping close to the north coast, russet in the September sun, Cartier slipped up that long reach of shadows abreast a low-shored wooded island, so laden with grapevines he called it Isle Bacchus. It was the island of Orleans. Then the ships rounded westward, and there burst to view against the high rocks of the north shore the white-plumed, shimmering cataract of Montmorency leaping from precipice to riverbed with roar of thunder. Cartier had anchored near the west end of Orleans Island when there came paddling out with 12 canoes. Donnacona, great chief of Stadacona, whose friendship was won on the instant by the tales Cartier's Indians told of France and all the marvels of the white man's world. Cartier embarked with several young officers to go back with the chief, and the 3 vessels were cautiously piloted up the St. Charles River, which joins the St. Lawrence below the modern city of Quebec. Women dashed to their knees in water to welcome ashore these gaily dressed newcomers with the gold-braided coats and clanking swords. Crossing the low swamp, now Lower Town, Quebec, the adventurers followed a path through the forest up a steep declivity of sliding stones to the clear high tableland above, and on up the rolling slopes to the airy heights of Cape Diamond, overlooking the St. Lawrence like the turret of some castle above the sea. Did a French soldier, removing his helmet to wipe away the sweat of his arduous climb, cry out, "Quebec, what a peak!" as he viewed the magnificent panorama of river and valley and mountain rolling from his feet? Or did their Indian guide point to the water of the river narrowing like a strait below the peak and mutter in native tongue, "Quebec, the strait"? Legend gives both explanations of the name. To the east, Cartier could see far down the silver flood of the St. Lawrence, halfway to Saguenay. To the south, far as the dim mountains of modern New Hampshire. What would the King of France have thought if he could have realized that his adventurers had found a province 3 times the size of England, 1/3 larger than France, 1/3 larger than Germany, and they had as yet reached only one small edge of Canada, namely Quebec. Heat haze of Indian summer trembled over the purple hills. Below, the river quivered like quicksilver. In the air was the nutty odor of dried grasses, the clear tang of coming frosts, crystal to the taste as water, and if one listened, almost listened to the silence, one could hear above the lapping of the tide the far echo of the cataract. To Cartier, the scene might have been the airy fabric of some dream world, but out of dreams of earth's high heroes are empires made. But the Indians had told of that other kingdom, Hochelaga. Hither Cartier had determined to go, when 3 Indians dressed as devils, faces black as coals, heads in masks, brows adorned with elk horns, came gyrating and howling out of the woods on the mountain side, making wild signals to the white men encamped on the St. Charles. Cartier's interpreters told him this was a warning from the Indian god not to ascend the river. The god said Hochelaga was a realm of snow, where all white men would perish. It was a trick to keep the white men's trade for themselves. Cartier laughed. Tell them their god is an old fool, he said. Christ is to be our guide. The Indians wanted to know if Cartier had spoken to his god about it. No, answered Cartier. Then, not to be floored, he added, but my priest has. With 3 cheers, 50 young gentlemen sheered out on September 19th from the St. Charles on the Emerillon to accompany Cartier to Hochelaga. Beyond Quebec, the St. Lawrence widened like a lake. September frosts had painted the maples in flame. Songbirds, the glory of the St. Lawrence Valley, were no longer to be heard, but the waters literally swarmed with duck and the forests were alive with partridge. Where today nestle church spires and whitewashed hamlets were the birch wigwams and night campfires of Indian hunters. Whenever Cartier went ashore, Indians rushed knee-deep to carry him from the river, and one old chief at Richelieu signified his pleasure by presenting the whites with 2 Indian children, zigzagging leisurely, now along the north shore, now along the south, pausing to hunt, pausing to explore, pausing to powwow with the Indians. The adventurers came on September 28th to the reedy shallows and breeding grounds of wild fowl at Lake St. Peter. Here they were so close ashore, the Emerillon caught her keel in the weeds, and the explorers left her aground under guard and went forward in rowboats. Was this the way to Hochelaga? The rowers asked Indians paddling past. Yes, 3 more sleeps, the Indians answered by the sign of putting the face with closed eyes 3 times against their hand. 3 more sleeps would bring Cartier to Hochelaga, and on the night of the 2nd of October, the rowboats, stopped by the rapids, pulled ashore at Hochelaga amid a concourse of 1,000 amazed savages. It was too late to follow the trail through the darkening forest to the Indian village. Cartier placed the soldiers in their burnished armor on guard and spent the night watching the council fires gleam from the mountain. And did some soldier standing sentry, watching the dark shadow of the hill creep longer as the sun went down, cry out, Mont Royal, so that the place came to be known as Montreal? At the peep of dawn, when the mist is still smoking up from the river, Cartier marshals 20 seamen with officers in military line, and to the call of trumpet, marches along the forest trail behind Indian guides for the tribal fort. Following the river, knee-deep in grass, the French ascend the hill now known as Notre Dame Street, disappear in the hollow where flows a stream, modern Craig Street, then climb steeply through the forests to the plain now known as the great thoroughfare of Sherbrooke Street. Halfway up, they come on open fields of maize or Indian corn. Here messengers welcome them forward, women singing, tom-tom beating, urchins stealing fearful glances through the woods. The trail ends at a fort with triple palisades of high trees, walls separated by ditches and roofed for defense, with one carefully guided narrow gate. Inside are 50 large wigwams, the oblong bark houses of the Huron Iroquois, each 50 feet long, with the public square in the center, or what we would call the courtyard. It needs no trick of fancy to call up the scene. The winding of the trumpet through the forest silence, the amazement of the Indian drummers, the arrested frenzy of the dancers, the sunrise turning burnished armor to fire, the clanking of swords, the wheeling of the soldiers as they fall in place, helmets doffed, round the council fire. Women swarm from the long houses. Children come running with mats for seats. Bedridden, blind, maimed are carried on litters, if only they may touch the garments of these wonderful beings. One old chief with skin like crinkled leather and body gnarled with woes of 100 years throws his most precious possession, a headdress, at Cartier's feet. Poor Cartier is perplexed. He can but read aloud from the Gospel of St. John and pray Christ heal these supplicants. Then he showers presents on the Indians. Gleeful as children, knives and hatchets, and beads and tin mirrors, and little images and a crucifix, which he teaches them to kiss. Again the silver trumpet peals through the aisled woods. Again the swords clank, and the adventurers take their way up the mountain. A Mont Royal, says Cartier. The mountain is higher than the one at Quebec. Vaster the view, vaster the purple mountains, the painted forests, the valleys bounded by a skyline that recedes before the explorer as the rainbow runs from the grasp of a child. This is not Cathay. It is a New France. Before going back to Quebec, the adventurers follow a trail up the St. Lawrence, far enough to see that Lachine Rapids bar progress by boat, far enough, too, to see that the Gaspé Indians had spoken truth when they told of another grand river, the Ottawa, coming in from the north. By the 11th of October, Cartier is at Quebec. His men have built a palisaded fort on the banks of the St. Charles. The boats are beached. Indians scatter to their far hunting grounds. Winter sets in. Canadian cold is new to these Frenchmen. They huddle indoors instead of keeping vigorous with exercise. Ice hangs from the dismantled masts. Drifts heap almost to top of palisades. Fear of the future falls on the crew. Will they ever see France again? Then scurvy breaks out. The fort is prostrate. Cartier is afraid to ask aid of the wandering Indians, lest they learn his weakness. To keep up show of strength, he has his men fire off muskets, batter the fort walls, march and drill and tramp and stamp. Through 25 lie dead, and only 4 are able to keep on their feet. The corpses are hidden in snowdrifts or crammed through ice holes in the river with shot weighted to their feet. In desperation, Cartier calls on all the saints in the Christian calendar. He erects a huge crucifix and orders all, well and ill, out in procession. Weak and hopeless, they move across the snow chanting psalms. That night, one of the young noblemen died. Towards spring, an Indian was seen apparently recovering from the same disease. Cartier asked him what had worked the cure and learned of the simple remedy of brewed spruce juice. By the time the Indians came from the winter hunt, Cartier's men were in full health. Up in Hochelaga, a chief had seized Cartier's gold-handled dagger and pointed up the Ottawa, whence came ore like the gold handle. Failing to carry any minerals home, Cartier felt he must have witness to his report. The boats are rigged to sail. Chief Donnacona and 11 others are lured on board, surrounded, forcibly seized, and treacherously carried off to France. May 6, 1536. The boats leave Quebec, stopping only for water at St. Pierre, where the Breton fishermen have huts. July 16th, they anchor at St. Malo. Did France realize that Cartier had found a new kingdom? Not in the least, but the homeland gave heed to that story of minerals and had the kidnapped Indians baptized. Donnacona and all his fellow captives, but the little girl of Richelieu, die, and Sieur de Roberval is appointed Lord Paramount of Canada to equip Cartier with 5 vessels and scour the jails of France for colonists. Though the colonists are convicts, the convicts are not criminals. Some have been convicted for their religion, some for their politics. What with politics and war, it is May 1541 before the ships sail, and then Roberval has to wait another year for his artillery while Cartier goes ahead to build the forts. From the first, things go wrong. Headwinds prolong the passage for 3 months. The stock on board is reduced to a diet of cider, and half the cattle die. Then the Indians of Quebec ask awkward questions about Donnacona. Cartier flounders midway between truth and lie. Donnacona had died, he said. As for the others, they have become as white men. Agona succeeds Donnacona as chief. Agona is so pleased at the news that he gives Cartier a suit of buckskin garnished with wampum. But the rest of the Indians draw off in such resentment that Cartier deems it wise to build his fort at a distance and sails 9 miles up to Cape Rouge, where he constructs Bourg Royal. Noel, his nephew, and Jalbert, his brother-in-law, take 2 ships back to France. While Cartier roams exploring, Beaupré commands Bourg Royal. In his roamings, ever with his eyes to earth for minerals, he finds stones specked with mica and false diamonds, whence the height above Quebec is called Cape Diamond. It is enough. The crews spend the year loading ships with cargo of worthless stones, and set sail in May, high of hope for wealth, great as Spaniard carried from Peru. June 8th, the ships slip into St. John's, Newfoundland, for water. 17 fishing vessels rock to the tide inside the landlocked lagoon. And who comes gliding up the narrows of the harbor neck but Viceroy Roberval, mad with envy when he hears of the diamond cargoes? He breaks the head of a Portuguese or 2 among the fishing fleet, and forthwith orders Cartier back to Quebec. Cartier shifts anchor from the too close range of Roberval's guns and says nothing. At dead of night, he slips anchor altogether and steals away on the tide, with only one little noiseless sail up on each ship through the dark narrows. Once outside, he spreads his wings to the wind and is off for France. The diamonds prove worthless, but Cartier receives a title and retires to seigneurial mansion at St. Malo. The episode did not improve Roberval's temper. The new viceroy was a soldier and a martinet. and his authority had been defied. With his 200 colonists taken from the prisons of France, commanded by young French officers, a Lament and a La Salle among others, he proceeded up the coast of Newfoundland to enter the St. Lawrence by Belle Isle. Among his people were women, and Roberval himself was accompanied by a niece, Marguerite, who had the reputation of being a bold horseman and prime favorite with the grands who frequented her uncle's castle. Perhaps Roberval had brought her to New France to break up her attachment for a soldier, or the viceroy may have been entirely ignorant of the romance, but, anchored off Belle Isle, Isle of Demons, the angry governor made an astonishing discovery. The girl had a lover on board, a common soldier, and the two openly defied his edict. Coming after Cartier's defection, the incident was oil to fire with Roberval. Sailors were ordered to lower the rowboat. One would fain believe that the tyrannical viceroy offered the high-spirited girl at least the choice of giving up her lover. She was thrust into the rowboat with a faithful old Norman nurse. 4 guns and a small supply of provisions were tossed to the boat. The sailors were then commanded to row ashore and abandon her on the Isle of Demons. The soldier lover leaped over decks and swam through the surf to share her fate. The Isle of Demons, with its wailing tides and surf-beaten reefs, is a desolate enough spot in modern days when superstitions do not add to its terrors. The wind pipes down from Labrador in fairest weather with weird voices as of wailing ghosts, and in winter the shores of Belle Isle never cease to echo to the hollow booming of the pounding surf. Out of driftwood the castaways constructed a hut. Fish were in plenty, wild fowl offered easy mark, and in springtime the ice floes brought down the seal herds. There was no lack of food, but rescue seemed forever impossible, for no fishing craft would approach the demon-haunted isle. A year passed, 2 years. A child was born. The soldier lover died of heartbreak and despondency. The child wasted away. The old nurse, too, was buried. Marguerite was left alone to fend for herself and hope against hope that some of the passing sails would heed her signals. No wonder at the end of the 3rd year she began to hear shrieking laughter in the lonely cries of tide and wind, and to imagine that she saw fiendish arms snatching through the spume of storm drift. Towards the fall of 1545, one calm day when spray for the once did not hide the island, some fishermen in the straits noticed the smoke of a huge bonfire ascending from Isle Demons. Was it a trick of the fiends to lure men to wreck, or some sailors like themselves signaling distress? The boat drew fearfully near and nearer. A creature in the strange attire of skins from wild beasts ran down the rocks, signaling frantically. It was a woman. Terrified and trembling, the sailors plucked up the courage to land. Then, for the first time, Marguerite Roberval's spirit gave way. She could not speak. She seemed almost bereft of reason. It was only after the fishermen had nourished her back to semblance of womanhood that they drew from her the story. On returning to France, Marguerite Roberval entered a convent. It was there an old court friend of her chateau days sought her out and heard the tale from her own lips. A colony began under such ill omen was not likely to prosper. Roberval had proceeded to Cape Rouge, where he landed in July, and before winter had a respectable fort constructed. 50 of the colonists died of scurvy. As many as 6 were hanged in a single day for insubordination, and the whipping post became the emblem of authority that trembled in the balance. Roberval, in troth, was not thinking of the colony. He was thinking of those minerals which the Indians said were at the headwaters of the Saguenay. Leaving 30 women at the fort, he ascended the Saguenay with 70 men in spring and explored as far as Lake St. John, where the village of Roberval commemorates his feat. But he found no minerals and lost 8 men running rapids. When Cartier came out in 1543, Roberval took the remaining colonists home, a profoundly embittered man. Legend has it that he either perished on a second voyage in 1549 or was assassinated in Paris. So falls the curtain on the first attempt to colonize Canada. End of section 2. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Section 3 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. LAUT. From 1600 to 1607. Part 1. The second attempt to plant a French colony in the New World was more disastrous than the first. Though my Lord Roberval fails, the French fishing vessels continue to bound over the billows of the Atlantic to the New World. By 1578, there are 150 French fishing vessels off Newfoundland alone. The fishing folk engage in barter. Cartier's heirs ask for a monopoly of the fur trade in Canada, but the grant is so furiously opposed by the merchants of the coast towns that it is revoked until the Marquis de la Roche, who has been a page at the French court, again obtains monopoly, with many high-sounding titles as governor and the added obligation that he must colonize the new land. What with wars and court intrigue, it is 1598 before the governor of Canada is ready to sail. Of his 200 people taken from jails, all but 60 have obtained their freedom by paying a ransom. With these 60, La Roche follows the fishing fleet out to the Grand Banks, then rounds southwestward for a milder clime, where he may winter his people. Straight across the ship's course lies the famous sandbank, the graveyard of the Atlantic, what the old navigators called the Dreadful Isle, Sable Island. The sea lies placid as glass between the crescent horns of the long, low reefs, 30 miles from horn to horn, with never a tree to break the swell of the grass waist high. The Marquis lands his 60 colonists to fish for supplies, while he goes on with the crew to find place for settlement. Barely has the topsail dipped over the watery sky before breakers begin to thunder on the sand reefs. Air and earth lash to fury. Sails are torn from the ship of the Marquis. His masts go overboard and the vessel is driven, helpless as a chip in a maelstrom, clear back to the ports of France. Here double misfortune awaits La Roche. His old patrons of the court are no longer powerful. He is thrown in prison by a rival baron. In vain the colonists strained tired eyes for a sail at sea. Days became weeks, weeks months, summer, autumn, and no boat came back. As winter gales assailed the sea, sending the sand drifting like spray, the convicts built themselves huts out of driftwood and scooped beds for themselves in the earth like rabbit burrows. Of food there was plenty. The people had their fishing lines, and the stock, left by Baron de Lery long ago, had multiplied and now overran the island. Wild fowl, too, teemed on the island lake, and foxes, which must have drifted ashore on the ice float of spring, ran wild through the sedge. Like Robinson Crusoe, cast on a desert isle, the desperate people fought their fate. Traps were set for foxes, snares for the birds, and scouts kept tramping from end to end of the island for sight of a sail. Racked with despair and anxiety, these outcasts of civilization soon fell to bitter quarreling. Traps were found rifled. Dead men lay beside the looted traps, and doubtless not a few men lost their lives in spring when the ice floes drifted down with seal herds, and the man gave mad chase from ice pan to ice pan for seal pets to make clothing. Spring wore to summer. The graves on the sandbank increased. For a second winter, the dreary snowfall wrapped the island in a mantle white as death sheet. Then came the same weary monotony, the frenzied seal hunt over the blood-stained floes, the long summer days with the drone of the tide on the sandbanks. The men, mad with hope, at sight of a sail peak over the far wave tops, only to be plunged in despair as the fisherboat passed too far for a signal, the fading of the grasses to russet in the sad autumn light. Then snowfall again, and despair. 5 years passed before La Roche could aid his people, and the pilot who went to their rescue won himself immortal contempt by robbing the castaways of their furs. Word of the rescue came to the ears of the court. Royalty commanded the refugees brought before the throne. Only 12 had survived, and these marched before the royal presence clothed in the skins of seals, hair unkempt, beards to mid-waist, like river gods of yore, says the old record. The king was so touched that he commanded 50 crowns given to each man and the stolen furs restored. La Roche died of chagrin. While France is trying to colonize Canada, England has not forgotten that John Cabot first coasted these northern shores and erected the English flag. About the time that Marguerite Roberval was left on the Isle of Demons, 2 boys, half-brothers, were playing on the sands of the English Channel, sailing toy boats and listening to sailor yarns of LAUT on the Spanish Main. One was Humphrey Gilbert, the other Walter Raleigh. These 2 were destined to lead England's first colonies to America. Martin Frobisher had already poked the prows of English ships into the icy straits of Greenland waters, seeking way to China. He had come out with a fleet of 15 sails and 100 mariners in 1578 to found colonies, but was led away by the lure of fool's gold. Loading his vessels with worthless rocks, which he believed contained gold enough to suffice all the gold gluttons of the world, he sailed back to England without leaving the trace of a colony. Francis Drake, the very same year, had for the first time plowed an English furrow around the seas of the world, chasing Spanish treasure boats up the west coast of South America and loading his own vessel with loot to the waterline. Afraid to go back the way he had come, round South America, where all the Spanish frigates lay in wait to catch him, Drake pushed on up the west coast as far as California, and landing, took possession of what he called New Albion for Queen Elizabeth, but still no colony had been planted for England. Gilbert and Raleigh, the 2 half-brothers, were both zealous for glory. Both stood high in court favor. Both had fought for Queen Elizabeth in the wars. Gilbert had fame as seaman and geographer. He asked for the privilege of founding England's first colony. The Queen will incur no expense. Gilbert and Raleigh and their friends will fit out the vessels. Elizabeth deeds to Gilbert all that old domain discovered by John Cabot, reserving only 1/5 of the minerals he may find, and she sends him a present of a golden anchor as a Godspeed. June 11, 1583, Sir Humphrey set sail with a fleet of 3 splendid merchantmen, fitted out as men of war, and 2 heavily armed little frigates. The crews number 360 men, but they are for the most part impressed seamen and riotous. The fleet is only well away when the biggest of the merchantmen signals that plague has broken out and flees back to England. Later, as fog hides the boats from one another, the pirate crew on board the little frigate Swallow run down an English fisherman on the Grand Banks, board her, and a bayonet point loot the schooner from stem to stern. When the ships lower sail to come in on the tide through Long Narrows to the rock-girt harbor of St. John's, Newfoundland, the hundreds of fishing vessels lying at anchor there object to the pirate Swallow. But Sir Humphrey reads his commission from the Queen, and the fishing fleet roars a welcome that sets the rocks ringing. Sunday, August 4th, the next day after entering, Biscayans and French and Portuguese and English send their new governor tribute in provisions, fish from the English, marmalade and wines and spices from the foreigners. The admiral gives a feast to the master mariners each week he is in port, and entertains, as the old record says, right bountifully. Wandering round the rocky harbor, high up the cliff to the left, where remnants of a fortress may be seen today, along the circular hills to the right, where the fishing stages cover the waterfront, Gilbert's men find fool's gold, rock with specks of iron and mica. Daniel, the refiner of metals, declares it is a rich specimen of silver. The find goes to Sir Humphrey's head. He sees himself a second Francis Drake, ships crammed with gold. When the captains of the other vessels in his fleet would see the treasure, he answers, "Content yourselves. It is enough. I have seen it, but I would have no speech made of it in harbor, for the Portuguese and the Biscayans and French might learn of it. We shall soon return hither again." Many of the men are in ill health. Gilbert decides to send the invalids home in the Swallow, but he transfers the bold pirate crew of the frigate to the big ship Delight, which carries provisions for the colony. While planning to make St. John's the headquarters of his new kingdom, Sir Humphrey wishes to explore those regions where Cartier had gone and whence the fishing schooners bring such wealth in furs. August 20th, the remainder of his fleet rounds out of St. John's northwest for the Gulf of St. Lawrence. The Delight, with provisions, the Golden Hind, with the majority of the people, little frigate Squirrel, weighed down by artillery stores, but under command of Gilbert himself, because the smaller ship can run close ashore to explore. To keep up the spirits of the men, there is much merrymaking. Becalmed off Cape Breton, Sir Humphrey visits the big ship Delight, where the trumpets and the drums and the pipes and the cornets reel off wild sailor jigs. There was, says the old record, little watching for danger. Wednesday, August 26th, the sounding line forewarned the reefs of Sable Island. Breakers were sighted. The Delight signaled that her captain wanted to shift southwest to deeper water, but Gilbert wanted to enter the St. Lawrence and signaled back to go on northwest. That night, a storm raged. The provision ship ran full tilt into the sandbanks of Sable Island and was battered into chips before the other ships could come to rescue. All supplies were lost, and all the pirate crew perished but 16, who jumped into the pinnace dragging astern, and, with only one oar, half punted, half drifted for 7 days, till the wave wash carried them to the shores of Newfoundland. There they were picked up by a fishing vessel. With provisions gone, Sir Humphrey Gilbert's colony was doomed. He must turn back. Saturday, August 31st, they reversed the course. When halfway across the Atlantic, the admiral rode from the Little Squirrel across to the Golden Hind to have a lame foot treated by the surgeon. "Cheer up," he urged the men. "Next year Her Majesty will loan me 1,000 pounds, and we shall come again." As storm was gathering, the men begged him to remain on the larger ship, but Gilbert refused to leave the sailors of the Squirrel. The frigate was as safe for him as for them, he said. Someone called the attention to the fact that the frigate was outweighed with cannon. Gilbert laughed all danger to scorn. Soon afterwards the waves began to break short and high, a dangerous sea for small, overweighted ship. It had been arranged that both ships would swing lanterns fore and aft to keep each other in sight at night. On the night of September 9th, a phosphorescent light was seen to gleam above the mainmast of the Squirrel, certain sign to the superstitious sailors of dire disaster. But when the Hind slackened speed and the great waves threw the vessels almost together, there was Sir Humphrey sitting aloft, book in hand, shouting out, "We are as near heaven by sea as by land." The Hind fell to the rear. The Squirrel led way, her stern lanterns lighting a trail across the shiny dark of the tempestuous billows. Suddenly, at midnight, the guiding light was lost. The Squirrel's stern lanterns were seen to descend the pitching trough of a mountain wave, and when the wall of water fell, no light came up. Down into the abyss the little craft had plunged, never to rise again, carrying explorer, treasure hunters, colonists to a watery grave. It may be added that the disaster took place halfway across the ocean, and not off Newfoundland, as the ballad relates. But for all this misfortune, England did not desist. The very next year, Raleigh, who had played on the sands with Humphrey Gilbert, sends his colonists to Roanoke and lays the foundation for the beginning of an empire in the southern states. English sailors explore Cape Cod. 10 years after Frobisher had brought home his cargo of worthless stones from Labrador, Davis, the master mariner, is out exploring the waters west of Greenland, and Henry Hudson, the English pilot who had discovered Hudson River, New York, for the Dutch, is retained by the English in 1610 to explore those waters west of Greenland where both Frobisher and Davis reported open passage. It is midsummer of 1610 when Hudson enters Hudson Straits. The ice jam of Ungava Bay, Labrador, has almost torn his ship's timbers apart and has set fear shivering like an aspen leaf among the crew. Old Juet, the mate, rages openly at Hudson for venturing such a frail ship on such sea. But when the ship anchors at the west end of Hudson Straits, 500 miles from the Atlantic, there opens to view another sea, a sea large as the Mediterranean, that, like the Mediterranean, may lead to another world. It is as dangerous to go back as forward, and forward Hudson sails. Southwestward for that sea Drake had cruised off California, the old mate's mutiny rumbling beneath the decks like a volcano. Southwestward, 700 miles sails Hudson, past the high rocks and airy cataracts of Richmond Gulf, past silence like the realms of death, on down where Hudson Bay rounds into James Bay, and the shallows plainly show this is no way to a western sea, but a blind inlet, boulder strewn and muddy as swamps. When the ship runs aground and all hands must out to waste in ice water to pull her ashore as the tide comes in, Juet's rage bursts all bounds. As they toil, snow begins to fall. They are winter bound and storm bound in an unknown land. Half the crew are in open mutiny. The other half build winter quarters and range the woods of James Bay for game. Of game there is plenty, but the rebels refuse to hunt. A worthless lad named Green, whom Hudson had picked off the streets of London, turns traitor and talebearer, fomenting open quarrels till the commander threatens he will hang to the yardarm the first man guilty of disobedience. So passes the sullen winter. Provisions are short when the ship weighs anchor for England in June of 1611. With tears in his eyes, Hudson hands out the last rations. Ice blocks the way. Delay means starvation. If the crew were only half as large, Henry Green whispers to the mutineers, there would be food enough for passage home. The ice flows clear and the sails swing, rattling to the breeze. But as Hudson steps on deck, the mutineers leap upon him like wolves. He is bound and thrown in the rowboat. With him are thrust his son and 8 others of the crew. The rope is cut, the rowboat jerks back adrift, and Hudson's vessel, manned by the mutineers, drives before the wind. A few miles out, the mutineers lower sails to rummage for food. The little boat with the castaways is seen coming in pursuit. Guilt haunted, the crew out with all sails and flee as avenging ghosts. So passes Henry Hudson from the ken of all men, though Indian legend on the shores of Hudson Bay to this day maintains that the castaways landed north of Rupert and lived among the savages. End of section 3. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Section 4 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. LAUT. From 1600 to 1607, Part 2. Not less disastrous were English efforts than French to colonize the New World. Up to 1610, Canada's story is, in the main, a record of blind heroism, dodged courage, death that refused to acknowledge defeat. 400 French vessels now yearly come to reap the harvest of the sea. In and out among the fantastic rocks of Gaspé, pierced and pillared and scooped into caves by the wave wash, where fisher boats reap other kind of harvest, richer than the silver harvest of the sea, harvest of beaver and otter and marten, up the dim amber waters of the Saguenay, within the shadow of the somber gorge, trafficking baubles of bead and red print for furs, precious furs. Pontgravé, merchant prince, comes out with 50 men in 1600 and leaves 16 at Tadoussac, ostensibly as colonists, really as wood-loopers to scatter through the forests and learn the haunts of the Indians. Pontgravé comes back for men and furs in 1601 and comes again in 1603 with 2 vessels, accompanied by a soldier of fortune from the French court who acts as geographer, Samuel Champlain, now in his 36th year, with service in war to his credit and a journey across Spanish America. The 2 vessels are barely as large as coastal schooners, but shallow draft enables them to essay the upper St. Lawrence as far as Mount Royal, where Cartier had voyaged. Of the palisaded Indian fort, not a vestige remains. War or plague has driven the tribe westward, but it is plain to the court geographer that, in spite of former failures, this land of rivers like lakes and valleys large as a European kingdom's is fit for French colonists. When Champlain returns to France, the king readily grants to Sieur de Monts a region roughly defined as anywhere between Pennsylvania and Labrador, designated Acadia. This region Sieur de Monts is to colonize in return for a monopoly of the fur trade. When other traders complain, de Monts quietens them by letting them all buy shares in the venture. With him are associated as motley a throng of treasure seekers as ever stampeded for gold. There is Samuel Champlain, the court geographer. There is Pontgravé, the merchant prince, on a separate vessel with stores for the colonists. Pontgravé is to attend especially to the fur trading. There are the Baron de Poutrincourt and his young son, Biencourt, and other noblemen looking for broader domains in the New World. And there are the usual riffraff of convicts taken from dungeons. Priests go to look after the souls of the Catholics, Huguenot ministers to care for the Protestants, and so valiantly do these dispute with tongues and fists that the sailors threaten to bury them in the same grave to see if they can lie at peace in death. Before the boats sight Acadia, it is summer of 1604. Pontgravé leaves stores with De Monts and sails up to Tadoussac. De Monts enters the little bay of St. Mary's, off the northwest coast of Nova Scotia, and sends his people ashore to explore. Signs of minerals they seek, rushing pell-mell through the woods, gleefully as boys out of school. The forest is pathless and dense with June undergrowth, shutting out the sun and all signs of direction. The company scatters. Priest Aubry, more used to the cobble pavement of Paris than to the tangle of ferns, grows fatigued and drinks at a fresh-water rill. Going in the direction of his comrades' voices, he suddenly realizes that he has left his sword at the spring. The priest hurries back for the sword, loses his companions' voices, and when he would return, finds that he is hopelessly lost. The last shafts of sunlight disappear. The chill of night settles on the darkening woods. The priest shouts till he is hoarse and fires off his pistol, but the woods muffle all sound but the scream of the wildcat or the uncanny hoot of the screech owl. Aubry wanders desperately on and on in the dark, his cassock torn to tatters by the brushwood, his way blocked by the undisturbed windfall of countless ages. On and on, till gray dawn steals through the forest and midday wears to a second night. Back at the boat were wild alarm and wilder suspicions. Could the Huguenots, with whom Aubry had battled so violently, have murdered him? De Monts scouted the notion of unworthy, but the suspicion clung in spite of fiercest denials. All night cannon were fired from the vessel and bonfires kept blazing on shore, but 2 or 3 days passed and the priest did not come. De Monts then sails on up the Bay of Fundy, which he calls French Bay, and the nearest chance sheers through an opening 800 feet wide to the right and finds himself in the beautiful lake-like basin of Annapolis, broad enough to harbor all the French Navy, with a shoreline of wooded meadows like homeland parks. Poutrincourt is so delighted he at once asks for an estate here and names the domain Port Royal. On up Fundy Bay sails De Monts, Samuel Champlain ever leaning over decks, making those maps and drawings which have come down from that early voyage. The tides carry to a broad river on the north side. It is St. John's Day. They call the river St. John and wander ashore, looking vainly for more minerals. Westward is another river, known today as the St. Croix, the boundary between Maine and New Brunswick. Duché Island at its mouth seems to offer what to a soldier is an ideal site. A fort could command either Fundy Bay or the upland country, which Indians say leads back to the St. Lawrence. Thinking more of fort than farms, De Monts plants his colony on St. Croix River on an island composed mainly of sand and rock. While workmen labor to erect a fort on the north side, the pilot is sent back to Nova Scotia to prospect for minerals. As the vessel coasts near St. Mary's Bay, a black object is seen moving weakly along the shore. Sailors and pilot gaze in amazement. A hat on the end of the pole is waved weakly from the beach. The men scarcely believe their senses. It must be the priest, though 16 days have passed since he disappeared. For 2 weeks Aubry had wandered, living on berries and roots, before he found his way back to sea. Here, then, at last, is founded the first colony in Canada, a little palisaded fort of 79 men, straining longingly eyes of the sails of the vessel gliding out to sea. For Pontgravé has taken one vessel up the St. Lawrence to trade, and Poutrincourt has gone back to France with the other for supplies. The island was a little bigger than a sand heap. No hills shut out the cold winds that sweep down the river bed from the north, and the tide carried in ice jam from the south. As the snow began to fall, padding the stately forest with silence as of death, whitening the gaunt spruce trees somber as funeral mourners, the colonists felt the icy loneliness of winter in a forest chill their hearts. Cooped up on the island by the ice, they did little hunting. Idleness gave times for repinings. Scurvy came, and before spring half the colonists had peopled the little cemetery outside the palisades. De Monts has had enough of St. Croix. When Pontgravé comes out with 40 more men in June, De Monts prepares to move. Champlain had the preceding autumn sailed south seeking a better site, and now with De Monts he sails south again far as Cape Cod, looking for a place to plant the capital of New France. It is amusing to speculate that Canada might have included as far south as Boston if they had found a harbor to their liking, but they saw nothing to compare with Annapolis Basin, narrow of entrance, landlocked, placid as a lake, with shores wooded like a park, and back they cruised to St. Croix in August to move the colony across to Nova Scotia to Annapolis Basin of Acadia. While Champlain and Pontgravé volunteer to winter in the wilderness, De Monts goes home to look after his monopoly in France. What had De Monts to show for his 2 years' labor? His company had spent what would be $20,000 in modern money, and all returns from fur trade had been swallowed up prolonging the colony. While Champlain hunted moose in the woods around Port Royal and Pontgravé bartered furs during the winter of 1605 to 1606, De Monts and Poutrincourt and the gay lawyer Marc Lescarbot fight for the life of the monopoly in Paris and point out to the clamorous merchants that the building of a French empire in the New World is of more importance than paltry profits. De Monts remains in France to stem the tide rising against him, while Poutrincourt and Lescarbot sail on the Jonas with more colonists and supplies for Port Royal. Noon, July 27, 1606, the ship slips into the basin of Annapolis. To Lescarbot, the poet lawyer, the scene is fairyland. The silver flood of the harbor, motionless as glass. The wooded meadows dank with bloom, the air odorous of woodland smells, the blue hills rimming round the sky, and against the woods of the north shore the chapel spire and thatched roofs and slab walls of the little fort, the one oasis of life in a wilderness. As the sails rattled down and the anchor dropped, not a soul appeared from the fort. The gates are bolted fast. The Jonas runs up the French ensign. Then a canoe shoots out from the brushwood, paddled by the old chief, Membertou. He signals back to the watchers behind the gates. Musketry shots ring out welcome. The ship's cannon answer, setting the waters churning. Trumpets blare, the gates fly wide, and out marches the garrison, 2 lone Frenchmen. The rest, despairing of a ship that summer, have cruised along Cape Breton to obtain supplies from French fishermen, whence presently come Pontgravé and Champlain, overjoyed to find the ship from France. Poutrincourt has hogshead of wine rolled to the courtyard, and all hands fitly celebrate. When Pontgravé carries the furs to France, Marc Lescarbot, the lawyer poet, proves the life of the fort for this, the third winter of the colonists in Acadia. Poutrincourt and his son attend to trade. Champlain, as usual, commands, and dull care is chased away by 1,000 pranks of the Paris advocate. First, he sets the whole fort a gardening, and Baron Poutrincourt forgets his noblesse long enough to wield the hoe. Then Champlain must dam up the brook for a trout pond. The weather is almost mild as summer until January. The woods ring to many a merry picnic, fishing excursion, or moose hunt, and when snow comes, the gay Lescarbot along with Champlain, institutes a new world order of nobility, the Order of Good Times. Each day, one of the number must canter to the mess-room table of the fort. This means keen hunting, keen rivalry for one to outdo another in the giving of sumptuous feasts, and all is done with the pomp and ceremony of a court banquet. When the chapel bell rings out noon hour and workers file to the long table, there stands the master of the revels, napkin on shoulder, chain of honor around his neck, truncheon in his hand. The gavel strikes, and there enter the brotherhood, each bearing a steaming dish in his hand, moose hump, beaver tail, bear's paws, wild fowl smelling luscious as food smells only to out of doors men. Old Chief Membertou dines with the whites. Crouching round the wall behind the benches are squaws and the children, to whom are flung many a tasty bit. At night time, round the hearth fire, when the roaring logs set the shadows dancing on the rough timbered wall, the truncheon and chain of command are pompously transferred to the new Grand Master. It is all child's play, but it keeps the blood of grown men coursing hopefully. Or else Lescarbot perpetuates a newspaper, a handwritten sheet giving the doings of the day, perhaps in dogged verse of his own composing. At other times, trumpets and drums and pipes keep time to a dance. As all the warring clergymen, both Huguenot and Catholic, have died of scurvy, Lescarbot acts as priest on Sundays, and winds up the day with cheerful excursions up the river or supper spread on the green. The lawyer's good spirits prove contagious. The French songs that rang through the woods of Arcadia, keeping time to the chopper's labors, were the best antidote to scurvy. But the wildwood happiness was too good to last. While Lescarbot was writing his history of the new colonies, a bolt fell from the blue. Instead of De Monts' vessel, there came in spring a fishing smack with word that the grant of Acadia had been rescinded. No more money would be advanced. Poincourt and his son, Biencourt, resolved to come back without the support of a company. But for the present, all took sad leave of the little settlement. Poincourt, Champlain, Lescarbot, and sailed with the Cape Breton fishing fleet for France, where they landed in October 1607. Cartier, Roberval, La Roche, de Monts, all had failed to establish France in Canada. And as for England, Sir Humphrey's colonists lay bleaching skeletons at the bottom of the sea. End of section 4. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Section 5 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. LAUT. Section 5, from 1607 to 1635, Part 1. Though the monopoly had yet to be rescinded, Poutrincourt set himself to interesting merchants in the fur trade of Acadia, and the French king confirmed to him the grant of Port Royal. Yet it was 1610 before Baron Poutrincourt had gathered supplies to reestablish the colony, and an ominous cloud rose on the horizon, threatening his supremacy in the New World. Nearly all the merchants supporting him were either Huguenots or moderate Catholics. The Jesuits were all powerful at court and were pressing for a part in his scheme. The Jesuit, Father Bard, was waiting at Bordeaux to join the ship. Poutrincourt evaded issues with such powerful opponents. He took on board Father La Flèche, a moderate, and gave the Jesuit the slip by sailing from Dieppe in February. To this quarrel there are two sides, as to all quarrels. The colony must now be supported by the fur trade, and fur traders, world over, easily add to their profits by deeds which will not bear the censure of missionaries. On the other hand, to Poutrincourt the Jesuits mean divided authority, and the most lawless scoundrel that ever perpetrated crimes in the fur trade could win over the favor of the priests by a hypocritical semblance contrition at the confessional. Contrition never yet undid a crime, and civil courts can take no cognizance of repentance. When the ships sailed in to Port Royal, the little fort was found precisely as it had been left. Not even the furniture had been disturbed, and old Membertou, the Indian chief, welcomed the white men back with taciturn joy. Père La Fléché assembles the savages, tells them the story of the Christian faith, then to the beat of a drum and chant Te Deum receives, one afternoon, 20 naked converts into the folds of the church. Membertou is baptized Henry, after the king, and all his frowsy squaws renamed after ladies of the most dissolute court in Christendom. Young Biencourt is to convey the ship back to France. He finds that the Queen Dowager has taken the Jesuits under her special protection. Money enough to buy out the interests of the Huguenot merchants, for the Jesuits has been advanced. Fathers Baird and Massey embark on the Grace of God with young Biencourt in January 1611 for Port Royal. Almost at once the divided authority results in trouble. Coasting the Bay of Fundy, Biencourt discovers that Pontgravé's son has roused the hostility of the Indians by some shameless act. Young Biencourt is for hanging the miscreant to the yardarm, but the sinner gains the ear of the saints by woeful tale of penitence, and Father Baird sides with young Pontgravé. Instead of the gaiety that reigned at Port Royal in L'Escarbot's day, now is sullen mistrust. The Jesuits threaten young Biencourt with excommunication. Biencourt retaliates by threatening them with expulsion. For 3 months no religious services are held. The boat of 1612 brings out another Jesuit, Gilbert the Thet, and Jonas, which comes in 1613 with 50 more men, La Saussaye commander, Fleury captain, has been entirely outfitted by friends of the Jesuits. By this time, Baron de Poutrincourt in France was involved in debt beyond hope, but his right to Port Royal was unshaken, and the Jesuits decided to steer south to seek a new site for their colony. Zigzagging along the coast of Maine, Captain Fleury cast anchor off Mount Desert at Frenchman's Bay. A cross was erected, mass celebrated, and 4 white tents pitched to house the people. But the clash between civil and religious authority broke out again. The sailors would not obey the priests. Fleury feared mutiny. Saussaye, the commander, lost his head, and disorder was ripening to disaster when there appeared over the sea the peak of a sail topped by a little red ensign, the flag of the English, who claimed all this coast. And the sail was succeeded by decks with 60 mariners, and hulls through which ports bristled 14 cannon. The newcomer was Samuel Argall of Virginia, whom the Indians had told of the French, now bearing down full sail, cannon leveled, to expel these aliens from the domain of England's king. Drums were beating, trumpets were blowing, fifes shrieking. There was no mistaking the purpose of the English ship. Saussaye, the French commander, dashed for hiding in the woods. Captain Fleury screamed for blood from an English cannonade that swept the French decks bare and set all sails in flame. In the twinkling of an eye, Argall had captured men and craft. 15 of the French prisoners he set adrift in open boat, on the chance of their joining the French fishing fleet off Cape Breton. They were ultimately carried to St. Malo. The rest of the prisoners, including Father Baird, he took back to Virginia, where the commission held from the French king assured them honorable treatment in time of peace. But Argall was promptly sent north again with his prisoners and 3 frigates to lay waste every vestige of French settlement from Maine to St. John Mount Desert, the ruins of St. Croix, the fortress beloved by Poutrincourt at Point Royal, the ripening wheat of Annapolis Basin, all fed the flames of Argall's zeal, and young Biencourt's wood runners, watching from the forests the destruction of all their hopes, the ruin of all their plans, ardently begged their young commander to parley with Argall that they might obtain the Jesuit Baird and hang him to the highest tree. To his coming they attributed all the woes. It was as easy for them to believe that the Jesuit had piloted the English destroyer to Port Royal as it had been 10 years before for the Catholics to accuse the Huguenots of murdering the lost priest Aubry, and there was probably as much truth in one charge as the other. So fell Port Royal, but out round the ruins of Port Royal, where the little river runs down to the sea past Goat Island, young Biencourt and his followers took to the woods, the first of that race of bush lopers, half savages, half noblemen, to render France such glorious service in the New World. When De Monts lost monopoly of furs in Acadia, Champlain, the court geographer, had gone home from Port Royal to France. De Monts now succeeds in obtaining a fresh monopoly for 1 year on the St. Lawrence, and sends out 2 ships in 1608 under his old friends Pontgravé, who is to attend to the bartering, Champlain, who is to explore. With them come some of the colonists from Port Royal, among others Louis Hebert, the chemist, first colonist to become farmer at Quebec, and Abraham Martin, whose name was given to the famous plains where Wolfe and Montcalm later fought. Pontgravé arrived at the rendezvous of Tadoussac early in June. Here he found Basque fishermen engaged in the peltry traffic with Indians from Labrador. When Pontgravé read his commission interdicting all ships but those of De Monts from trade, the Basques poured a fusillade of musketry across his decks, killing 1 man, wounding 2, then boarded his vessel and trundled his cannon ashore. So much for royal commissions and monopoly. At this stage came Champlain on the second boat. 2 vessels were overstrong for the Basques. They quickly came to terms and decamped. Champlain steered his tiny craft on up the silver flood of the St. Lawrence to that Cape Diamond where Cartier's men had gathered worthless stones. Between the high cliff and the river front, not far from the marketplace off Quebec City today, workmen began clearing the woods for the site of the French habitation. The little fort was palisaded, of course, with moat outside and cannon commanding the river. The walls were loopholed for musketry, and inside ran a gallery to serve as lookout and defense. Houses, barracks, garden, and freshwater supply completed the fort. One day, as Champlain worked in his garden, a colonist begged to speak with him. Champlain stepped into the woods. The man then blurted out how a conspiracy was on foot, instigated by the Basques, to assassinate Champlain, seize the fort, and stab any man who dared to resist. One of Pontgravé's small boats lay at anchor. Champlain sent for the pilot, told him the story of the plot, gave him 2 bottles of wine, and bade him invite the ringleaders on board that night to drink. The ruse worked. The ringleaders were handcuffed, and other colonists awakened in the fort and told that the plot had been crushed. The body of Duval, the chief plotter, in pay of the Basques, swung as warning from a gibbet, and his head was exposed on a pike to the birds of the air. Though Pontgravé left a garrison of 28 when he sailed for France, less than a dozen men had survived the plague of scurvy when the ships came back to Champlain in 1609. Champlain's part had been to explore. Now that his fort was built, he planned to do this by allying himself with the Indians, who came down to trade at Quebec. There were the Hurons and the Montagnais, the former from Ottawa, the latter from Labrador. Both waged ceaseless war on the Iroquois south of the St. Lawrence. After bartering their furs for weapons from the traders, the allied tribes would set out on the warpath against the Iroquois. In June, Champlain and 11 white men accompanied the roving warriors. The way led from the St. Lawrence south up to the river Richelieu. Champlain's boat was a ponderous craft, and when the shiver of the sparkling rapids came with a roar through the dank forest, the heavy boat had to be sent back to Quebec. Adopting the light birch canoe of the Indian, Champlain went on, accompanied by only 2 white men. Of Indians, there were 24 canoes with 60 warriors. For the first part of the voyage, night was made hideous by the grotesque war dances of the braves lashing themselves to fury by scalp raids in pantomime, or by the medicine man holding solemn converse with the demons of earth. The tent poles of the medicine lodge rocked as if by wind, while eldritch howls predicted victory. Then the long line of silent canoes had spread out on that upland lake named after Champlain. The heavily forested Adirondacks breaking the skyline on one side, the Green Mountains rolling away on the other. Caution now marked all advance. The Indians paddled only at night, withdrawing to the wooded shore through the morning mist to hide in the undergrowth for the day. This was the land of the Iroquois. On July 29th, as the invaders were stealing silently along the west shore near Crown Point at night about 10 o'clock, there were seen by the starlight, coming over the water with that particular galloping motion of paddles dipping together, the Iroquois war canoes. Each side recognized the other, and the woods rang with shouts. But gathering clouds and the mist rising from the river screened the foes from mutual attack, although the night echoed to shout and counter-shout and challenge and abuse. Through the half-light, Champlain could see that the Iroquois were working like beavers, erecting a barricade of logs. The assailants kept to their canoes under cover of bull-hide shields till daylight, when Champlain buckled on his armor, breastplate, helmet, thigh pieces, and, landing, advanced. They were no less than 200 Iroquois. Outnumbering the Hurons 3 times over, they uttered a jubilant whoop and came on at a rush. Champlain and his 2 white men took aim. The foremost chiefs dropped in their tracks. Terrified by the sticks that thundered and spat fire, the Iroquois fell back in amaze, halted, then fled. The victory was complete, but it left as a legacy to the undying enmity of the Iroquois. When Champlain came out from France in 1610, he would have repeated the raid, but a fight with invading Iroquois at the mouth of the Richelieu delayed him, and the expiration of De Monts' monopoly took him back to France. In 1611, trade was free to all comers. Fur traders flocked to the St. Lawrence like birds of a passage. The only way to secure furs for De Monts was to go higher up the river beyond Quebec, and ascending to Montreal, Champlain built a factory called Place Royale, with a wall of bricks to resist the ice jam. This was the third French fort Champlain helped to found in Canada. Presently, on his tracks to Montreal, came a flock of free traders. When the Hurons came shooting down the foamy rapids, here a pole shoved to avoid splitting canoes on a rock in mid rush, there a dexterous whirl from the trough of a backwash, the fur traders fire off their guns in welcome. The Hurons are suspicious. What means it, these white men, coming in such numbers, firing off their sticks that thunder? At midnight, they come stealthily to Champlain's lodge to complain. Peltries and canoes, the Indians transfer themselves above the rapids, and later conduct Champlain down those same white whirlpools to the uneasy amaze of the explorer. It is clear to Champlain he must obtain royal patronage to stem the boldness of these free traders. In France, he obtains the favor of the Bourbons, and he obtains it more generously because the world of Paris has gone agog about a fabulous tale that sets the court by the ears. From the first, Champlain has encouraged young Frenchmen to winter with the Indian hunters and learn the languages. Brulé is with them now. Nicolas Vignau has just come back from the Ottawa with a fairy story of a marvelous voyage he has made with the Indians through the forests to the Sea of the North, the sea where Henry Hudson, the Englishman, had perished. As the romance gains the ear of the public, the young man waxes eloquent in detail and tells of the number of Englishmen living there. Champlain is ordered to follow this exploration up. May 1613, he is back at Montreal, opposite that island named St. Helen, after the frail girl who became his wife, preparing to ascend the Ottawa with 4 white men, among them Vignau. What Vignau's sensations were, one may guess. The vain youth had not meant his love for notoriety to carry him so far, and he must have known that every foot of the way led him nearer detection. But the liar is always a gambler with chance. Mishap, bad weather, Indian war might drive Champlain back. Vignau assumed bold face. The path followed was that river trail up the Ottawa, which was to become the highway of Empire's westward march for 2.5 centuries. Mont Royal is left to the rear as the voyageurs traverse the Indian Trail through the forests along the rapids to that launching place named after the patron saint of French voyageurs, St. Anne's. The river widens into the silver expanse of Two Mountains Lake, rimmed to the skyline by the vernal hills, with a silence and solitude all over, as when sunlight first fell on the face of man. Here the eagle utters a lonely scream from the top of some blasted pine. There is a convoy of ducks, catching sight of the coming canoes, dive to bottom, only to reappear a gunshot away. When the voyageurs land for their nooning, or camp at nightfall, or pause to gum the spits in their birch canoes, the forest, in the full flush of spring verdure, is a fairy woods. Against the elms and the maples, leafing out in airy tracery that reveals the branches, bronze among the budding green, stand the silvery birches and the somber hemlock and the resinous pines. Upbursting from the mold below is another miniature forest, a forest of ferns putting out the hairy fronds that in another month will be above the height of a man. Overhead, like a flame of fire, flashes the scarlet tanager with his querulous call, or the oriole flirts from branch to branch, fluting his springtime notes, or the yellow warbler balances on topmost spray to sing his crisp love song on the long journey north to nest on Hudson's Bay. And over all and in all, intangible as light, intoxicating as wine, is the tang of the clear, unsullied crystal air, setting the blood coursing with new life. Little wonder that Brulé and Vignau and other young men who Champlain sent to the woods to learn wood lore became so enamored of the life that they never returned to civilization. Presently, the sibilant rush of waters forewarns rapids. Indians and voyageurs debark, invert canoes on their shoulders, packs on back with straps across foreheads, and amble away over the portages at the voyageurs' dog trot, which is half walk, half run. So the rapids of Carillon and Long Sault are ascended. Nighttime is passed on some sandy shore on a bed under the stars, or under the canoes turned upside down. Tents are erected only for the commander, Champlain, and at day dawn, when the tips of the trees are touched with light and the morning mist is smoking up from the river shot with gold, canoes are again on the water and paddle blades tossing the winds behind. End of section 5. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Section number 6 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. LAUT. From 1607 to 1635. Part 2. The Laurentian hills now roll from the river in purpling folds like fields of heather. The Gatineau is passed, winding in on the right through dense forests. On the left, flowing through the rolling sand hills and joining the main river just where the waters fall over a precipice in a cataract of spray, is the Rideau River, with its famous falls resembling the white folds of a wind-blown curtain. Then the voyageurs have swept round that wooded cliff known as Parliament Hill, jutting out in the river, and there breaks on view a wall of water hurling down in shimmering floods at the Chaudière Falls. The high cliff to the left and concurrent from the falls swirl the canoes over to the right side to the sandy flats where the lumber piles today defile the river. Here boats are once more hauled up for portage, a long portage, 9 miles, all the way to the modern town of Aylmer, where the river becomes as wide as a lake, Lake du Chien of the oak forests. Here camp for the night was made, and leaks in the canoes mended with resin, round fires gleaming red as an angry eye across the darkening waters, while the prowling wildcats and lynx, which later gave such good hunting in these forests that the adjoining rapids became known as the Chats, sent their unearthly screams shivering through the darkness. Somewhere near Lumet Isle, Champlain came to an Indian settlement of the Ottawa tribe. He camped to ask for guides to go on. Old Chief Tessouat holds solemn powwow, passing the peace pipe round from hand to hand in silence, before the warriors rise to answer Champlain. Then, with the pompous gravity of Abraham dickering with the desert tribes, they warn Champlain it is unsafe to go farther. Beyond the Ottawa is the Nipissing, where dwell the Sorcerer Indians, a treacherous people. Beyond the Nipissing is the great fresh-water sea of the Hurons. They will grant Champlain canoes, but warn him against the trip. Later the interpreter comes with word they have changed their minds. Champlain must not go on. It is too dangerous. Attack would involve war. What? Demanded Champlain, rushing in the midst of the council tent. To not go? Why, my young man here, pointing to Vignau, has gone to that country and found no danger. What Vignau thought at that stage is not told. The Indians turned on him in fury. Nicholas, did you say you had visited the Nipissings? Vignau hems and haws and stammers, yes. Liar, roars the chief. You slept here every night, and if you went to the Nipissings, you went in a dream. Then to Champlain, let him be tortured. Champlain took the fellow to his own tent. Vignau reiterated his story. Champlain took him back to the council. The Indians jeered his answers and tore the story he told to tatters, showing Champlain how utterly wrong Vignau's descriptions were. That night, on promise of forgiveness, Vignau fell on his knees and confessed the imposture to Champlain. When the fur canoes came down the Ottawa to trade at Montreal, Champlain accompanied them to the St. Lawrence and sailed for France. His exploration had been an ignominious failure. Champlain was ever Knight of the Cross as well as explorer. He longed with the zeal of a missionary to reclaim the Indians from savagery, and at last raised funds in France to pay the expense of bringing 4 or 5 Recollets, a branch of the Franciscan friars, to Quebec in May of 1615. With the peaked hood thrown back, the gray garb roped in at the waist, the bare feet protected only by heavy sandals, the Recollets landed at Quebec, and with cannon booming, white men all on bended knee held service before the amazed savages. Of the Recollets, it was agreed that Joseph Le Caron should go west to the Hurons of the Sweetwater Sea, accompanied by a dozen Frenchmen. The friar ascended the Ottawa in July, passed the Allumette Island, where Vignau's lie had been confessed, and proceeded westward to the land of the Hurons. 9 days later Champlain followed with 2 canoes, 10 Indians, and Etienne Brulé, his interpreter. In order to hold the everlasting loyalty of the Hurons and Algonquins in Canada, Champlain had pledged them that the French would join their 2,500 warriors in a great invasion of the Iroquois to the south. It was to be a war not of aggression but of defense, for the 5 nations of the Iroquois in New York State had harried the Canadian tribes like wolves raiding a sheep pen. No Frenchman cultivating his farm patch on the St. Lawrence was safe from ambuscade, no hunter afield secure from a chance war party. Any tourist crossing Canada today can trace Champlain's voyage. Where the rolling tide of the Ottawa forks at Mattawa, there comes in on the west side, through dense forests and cedar swamps, a river amber-colored with the wood mold of centuries. This is the Mattawa. Up the Mattawa Champlain pushed his canoes westward, up the shining flood of the Yellow River as gold where the waters shallow above the pebble bottom. Then the gravel grated keels. The shallows became weed-grown swamps that entangled the paddles and hid voyageur from voyageur in reeds the height of a man. And presently a portage over rocks, slippery as ice, leads to a stream flowing westward, opening on a low-lying clay-colored lake, the country of the Nipissings, with whom Champlain pauses to feast and hear tales of witchcraft and demon lore that gave them the name of sorcerers. In a few sleeps, they tell him, he will reach the Sweetwater Sea. The news is welcome, for the voyageurs are down to short rations, and launched eagerly westward on the stream draining Neilson Lake, French River. This is a tricky little stream in whose sands lie buried the bodies of countless French voyageurs. It is more dangerous going with rapids than against them, for the hastening current is sometimes an undertow which sweeps the canoes into the rapids before the roar of the waterfall has given warning, and the country is barren of game. As they cross the portages, Champlain's men are glad to snatch at the raspberry and cranberry bushes for food, and their nighttime meal is dependent on chance fishing. Indian hunters are met, 300 of them, the staring hares, so named from the upright posture of their headdress tipped by an eagle quill, and again Champlain is told is very near the inland sea. It comes as discoveries nearly always come. His finding of the Great Lakes, for though Joseph Le Caron, the missionary, had passed this way 10 days ago, the zealous priest never paused to explore and map the region. You are paddling down the brown, forest-shadowed waters, long lanes of water, like canal through walls of trees, silent as sentinels. Suddenly a change almost imperceptible comes. Instead of the earthy smell of the forest mold in your nostrils is the clear tang of sun-bathed, water-washed rocks, and the sky begins to swim, to lose itself at the horizon. There is no sudden bursting of a sea on your view. The river begins to coil in and out among islands. The amber waters have become sheeted silver. You wind from island to island, islands of pink granite, islands with no tree but one lone blasted pine, islands that are in themselves forests. There is no end to these islands. They are not in hundreds, they are in thousands. Then you see the spray breaking over the reefs, and there is a skyline. You are not on a river at all. You are on an inland sea. You have been on the lake for hours. One can guess how Champlain's men scrambled from island to island and fished for the rock bass above the deep pools, and ran along the waterline of wave-dashed reefs, wondering vaguely if the wind-wash were the ocean tide of the Western Sea. But Champlain's Huron guides had not come to find a Western Sea. With the quick choppy stroke of the Indian paddler, they were conveying him down that eastern shore of Lake Huron, now known as Georgian Bay, from French River to Parry Sound and Midland and Penetang. Where these little towns today stand on the hillsides was a howling wilderness of forest, with never a footprint but the zigzagging trail of the Indians back from Georgian Bay to what is now Lake Simcoe. Between these two shores lay the stamping grounds of the great Huron tribe. How numerous were they? Records differ. Certainly at no time more numerous than 30,000 souls all told, including children. Though they yearly came to Montreal for trade and war, the Hurons were sedentary, living in the long houses of bark enclosed by triple palisades, such as Cartier had seen at Hochelaga almost a century before. Champlain followed his supple guides along the wind-fallen forest trail to the Huron villages. Here he found the missionary. One can guess how the souls of these two heroes burned as the deep solemn chant to the Te Deum for the first time rolled through the forests of Lake Huron. But now Champlain must to business, and his business is war. Brulé and 12 Indians are sent like the carriers of a fiery cross in the Highlands of Scotland to rally tribes of the Susquehanna to join the Hurons against the Iroquois. A wild war dance is held with the mystic rites of the lodges of the Hurons, and the braves set out with Champlain from Lake Simcoe for Lake Ontario by way of Trent River. As they near what is now New York State, buckskin is flung aside, the naked bodies painted and greased, and the trail shunned for the pathless woods off the beaten track where the Indians glide like beasts of prey through the frost-tinted forest. The October 9th, they suddenly come on some anacondas fishing, and they begin torturing their captives by cutting off a girl's finger, when Champlain commands them to desist. Presently the forest opens to a farm clearing where the Iroquois are harvesting their corn. Spite of all Champlain could do, the wild Hurons uttered their war cry and rushed the field, but the Iroquois turned on the rabble and drove them back to the woods. Champlain was furious. They should have waited for Brulé to come with their allies, and the foolish attack had only served to forewarn the enemy. He frankly told the Hurons if they were going to fight under his command, they must fight as white men fight, and he set them to building a platform from which marksmen could shoot over the walls of the Iroquois town. But the admonitions fell on frenzied ears. No sooner was the command to advance given than the Hurons broke from cover like maniacs, easy marks for the javelin throwers inside the walls, and hurled themselves against the Iroquois palisades in blind fury, making more din with yelling than woe with shots. Boiling water poured from the galleries inside, drove the braves back from the walls, and poisoned barb of the Iroquois arrows pursued their flight. A score fell wounded, among them Champlain with an arrow in his kneecap. The flight became panic, fast and furious, with the wounded carried on wicker stretchers whose every jolt added agony to pain. As for Brulé, he arrived with the allies only to find that the Hurons had fled, and here was he, alone in a hostile land, with Iroquois warriors rampant as molested wasps. In the swift retreat off the trail Brulé lost his way. He was without food or powder, and had to choose between starvation or surrender to the Iroquois. Throwing down his weapons, he gave himself up to what he knew would be a certain torture. He had winced or whined as they tore the nails from his fingers and the hair from his head. The Iroquois would probably have brained him on the spot for a poltroon, but the young man, bound to a stake, pointed to a gathering storm as sign of heaven's displeasure. The high spirit pleased the Iroquois. They unbound him and took him with them in their wanderings for 3 years. The Hurons had promised to convey Champlain back down the St. Lawrence to Quebec, but the defeat had caused loss of prestige. The man with the stick that thundered was no more invulnerable to wounds than they. They forgot their promises and invented excuses for not proceeding to Quebec. Champlain wintered with the hunters somewhere north of Lake Ontario, and came down the Ottawa with fur canoes the next summer. He was received at Quebec as one risen from the dead. While Champlain had been exploring, New France had not prospered as a colony. Royal patron after royal patron sold the monopoly to fresh hands, and each new master appointed Champlain viceroy. The new fur trade merchants could pay 40% dividends, but could do nothing to advance settlement. Less than 100 people made up the population of New France, and these were torn asunder by jealousies. Huguenot and Catholic were opposed, and when 3 Jesuits came to Quebec, Jesuits and Recollets distrusted each other. Madame Champlain joined her husband at Quebec in 1620 to stay for 4 years, and that same year Champlain built himself a new habitation, the famous Castle of St. Louis, on the cliff above the first dwelling. Louis Hebert, the apothecary of Port Royal, is now a farmer close to the castle of Quebec, and the wife of Abraham Martin has given birth to the first white child born in New France. Now came a revolutionary change. Cardinal Richelieu was virtual ruler of France. He quickly realized that the monopolists were sucking the lifeblood of the colony in furs and were giving nothing in return to the country. In 1627, under the great cardinal's patronage, the Company of 100 Associates was formed. This company any of the seaport traders could buy shares. Indeed, they were promised patent of nobility if they did buy shares. Exclusive monopoly of furs was given to the company from Florida to Labrador. In return, the associates were to send 2 ships yearly to Canada. Before 1643, they were to bring out 4,000 colonists, support them for 3 years, and give them land. In each settlement were to be supported 3 priests, and to prevent discord, Huguenots were to be banished from New France. To Champlain it must have seemed as if the ambition of his life were to be realized. Just when the sky seemed to be clearest, the bolt fell. Early in April 1628, the Associates had dispatched colonists and stores for Quebec. But war had broken out between France and England. Gervais Kirke, an English Huguenot of Dieppe, France, who had been put under the ban by Cardinal Richelieu, had rallied the merchants of London to fit out privateers to wage war on New France. The vessels were commanded by the 3 sons, Thomas, Louis, and David, and to the Kirkes rallied many Huguenots banished from France. Quebec was hourly looking for the annual ships, when one morning in July 2 men rushed breathless through the woods and up the steep rock to Castle St. Louis, with word that an English fleet of 6 frigates lay in hiding at Tadoussac, ready to pounce on the French. Later came other messages, Indians, fishermen, traders, confirming the terrible news. Then a Basque fisherman arrives with a demand from Kirke for the keys to the fort. Though there is no food inside the walls, less than 50 pounds of ammunition in the storehouse, and not enough men to man the guns, Champlain hopes against hope and sends the Basque fisherman back with suave regrets that he cannot comply with Monsieur Kirke's polite request. Quebec's one chance lay in the hope that the French vessels might slip past the English frigates by night. Days were on to weeks, weeks to months, and 1,000 rumors filled the air, but no ships came. The people of Quebec were now reduced to diet of nuts and corn. Then came Indian runners with word that the French ships had been waylaid, boarded, scuttled, and sunk. Loaded to the waterline with booty, the English privateers had gone home. For that winter Quebec lived on such food as the Indians brought in from the woods. For the summer of 1629, men, women, and children were grubbing for roots, fishing for food, ranging the rocks for berries. There are times when the only thing to do is do nothing, and it is probably the hardest task a brave man ever has. When the English fleet came back in July, Champlain had a ragamuffin, half-starved retinue of precisely 16 men, yet he haggled for such terms that the English promised to convey the prisoners to France. On July 20th, for the first time in history, the red flag of England blew to the winds above the heights of Quebec. But New France was only a pawn to the gamesters of French and English diplomacy. Peace was proclaimed, and for sake of receiving $200,000 as dowry due to his French wife, Charles of England restored to France the half-continent which the Kirkes had captured. David Kirke receiving the paltry honour of title as compensation for the loss. Champlain was back in Quebec by 1633, but his course had run. Between Christmas Eve and Christmas morning in 1635, the brave soldier of the cross, the first knight of the Canadian wildwoods, passed from the sphere of earthly life, a life without stain, whether among the intriguing courtiers of Paris or in the midst of naked license in the Indian camp. End of section 6. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Section 7 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. LAUT. From 1635 to 1666. When Port Royal fell before Argyle, it will be remembered, young Biencourt took to the woods with his French bush lopers and Indian followers of Nova Scotia. The farms and fort of Annapolis Basin, granted to his father by special patents, lay in ruins. Familiar with the woods as the English buccaneer who had destroyed the fort was with the ship's cabin, Biencourt withdrew to the southwest corner of Nova Scotia, where he built a rude stronghold of logs and slabs near the modern Cape Sable. Here he could keep in touch with the French fishermen off Cape Breton and also traffic with the Indians of the mainland. With Biencourt was a young man of his own age, boon comrade, kindred spirit, who had come to Port Royal a boy of 14 in 1606 in the gay days of Marc Lescarbot, Charles de La Tour. Sea rovers, bush lopers, these two could bid defiance to English raiders. Whether Biencourt died in 1623 or went home to France is unknown, but he deeded over to his friend Charles de La Tour all possessions in Acadia. And now England again comes on the scene. By virtue of Cabot's discovery and Argyll's conquest, the King of England in 1621 grants to Sir William Alexander, the Earl of Stirling, all of Acadia, renamed Nova Scotia, New Scotland. By way of encouraging immigration, the Order of Nova Scotia Baronets is created, a title being granted to those who subscribe to the colonization company. Sir William Alexander's colonists shunned the French bushlopers under Charles de La Tour down to Fort St. Louis on Cape Sable. The 70 Scotch colonists go on up the Annapolis Basin and build their fort 4 miles from the old Port Royal. How did they pass the pioneer years, these Scottish retainers of the Nova Scotia Baronets? Report among the French fishing fleet says 30 died of scurvy, but of definite information not a vestige remains. The annals of these colonists are as completely lost to history as the annals of the lost Roanoke colony in Virginia. Under the same English patent, Lord Ochiltree lands English colonists in Cape Breton, the grand summer rendezvous of the French fishermen. But two can play at Argyll's game of raids. French seamen swoop down on Ochiltree's colony, capture 50, destroy the settlement, and run up the white flag of France in place of the red standard of England. Charles La Tour, with his Huguenots, hides safely ensconced behind his slab palisades, the swarthy faces of 100 Indian retainers, lighted up by the huge logs ablaze on the hearth. Charles de La Tour takes counsel with himself. English at Port Royal, English at Cape Breton, English on the mainland at Boston, English ships passing and repassing his lone lodge in the wilderness. He will be safer with Charles de La Tour, with wider distance between himself and the foe, and he will take more peltries where there are fewer traders. Still keeping his fort in Nova Scotia, La Tour goes across Fundy Bay and builds him a second, stronger fort on St. John River, New Brunswick, near where Carleton town stands today. Then two things happen that upset all plans. The 100 Associates are given all Canada, Quebec and Acadia. Founded by Cardinal Richelieu, the 100 Associates are violently Catholic, violently anti-Protestant. Charles de La Tour need expect no favors, if indeed the grant that he holds from Biencourt be not assailed. Double reason for moving the most of his possessions across Fundy Bay to St. John River. Then the Englishmen, under the Kirke brothers, capture Quebec. As luck or ill luck will have it, among the French captured from the French ships of the 100 Associates down at Tadoussac is Claude de La Tour, the father of Charles. Claude de La Tour was a Protestant. This and his courtly manner and his noble birth commended him to the English court. What had France done for Claude de La Tour? Placed him under the ban on account of his religion. Claude de La Tour promptly became a British subject, received the title of Baronet of Nova Scotia with enormous grants of land on St. John River, New Brunswick, married an English lady in waiting to the Queen, and sailed 3 men of war for Nova Scotia to win over his son Charles. No writer like Marc Lescarbot was present to describe the meeting between father and son, but one can guess the stormy scene, the war between love of country and love of father, the guns of the son's fort pointing at the father's vessels. The father's arguments were strong. What had France done for the La Tours? By siding with England, they would receive safe asylum in case of persecution and enormous grants of land on St. John River. But the son's arguments were stronger. The father must know from his English bride, maid in waiting to the English Queen, that England had no intention of keeping her newly captured possessions in Canada, but had already decided to trade them back to France for a dowry to the English Queen. If Canada were given back to France, what were English grants in New Brunswick worth? If those who sent you think me capable of betraying my country even at the prayer of my father, they are mightily mistaken, thundered the young man, ordering his gunners to their places. I don't purchase honors by crime. I don't undervalue the offer of England's king, but the King of France is just as able to reward me. The King of France has confided the defense of Acadia to me, and I'll defend it to my last breath. Stung by his son's rebuke, the elder La Tour retired to his ship, wrote one more unavailing appeal, then landed his mariners to rush the fort. But the rough bush lopers inside the palisades were expert marksmen. Their raking crossfire kept the English at a distance, and the father could neither drive nor coax his men to the sticking point of courage to scale palisades in such an unnatural war. Charles de La Tour was now in an unenviable plight. He dared not go back to France a traitor. He could not go back to England, having failed to win the day. The son built him a dwelling outside the fort, and there this famous courtier of two great nations, with his noble wife, retired to pass the end of his days in a wildwood wilderness far enough from the gaudy tinsel of courts. The fate of both husband and wife is unknown. Charles de La Tour's predictions were soon verified. The Treaty of St. Germain de Laye in 1632 gave back all Canada to France, and the young man's loyalty was rewarded by the French king confirming the father's English patent to the lands of St. John River, New Brunswick. Perhaps he expected more. He certainly wanted to be governor of Acadia and may have looked for fresh title to Port Royal, which Biencourt had deeded to him. His ambition was embittered. Cardinal Richelieu of the Hundred Associates had his own favorites to look after. Acadia is divided into 3 provinces. Over all as governor is Isaac Razilli, chief of the Hundred Associates. La Tour holds St. John. One St. Denis is given Cape Breton and Port Royal. The best province of all falls to Sieur d'Aulnay de Charezay, friend and relative of Richelieu, and when Razilli dies in 1635, Charezay, with his strong influence at court, easily secures the dead man's patents with all land grants attached. Charezay becomes governor of Acadia. For a second time, La Tour is thwarted. Who began the border warfare matters little. Whether Charezay, as lord of all Acadia, first ordered La Tour to surrender St. John, or La Tour, holding his grant from Biencourt to Port Royal, ordered Charezay to give up Annapolis Basin, war had begun. Such border warfare as it is parallel only in the raids of rival barons in the Middle Ages. Did La Tour's vessels, laden with furs, slip out from St. John River across Fundy Bay, bound for France? There lay at Cape Sable and Sable Island Charnisay's freebooters, Charnisay's wreckers, ready to board the ship or lure her a wreck on Sable Island reefs by false lights. It is unsafe to accept as facts charges and countercharges made by these two enemies, but from independent sources it seems fairly certain that Charnisay, unknown to Cardinal Richelieu, was a bit of a freebooter and wrecker, for his men made a regular business of waylaying English ships from Boston, Dutch ships from New York, as they passed Sable Island, and Charnisay's name became cordially hated by the Protestant colonies of New England. La Tour, being Huguenot, could count on firm friends in Boston. Countless legends cling to Fundy Bay of the forays between these two. In 1640, La Tour and his wife, cruising past Annapolis Basin in their fur ships, rashly entered and attacked Port Royal. Their ship was run aground by Charnisay's vessels and captured, but the friars persuaded the victor to set La Tour and his wife free, pending appeal to France. France, of course, decided in favor of Charnisay, who was of royal blood, a relative of Richelieu's, in higher favor with the court. La Tour's patent was revoked, and he was ordered to surrender his fort on the St. John. In answer, La Tour loaded his cannon, locked the fort gates, and bade defiance to Charnisay. Charnisay sails across Fundy Bay in June 1643 with a fleet of 4 vessels and 500 men to bombard the fort. La Tour was without provisions, though his store ship from France lay in hiding outside, blocked from entering by Charnisay's fleet. Days passed. Resistance was hopeless. On one side lay the impenetrable forest, on the other, Charnisay's fleet. On the night of June 12th, La Tour and his wife slipped from a little sally port in the dark, ran along the shore, and invading spies succeeded in rowing out to the store ship. Ebb tide carried them far from the 4-man war, anchored fast in front of the abandoned fort. Then sails out, the store ship fled for Boston, where La Tour and his wife appealed for aid. The Puritans of Boston had qualms of conscience about interfering in this French quarrel, but they did not forget that Charnisay's records had stripped their merchant ships come to grief on the reefs of Sable Island. La Tour gave the Boston merchants a mortgage on his belongings at St. John, and in return obtained 4 vessels, 50 mariners, 92 soldiers, and 38 cannon. With this fleet he swooped down on Fundy Bay in July. Charnisay's vessels lay before Fort St. John, where the stubborn little garrison still held out when La Tour came down on him like an enraged eagle. Charnisay's fur ships were boarded, scuttled, and sunk, while the commander himself fled in terror for Port Royal. All sails pressed. La Tour pursued right into Annapolis Basin, wounding 7 of the enemy, killing 3, taking 1 prisoner. Charnisay's one remaining vessel grounded in the river. A fight took place near the site of the mill which Poutrincourt had built long ago, but Charnisay succeeded in gaining the shelter of Port Royal, where his cannon soon compelled La Tour to fly from Annapolis Basin. Charnisay found it safer to pass that winter in France, and La Tour gathered in all the peltry traffic of the bay. Early in 1644, Charnisay returned and sent a friar to secure the neutrality of the New Englanders. All summer negotiations dragged on between Boston and Port Royal, La Tour meanwhile scouring land and sea unchecked, packing his fort with peltries. Finally, Charnisay promised to desist from all fur trade along the coast if the New England colonies would remain neutral, and the colonies promised not to aid La Tour. La Tour was now outlawed by the French government, and Charnisay had actually induced New England to promise not to convey either La Tour or his wife to or from Bay of Fundy in English boats. La Tour chanced to be absent from his fort in 1645. Like a bird of prey, Charnisay swooped down on St. John River, but he had not reckoned on Madame La Tour, Frances Marie Jacqueline. With the courage and agility of a trained soldier, she commanded her little garrison of 50 and returned the raiders' cannonade with a fury that sent Charnisay limping back to Port Royal with splintered decks, 20 mangled corpses jumbled aft, and a dozen men wounded to the death lying in the hold. With all the power of France at his back, Charnisay had been defeated by a woman, the Huguenot wife of an outlaw. He must reduce La Tour or stand discredited before the world. Furious beyond words, he hastened to France to prepare an overwhelming armament. But Madame La Tour was not idle. She, too, hastened across the Atlantic to solicit aid in London. One can imagine how Charnisay gnashed his teeth. Here, at last, was his chance. The Boston vessels were not to convey the La Tours back to Acadia. Like a hawk, Charnisay cruised the sea for the outcoming ship with its fair passenger. But Madame La Tour had made a cast-iron agreement with the master of the sailing vessel to bring her direct to Boston. Instead of this, the vessel cruised the St. Lawrence, trading with the Indians, and so delayed the aid coming to La Tour. But when Charnisay's searchers came on board off Sable Island, Madame La Tour was hidden among the freight in the hold. For the delay, she sued the sailing master in Boston and obtained a judgment of 2,000 pounds, and when he failed to pay, had his cargo seized and sold, and with the proceeds equipped 3 vessels to aid her outlawed husband. So the whole of 1646 passed, each side girding itself for the final fray. April 1647, spies brought word to Charnisay that La Tour was absent from his fort. Waiting not a moment, Charnisay hurried ships, soldiers cannon across the bay. Inside La Tour's fort was no confusion. Madame La Tour had ordered every man to his place. Day and night for 3 days the siege lasted. Charnisay's men closing in on the palisades, so near they could bandy words with the fighters on the galleries inside the walls. Among La Tour's fighters were Swiss mercenaries, men who fight for the highest pay. Did Charnisay, in the language of the day, grease the fist of the Swiss sentry, or was it a case of boorish fellow refusing to fight under a woman's command? Legend gives both explanations, but on Easter Sunday morning, Charnisay's men gained entrance by scaling the walls where the Swiss sentry stood. Madame La Tour rushed her men to an inner fort loopholed with guns. Afraid of a final defeat that would disgrace him before all the world, Charnisay called upon generous terms if she would surrender. To save the lives of the men, Madame La Tour agreed to honorable surrender, and the doors were opened. In rushed Charnisay. To his amazement, the woman had only a handful of men. Disgusted with himself and boiling over with revenge for all those years of enmity, Charnisay forgot his promise and hanged every soul of the garrison but the traitor who acted as executioner, compelling Madame La Tour to watch the execution with a halter round her neck amid the jeers of the soldiery. Legend says that the experience drove her insane and caused her death within 3 weeks. Charnisay was now lord of all Acadia, with 10,000 pounds worth of Madame La Tour's jewelry transferred to Port Royal and all La Tour's furs safe in the warehouses of Annapolis Basin. But he did not long enjoy his triumph. He had the reputation of treating his Indian servants with great brutality. On the 24th of May, 1650, an Indian was rowing him up the Narrows near Port Royal. Charnisay could not swim. Without apparent cause, the boat upset. The Indian swam ashore. The commander perished. Legend again avers that the Indian upset the boat to be revenged on Charnisay for some brutality. La Tour had been wandering from Newfoundland to Boston and Quebec seeking aid, but a lost cause had few friends, and if La Tour turned private on Boston boats, he probably thought he was justified in paying off the score of Boston's bargain with Charnisay. Later, he turned trader with the Indians from Hudson Bay and found friends in Quebec. Word of his wrongs reached the French court. When Charnisay perished, La Tour was at last appointed lieutenant governor of Acadia. Widow Charnisay, left with 8 children, all minors, made what reparation she could to La Tour by giving back the fort on the St. John, and La Tour, to wipe out the bitter enmity, married the widow of his enemy in February of 1653. But this was not the seal of peace on his troubled life. Cromwell was now ascendant in England, and Major Sedgwick of Boston, in 1654, with a powerful fleet, captured Port Royal and St. John. Weary of fighting what seemed to be destiny, La Tour became a British subject, and with 2 other Englishmen was granted the whole of Acadia. 10 years later, his English partners bought out his rights, and La Tour died in the land of his many trials about 1666. A year later, the Treaty of Breda restored Acadia to France. End of section 7. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Section 8 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Canada, The Empire of the North by Agnes LAUT from 1635 to 1650, Part 1. While Charles La Tour and Charnisay scoured the Bay of Fundy in border warfare like buccaneers of the Spanish Main, what was Quebec doing? The Hundred Associates were to colonize the country, but fur trading and farming never go together. One means the end of the other, and the Hundred Associates shifted the obligation of settling the country by granting vast estates called seigneuries along the St. Lawrence, and leave to these new lords of the soil the duty of bringing out habitants. Later they deeded over for an annual rental of beaver skins the entire fur monopoly to the Habitant Company, made up of the leading people of New France. So ended all the fine promises of 4,000 colonists. Years ago, Pontgravé had learned that the Indians of the upcountry did not care to come down the St. Lawrence farther than Lake St. Peter's, where Iroquois foe lay in ambush, and the year before Champlain died, a double expedition had set out from Quebec in July, one to build a fort north of Lake St. Peter's at the entrance to the river with 3 mouths, in other words, to found 3 rivers; the other under Father Brébeuf, the Jesuit, and Jean Nicolet, the wood runner, to establish a mission in the country of the Hurons and to explore the Great Lakes. In fact, it must never be forgotten that Champlain's ambitions in laying the foundations of a new nation aimed just as much to establish a kingdom of heaven on earth as to win a new kingdom for France. Always, in the minds of the fathers of New France, Church was to be the first, State the second. When Charles de Montmagny, Knight of Malta, landed in Quebec one June morning in 1636 to succeed Champlain as governor of New France, he noticed a crucifix planted by the path side where viceroy and officers clambered up the steep hill to Castle St. Louis. Instantly Montmagny fell to his knees before the cross in silent adoration, and his example was followed by all the gay train of beplumed officers. The Jesuits regarded the episode as a splendid omen for New France, and set their chapel organ rolling a Te Deum of praise, while governor and retinue filed before the altars with bared heads. It was in the same spirit that Montreal was founded. The Jesuits' letters on the Canadian missions were now being read in France. Religious orders were on fire with missionary ardor. The Canadian missions became the fashion of the court. Ladies of noble blood asked no greater privilege than to contribute their fortunes for missions in Canada. Nuns lay prostrate before the altars, praying night and day for the advancement of the heavenly kingdom on the St. Lawrence. The Jesuits had begun their college in Quebec. The very year that Champlain had first come to the St. Lawrence, there had been born in Normandy of noble patronage a little girl who became a passionate devotee of Canadian missions. To divert her mind from the calling of a nun, her father had thrown her into a world of gaiety from which she emerged married. But her husband died in a few years, and Madame de la Peltrie, left a widow at 22, turned again her heart and soul to the scheme of endowing a Canadian mission. Again her father tried to divert her mind, threatening to cut off her fortune if she did not marry. An engagement to a young noble, who was as keen a devotee as herself, quieted her father and averted the loss of her fortune. On the death of her father, the formal union was dissolved, and Madame de la Peltrie proceeded to the Ursuline convent of Tours, where the Jesuits had already chosen a mother superior for the new institution to be founded at Quebec, Marie of the Incarnation, a woman of some 50 years. A widow like Madame de la Peltrie, and, like Madame de la Peltrie, a mystic dreamer of celestial visions and of divine communings and heroic sacrifices. How much of truth, how much of self delusion lay in these dreams of heavenly revelation is not for the outsider to say. It is as impossible for the practical mind to pronounce judgment on the mystic as for the mystic to pronounce sentence on the scientist. Both have their truths, both have their errors, and by their fruits are they known. May 4th, 1639, Madame de la Peltrie and Marie of the Incarnation embarked from Dieppe for Canada. In the ship were also another Ursuline nun, 3 hospital sisters to found the Hôtel Dieu at Quebec, Father Vimont, superior of Quebec Jesuits, and 2 other priests. The boat was like a chapel. Ship's bell tolled services. Morning prayer and evening song were chanted from the decks, and the pilgrims firmly believed that their vows allayed a storm. July 1st they were among the rocking dories of the Newfoundland fishermen, and then on the 15th the little sailboat washed and rolled to anchor inshore among the fur traders under the heights of Tadoussac. At sight of the somber Saguenay, the silver flooded St. Lawrence, the frowning mountains, the far purple hills, the primeval forests through which the wind rushed with the sound of the sea, the fishing craft dancing on the tide like cockle boats, the grizzled fur traders bronzed at the crinkled oak forests where they passed their lives, the tawny, naked savages agape at these white-skinned women come from afar, the hearts of the housed-up nuns swelled with emotions strange and sweet, the emotions of a new life in a new world. And when they scrambled over the rope coils above the fishing schooner to go on up to Quebec, and heard the deep-voiced shoutings of the men, and witnessed the toilers of the deep fighting wind and wave for the harvest of the sea, it did dawn on the fair sisterhood that God must have workers out in the strife of the world, as well as workers shut up from the world inside convent walls. Who knows? Who knows? At Tadoussac that morning, to both Madame de la Peltrie and Marie of the Incarnation, it must have seemed as if their visions had become real. And then the cannon of Quebec began to thunder till the echoes rolled from hill to hill and shook, as the mystics thought, the very strongholds of hell. Tears streamed down their cheeks at such welcome. The whole Quebec populace had rallied to the water front, and there stood Governor Montmagny in velvet cloak with a sword at belt, waving hat in welcome. Soldiers and priests cheered till the ramparts rang, and the nuns put foot to earth once more. They fell on their knees and kissed the soil of Canada. August 1st was Fête Day in Quebec. The chapel chimes rang, and rang again their gladness. The organ rolled out its floods of soul-shattering music, and deep-throated chant of priests invoked God's blessing on the coming of the women to the mission. So began the Ursuline Convent of Quebec and the Hôtel Dieu of the Hospital Sisters. But Montreal was still a howling wilderness, untenanted by man save in midsummer, when the fur traders came to Champlain's factory and the canoes of the Indians from the up-country danced down the swirling rapids like seabirds on waves. The letters from the Jesuit missions touched more hearts than those of the mystic nuns. In Anjou dwelt a receiver of taxes, Jérôme de Royer de la Dauversière, a stout, practical, God-fearing man with a family, about as far removed in temperament from the founders of the Ursulines as a character could well be. Yet he, too, had mystic dreams and heard voices bidding him found a mission in the tentless wilderness of Montreal. To the practical man, the thing seems sheer moon stark madness. If Dauversière had lived in modern days, he would have been committed to an asylum. He was a man with a family, without a fortune, commanded by what he thought was the voice of heaven to found a hospital in a wilderness where there were no people. Also in Paris dwelt a young priest named Jean-Jacques Ollier, who heard the self-same voices uttering the self-same command. These two men were unknown to each other, yet when they met by chance in the picture gallery of an old castle, there fell from their eyes, as it were, scales, and they beheld as a vision each of the other's soul and recognized in each fellow helper and comrade of the spirit. To all this the practical man cries out, "Bosh!" Yet Montreal is no bosh, but a stately city, and it sprang from the dreams, full dreams, enemies would call them, of these two men, the Sulpician priest and the Anjou tax collector. Hour after hour, arm in arm, they walked and talked, the man of prayers and the man of taxes. People or no people at Montreal, money or no money, they decided that the inner voice must be obeyed. A Montreal society was formed. 6 friends joined. What would be equal to $75,000 was collected. There were to be no profits on this capital. It was all to be invested to the glory of the kingdom of heaven. Unselfish, if you like, foolish they may have been, but not hypocrites. First of all, they must become seigneurs of Montreal, but the island of Montreal had already been granted by the 100 Associates to one Lauson. To render the title doubly secure, Dauversière and Ollier obtained deeds to the island from Lauson and from the 100 Associates. 45 colonists, part soldiers, part devotees, were then gained as volunteers, but a verifiable soldier of heaven was desired as commander. Paul de Chaumeté, Sieur de Maisonneuve, was noted for his heroism in war and zeal in religion. When other officers returned from battle for wild revels, Maisonneuve withdrew to play the flute or pass hours in religious contemplation. His name occurred to both Dauversière and Ollier as fittest for command, but to make doubly sure they took lodgings near him, studied his disposition, and then casually told him of their plans and asked for his cooperation. Maisonneuve was in the prime of life, on the way to high service in the army. His zeal took fire at thought of founding a kingdom of God at Montreal, but his father furiously opposed of what may have seemed a mad scheme. Maisonneuve's answer was the famous promise of Christ: "No man hath left house or brethren or sister for my sake, but he shall receive 100-fold." Maisonneuve was warned there would be no earthly award, no pay, for his arduous task. But he answered, "I devote my life and future, and I expect no recompense." Mademoiselle Jeanne Mance, 34 years old, who had given herself to good works from childhood, thought she had not yet joined the cloister, now felt the call to labor in the wilderness. Later, in 1653, came Marguerite Bourgeoys to the little colony beneath the mountain. She too, like Jeanne Mance, distrusted dreams and visions and mystic communings, cherishing a religion of good works rather than introspection of the soul. Dauversière and Ollier remained in France. Fortunately for Montreal, practical Christians, fighting soldiers of the cross, carried the heavenly standard to the wilderness. It was too late to ascend the St. Lawrence when the ship brought the Crusaders to Quebec in August 1641, and difficulties harried them from the outset. Was Montmagny, the governor, jealous of Maisonneuve, or did he simply realize the fearful dangers of Maisonneuve's people would run going beyond the protection of Quebec? At all events, he disapproved this building of a second colony at Montreal, when the first colony at Quebec could barely gain substance. He offered them the island of Orleans in exchange for the island of Montreal and warned them of Iroquois raid. "I have not come to argue," answered Maisonneuve, "but to act. It is my duty to found a colony at Montreal, and thither I go though every tree be an Iroquois." Maisonneuve passed the winter building boats to ascend the St. Lawrence next spring, and Madame de la Peltrie, having established the Ursulines at Quebec, now cast in her lot with the Montrealers for 2 years. May 8, 1642, the little flotilla set out from Quebec, a pinnace with passengers, a barge with provisions, 2 longboats propelled oars, and a suite. Montmagny and Father Vimont accompanied the crusaders, and as the boats came within sight of the wooded mountain on May 17th, hymns of praise rose from the pilgrims that must have mingled strangely on Indian ears with the roar of the angry rapids. One can easily call up the scene, the mountain, the misty with the gathering shadows of sunset, misty as a veiled bride with the color and bloom of spring. The boats, moored for the night below St. Helen's Island, where the sun, blazing behind the half-foliaged trees, paints a path of fire on the river. The white bark wigwams along the shore with the red gleam of campfire here and there through the forest. The wilderness world bathed in a piece of heaven as the vesper hymn floats over the evening air. It is a scene that will never again be enacted in the history of the world. Dreamers dreaming greatly, building a castle of dreams, a fortress of holiness in the very center of wilderness, barbarity and cruelty unspeakable. The multitudinous voices of traffic shriek where the Crusaders' hymn rose that May night. A great city has risen on the foundations which these dreamers land. Let us not scoff too loudly at their mystic visions and religious rhapsodies. Another generation may scoff at our too much worldliness, with our dreamless grind and visionless toil and harder creeds that reject everything which cannot be computed in terms of traffic's dollar. Well for us if the fruit of our creeds remain to attest as much worth as the deeds of these crusaders. Early next morning the boats pulled ashore where Cartier had landed 100 years before and Champlain had built his factory 30 years ago. Maisonneuve was first to spring on land. He dropped to his knees in prayer. The others, as they landed, did likewise. Their hymns floated out over the forest. Madame de la Peltrie, Jean Mance, and the servant, Charlotte Barre, quickly decorated a wildwood altar with evergreens. Then, with Montmagny the governor, Maisonneuve the soldier, standing on either side, Madame de la Peltrie and Jean Mance and Charlotte Barre bowed in reverence. With soldiers and sailors standing at rest, unhooded, Father Vimont held the first religious services at Mont Royal. "You are a grain of mustard seed," he said, "and you shall grow till your branches overshadow the earth." Maisonneuve cut the first tree for the fort, and 100 legends might be told of the little colony's pioneer trials. Once a flood threatened the existence of the fort. A cross was erected to stay the waters, and a vow was made. If heaven would save the fort, a cross should be carried and placed on the summit of the mountain. The river abated, and Maisonneuve climbed the steep mountain, staggering under the weight of an enormous cross, and planted it at the highest point. Here, in the presence of all, Mass was held, and it became a regular pilgrimage from the fort up the mountain to the cross. End of section 8. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Section 9 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. LAUT. From 1635 to 1650, Part 2. In 1743 came Louis d'Ailleboust and his wife, both zealously bound by the same vows as devotees, bringing word of more funds for Ville Marie, as Montreal was called. Montmagny's warning of Iroquois proved all too true. Within a year, in June 1743, 6 workmen were beset in the fields, only one escaping. Because his mission was to convert the Indians, Maisonneuve had been ever reluctant to meet the Iroquois in open war, preferring to retreat within the fort when the dog Pilot and her litter barked loud warning that Indians were hiding in the woods. Anyone who knows the Indian character will realize how clemency would be mistaken for cowardice. Even Maisonneuve's soldiers began to doubt him. My lord, they urged, are the enemy never to get a sight of you? Are we never to face the foe? Maisonneuve's answer was in March 1644, when ambushed hostiles were detected stealing on the fort. Follow me, he ordered 30 men, leaving d'Ailleboust in command of the fort. Near the place now known as Place d'Armes, the little band was greeted by the eldritch scream of 80 painted Iroquois. Shots fell thick and fast. The Iroquois dashed to rescue their wounded, and a young chief, recognizing Maisonneuve as the leader of the white men, made a rush for the honor of capturing the French commander alive. Maisonneuve had put himself between his retreating men and the advancing warriors. Firing, he would retreat a pace, then fire again, keeping his face to the foe. His men succeeded in rushing up the hillock, and then made for the gates in a wild stampede. Maisonneuve was backing away, a pistol in each hand. The Iroquois circled him from tree to tree, nearer and nearer, and like a wildwood creature of prey, was watching his chance to spring. When the Frenchman fired, the pistol missed. Dodging, the Indian leaped. Maisonneuve discharged the other pistol. The Iroquois fell dead, and while warriors rescued the body, Maisonneuve gained the fort gates. This was only one of countless frays when the dog Pilot with her puppies sounded the alarm of prowlers in the woods. What were the letters, what the adventures described by the Jesuits that aroused such zeal and inspired such heroism? It would require many volumes to record the adventures of the Jesuits in Canada, and a long list to include all their heroes martyred for the faith. Only a few of the most prominent episodes of the Jesuits' adventures can be given here. When Pierre Le Jeune reached Quebec after the victory of the Kirke brothers, he found only the charred remains of a mission on the old site of Cartier's winter quarters, down on the St. Charles. Of houses, only the gray stone cottage of Madame Hebert had been left standing. Here Le Jeune was welcomed and housed till the little mission could be rebuilt. At first it consisted of only mud-plastered log cabins, thatch-roofed, divided into 4 rooms, with garret and cellar. One room decorated with saints' images and pictures served as chapel, another as kitchen, a third as lodgings, the fourth as refectory. In this humble abode 6 Jesuit priests and 2 lay brothers passed the winter after the war. The roof leaked like a sieve. The snow piled high almost as the top of the door. Lejeune's first care was to obtain pupils. These consisted of an Indian boy and a negro lad left by the English. Meals of porridge given free attracted more Indian pupils, but Lejeune's greatest difficulty was to learn the Indian language. Hearing that a renegade Indian named Pierre, who had served the French as interpreter, lodged with some Algonquins camped below Cape Diamond, Lejeune tramped up the river bank along what is now the Lower Road, where he found the Indians wigwamming, and by the bribe of free food obtained Pierre. Pierre was at best a tricky scoundrel, who considered it a joke to give Lejeune the wrong word for some religious precept. Gorging himself on the missionaries' food, stole their communion wine, and ran off at Lent to escape fasting. When Champlain returned to receive Quebec back from the English, more priests joined the Jesuits' mission. Among them was the lion-hearted giant, Brébeuf. If Champlain's bush lopers could join bands of wandering Indians for the extension of French dominion, surely the Jesuits could dare as perilous a life for the greater glory of God, as their vows declared. Lejeune joined a band of wandering Montagnais. Pierre, the rascal, tapping the keg of sacramental wine the first night out, and turning the whole camp into a drunken bedlam, till his own brother sobered him with a kettle of hot water flung full in the face. That night the priests slept apart from the camp in the woods. By the time the hunters reached the forest borderland between Quebec and New Brunswick, their number had increased to 45. By Christmas time game is usually dormant, still living on the shores of the fall and not yet driven afield by string hunger. In camp there was no food. The hunters halted the march, and came in Christmas Eve of 1633 with not so much as a pound of flesh for nearly 50 people. From the first the Indian medicine man had heaped ridicule on the white priest, and Pierre had refused to interpret as much as a single prayer. But now the whole camp was starving. Pierre happened to tell the other Indians that Christmas was the day on which the white man's God had come to earth. In vain the medicine man had pounded his tom-tom and shouted at the Indian gods from the top of wigwams and offered sacrifice of animals to be slain. No game had come as the result of the medicine man's invocation. Lejeune gathered the people about him and through Pierre, the interpreter, bade them to try the white man's God. In the largest of the wigwams a little altar was fitted up. Then the Indians repeated this prayer after Lejeune. Jesus, Son of the Almighty, who died for us, who promised that if we ask anything in thy name, thou wilt do it. I pray thee with all my heart, give food to these people. These people promises thee faithfully will trust thee entirely and obey thee with all their heart. My Lord, hear my prayer. I present thee my life for these people, most willingly to die, that they may live and know thee. Take that back, grunted the chief. We love you. We don't want you to die. I only wanted to show that I am your friend, answered the priest. Lejeune then commanded them to go forth to the hunt, full of faith that God would give them food. But alas, for the poor father's hopes and the childlike Indian vow. True, they found abundance of food, a beaver dam full of beaver, a moose, a porcupine taken by the Indian medicine man. Father Lejeune, with radiant face, met the hunters returning laden with game. We must thank you, God, for this, said the Indian chief, throwing down his load. Bah, says Pierre, you'd have found it anyway. This is not the time to talk, sneered the medicine man. Let the hungry people eat. And by the time the Indians had gorged themselves with ample measure for their long fast, they were torpid with sleep. The sad priest was fain to wander out under the stars. There, in the snow-padded silences of the white-lined forest, far from the joyous peal of Christmas bells, he knelt alone and worshiped God. For 5 months he wandered with the Montaignais. The hunters turned toward Quebec with their furs. At 3 in the morning, Le Jeune knocked on the door of the mission house at Quebec and was welcomed home by the priests. The pilgrimage had taught him what the Jesuits had always held. The way to power with a people is through the education of the children. "Give me a child for the first 7 years of its life," said a famous educator, "and I care not what you do with him the rest of his years." Missions and schools must be established among the tribes of Hurons and Iroquois. Consequently, when Champlain sent his soldiers in 1634 to build a fort at Three Rivers, they were accompanied by 3 Jesuits, chief of whom was Jean de Brébeuf, lion-hearted, bound for the land of the Hurons. The chapel bells of Quebec rang and rang again in honor of the new Jesuit mission. Morning, noon, and night they chimed in airy music, calling men's thoughts to God, just as you may hear the chimes today, and the ramparts below Quebec thundered and re-echoed with salvos of cannon when the missionaries set out for Three Rivers. At Three Rivers waited the Indians of the up-country. The Jesuits embarked with them for the land of the Hurons. The priests traveled barefoot to avoid injuring the frail bark of the canoes. Barely had farewell cheers faded on the river when the canoes spread apart. With pieces of buckskin hoisting on fishing rods for sail, and flipping of paddles as naked, bronzed arms set the pace, the voyage had begun. Heroism is easy with chapel bells ringing. It is another matter, barefoot with sleeves rolled up. It was the same trail that Champlain had followed up the Ottawa. Only Champlain was assured of good treatment, for he had promised to fight in the Indian wars, but the Jesuits were dependent on the caprice of their conductors. Any one who, from experience in the wilds, has learned how the term tenderfoot came to be applied, will realize the hardships endured, and endured without self-pity, by those scholarly men of immured life. The rocks of the portage cut their naked feet. The Indians refused to carry their packs overland, and flung bundles of clothing and food into the water. In fair weather, the voyageurs slept on the sand under the overturned canoes. In rain, a wigwam was raised, and into the close confines of this tent crowded men, women, and children, for the most part naked, and with less idea of decency than a domestic dog. Each night, as the boats were beached, the priests wandered off into the woods to hold their prayers in privacy. Soon the canoes were far apart, the different boats did not camp together, and the white men were scattered alone among the savages. Robberies increased till, when Brébeuf reached Georgian Bay, 30 days from leaving Three Rivers, he had little left but the bundles he had carried for himself. Brébeuf had been to Huron country before with Étienne Brulé, Champlain's pathfinder, but the first mission no record exists. Brébeuf found that Brulé had been murdered near the modern Petang, and the Indians had scarcely brought Priest's canoe ashore when they bolted through the woods, leaving him to follow as best he could. Take a map of modern Ontario. Draw a circle round Georgian Bay, running from Muskoka through Lake Simcoe and up the Manitoulin Island. Here, on the very stamping ground of the summer tourist, was the scene of the Jesuits' Huron mission. When Brébeuf's tall frame emerged from the woods, the whole village of Ihontaria dashed out to welcome him, shouting, "He has come! He has come again! Behold, the Black Robe has come again!" Young braves willingly ran back through the forest for the baggage, which the voyageurs had thrown aside, And at 1 o'clock in the morning, as the messengers came through the moonlit forest, Brébeuf took up his abode in the house of the leading chief. Later came Fathers Davost and Daniel. By October, the Indians had built the missionaries their wigwam, a bark covered house of logs, 36 feet long, divided into 3 rooms: reception room, living quarters, church. In the entrance hall assembled the Indians, squatting on the floor, gazing in astonishment at the religious pictures on the wall, and above all at the clock. "What does he say?" they would ask, listening solemnly to the ticking. "He says, 'Hang on the kettle,'" Brébeuf would answer as the clock struck 12, and the whole conclave would be given a simple meal of corn porridge. But at 4 the clock sang a different song. "It says 'get up and go home,'" Brébeuf would explain, and the Indians would file out, knowing well that the black robes were to engage in prayer. No holiday in the wildwoods was the Jesuit mission. Chapel bell called to service at 4 in the morning. 8 was the breakfast hour. The morning was passed teaching, preaching, visiting. At 2 o'clock was dinner, when a chapter of the Bible was read. At 4 the Indians were dismissed, and the missionaries met to compare notes and plan the next day's campaign. End of section 9. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Section 10 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North, by Agnes C. LAUT. From 1635 to 1650, Part 3. By 1645, 5 mission houses had been established, with Ste. Marie on the Wye, east of Midland, as the central house. Near Lake Simcoe were 2 missions, St. Jean Baptiste and St. Joseph; near Penetang, St. Louis, and St. Agnes. Westward of Ste. Marie on the Wye were half a dozen irregular missions among the Tobacco Indians. Each of the 5 regular missions boasted palisaded enclosures, a chapel of log slabs with bell and spire, though the latter might be only a high wooden cross. At Ste. Marie, the central station, were lodgings for 60 people, a hospital, kitchen garden with cattle, pigs, and poultry. At various times soldiers had been sent up by the Quebec governors till some 30 or 40 were housed at Ste. Marie. In all were 18 priests, 4 lay brothers, 7 white servants, and 23 volunteers, unpaid helpers, donnes, they were called. Among the volunteers was one Short Groseilliers, who, if he did not accompany Father Jogues on a preaching tour to the tribes of Lake Superior, had at least gone as far as the Sault and learned of the vast unexplored world beyond Lake Superior. Food, as always, played a large part in winning the soul of the redskin. On church fête days, as many as 3,000 people were fed and lodged at Ste. Marie. That the priests suffered many trials among the unreasonable savages need not be told. While it rained too heavily, they were accused of ruining the crops by praying for too much rain. When there was drought, they were blamed for not arranging this matter with their God. And when the scourge of smallpox raged through the Huron villages, devastating the wigwams so that the timber wolves wandered unmolested through the dead, it was easy for the humpback sorcerer to ascribe the pestilence also to the influence of the black robes. Once their houses were set on fire. Again and again their lives were threatened. Often, after tramping 20 miles through the sleet soaked, snow drifted spring forests, arriving at an Indian village foredone and exhausted, the Jesuit was met with no better welcome than a wigwam flap closed against his entrance, or a rabble of impish children hooting and jeering him as he sought shelter from house to house. But an influence was at work on the borders of the St. Lawrence that yearly rendered the Hurons more tractable. From raiding the settlements of the St. Lawrence, the Iroquois were sweeping in a scourge more deadly than smallpox up the Ottawa to the very forests of Georgian Bay. The Hurons no longer dared to go down to Quebec in swarming canoes. Only a few picked warriors, perhaps 250, would venture so near the Iroquois fighting ground. One winter night, as the priests sat round their hearth fire, watching the mournful shadows cast by the blazing logs on the rude walls, Brebeuf, the soldier, lion-hearted, the fearless, told in a low, dreamy voice of a vision that had come, the vision of a huge fiery cross rising slowly out of the forest and moving across the face of the sky towards the Huron country. It seemed to come from the land of the Iroquois. Was the priest's vision a dream, or his own intuition deeper than reason, assuming dire form, portending a universal fear? Who can tell? I can but repeat the story as it is told in their annuals. How large was the cross? Asked the other priests. Brebeuf gazes long into the fire. Large enough to crucify us all, he answers. And, as he had dreamed, fell the blow. St. Joseph, of the Lake Simcoe region, was situated a day's travel from the main fortified mission of Ste. Marie. Round it were some 2,000 Hurons to whom Father Daniel ministered. Father Daniel was just closing the morning services on July the 4th, 1648. His tawny people were on their knees repeating the responses of the service, when from the forest, humming with insect and bird life, arose a sound that was neither wind nor running water, confused, increasingly nearing. Then a shriek broke within the fort palisades. The enemy, the Iroquois, and the courtyard was in an uproar indescribable. Painted redskins, naked but for the breech clout, were dashing across the cornfields to scale the palisades or force the hastily slammed gates. Father Daniel rushed from church to wigwams, rallying the Huron warriors, while the women and children, aged and the feeble, ran a terrified rabble to the shelter of the chapel. Before the Hurons could man the walls, Iroquois hatchets had hacked holes of entrance in the palisades. The fort was rushed by a bloodthirsty horde, making the air hideous with fiendish screams. Fly! Save yourselves! Shouted the priest. I stay here. We shall this day meet in heaven. In the volley and counter volley of ball and arrow, Father Daniel reeled on his face, shot in the heart. In a trice his body was cut to pieces, and the Iroquois were bathing their hands in his warm lifeblood. A moment later the village was in roaring flames, and on the burning pile were flung the fragments of the priest's body. The victors set out on the homeward tramp with a line of more than 600 prisoners, the majority women and children, to be brained if their strength failed on the march, to be tortured in the Iroquois towns if they survived the abuse on the way. Next westward from the Lake Simcoe missions were St. Agnes with 400 people and St. Louis with 700 near the modern Petang and within short distance of the Jesuit strong headquarters on the River Wye. At these two missions labored Brebeuf, the giant, and a fragile priest named LAUT. Encouraged by the total destruction of St. Joseph, The Iroquois that very fall took the warpath with more than 1,000 braves. Ascending the Ottawa leisurely, they had passed the winter hunting and cutting off any wanderers found in the forest. The Hurons knew the doom that was slowly approaching, yet they remained passive, stunned, terrified by the blow at St. Joseph. It was spring of 1649 before the warriors reached Georgian Bay. March winds had cleared the trail of snowdrifts, but the forests were still leafless. St. Ignace Mission lay between Lake Simcoe and St. Louis. Approaching it one windy March night, the Iroquois had cut holes through the palisades before dawn and burst inside the walls with the yells and gyrations of some hideous hell dance. Here a warrior simulated the howl of the wolf. There another approached in crouching leaps of a panther, all the while uttering the yelps and screams of a beast of prey lashed to fury. The poor Hurons were easy victims. Nearly all their braves happened to be absent hunting, and the 400 women and children, rushing from the long houses half dazed with sleep, fell without realizing their fate, or found themselves herded in the chapel like cattle at the shambles, Iroquois guards at every window and door. Luckily, 3 Hurons escaped over the palisades and rushed breathless through the forests to forewarn Brébeuf and Lamont, cooped up in St. Louis. The Iroquois came on behind like a wolf pack. Escape, escape, run to the woods, black robes. There is yet time, the Indian converts urged Brébeuf, but the lion-hearted stood steadfast, though Lamont, new to scenes of carnage, turned white and trembled in spite of his resolution. Who would protect the women if the men fled like deer to the woods? Demanded Brébeuf, and the tigerish yells of the onrushing horde answered the question. Before day dawn had tipped the branches of the leafless trees with shafted sunlight, the enemy was hacking furiously at the palisades. Trapped and cornered, the most timid of animals will fight. With such fury, reckless from desperation, cherishing no hope, the Hurons now fought, but they were handicapped by lack of guns and balls. 30 Iroquois had been slain, 100 wounded. It was only the lull between 2 thunderclaps. A moment later, they were on St. Louis' walls and had hacked through a dozen places. At these spots, the fiercest fighting occurred, and those Iroquois who had not already bathed their faces in the gore of victims at St. Ignace were soon enough dyed in their own blood. Here, there, everywhere were Brébeuf and Lamont, fighting, administering last rites, exhorting the Hurons to perish valiantly. Then the rolling clouds of flame and smoke told the Hurons that their village was on fire. Some dashed back to die inside the burning wigwams. Others fought desperately to escape through the broken walls. A few, in the confusion and smoke, succeeded in reaching the woods, whence they ran to warn Ste. Marie on the Wye. Brébeuf and Lamont had been knocked down, stripped, bound, and were now half driven, half dragged with the other captives to be tortured at Ignace. Not a sign of fear did either priest betray. One would fain pass over the next pages of the Jesuit records. It is inconceivable how human nature, even savage nature, so often stoops beneath the most repellent cruelties of the brute world. It is inconceivable unless one acknowledge an influence fiendish. But let us not judge the Indians too harshly. When the Iroquois warriors were torturing the Hurons and their missionaries, the populace of civilized European cities was outdoing the savages on victims whose sins were political. While the Jesuits of Ste. Marie were praying all day and night before the lighted altar for heavenly intervention to rescue Brébeuf and Lamont, The 2 captured priests stood bound to the torture stakes, the gaping stock of 1,000 fiends. While the Iroquois singed Brébeuf from head to foot with burning birch bark, he threatened them in tones of thunder with everlasting damnation for persecuting the servants of God. The Iroquois shrieked with laughter. Such spirit in a man was their liking. Then, to stop his voice, they cut away his lips and rammed a red-hot iron into his mouth. Not once did the giant priest flinch or breathe at the torture stake. Then they brought out LaMont, that Brébeuf might suffer the agony of seeing a weaker spirit flinch. Poor Lamont fell at his superior's feet, sobbing out a verse of Scripture. Then they wreathed Lamont in oiled bark and set fire to it. "We baptize you," they yelled, throwing hot water on the dying man. Then they railed out blasphemies, obscenities unspeakable against the Jesuits' religion. Brébeuf had not winced, but his frame was relaxing. He sank to his knees, a dying man. With the yells of devils jealous of losing their prey, they ripped off his scalp while he was still alive, tore his heart from his breast, and drank the warm lifeblood of the priest. Brébeuf died at 4 in the afternoon. Strange to relate, Lamont, of the weaker body, survived the tortures till daybreak, when, weary of the sport, the Indians desisted from their mad night orgies and put an end to his sufferings by braining him. Over at Ste. Marie, Ragueneau and the other priests momentarily awaited the attack, but at Ste. Marie were 40 French soldiers and ample supply of muskets. The Iroquois were bravest as the wolf is bravest when attacking a lamb. 300 Hurons lay in ambush along the forest trail. These ran from the Iroquois like sheep, but when 300 more sallied from the fort, led by the French, it was the Iroquois' turn to run, and they fled back behind the palisades of St. Louis. The Hurons followed, entered by the selfsame breaches the Iroquois had made, and drove the invaders out. More Iroquois rushed from Agnes to the rescue. 100 Iroquois fell in the day's fight, and when they finally recaptured St. Louis, only 20 Hurons remained of the 300. The victory had been brought at too great cost. Tying their prisoners to stakes at St. Ignace, they heaped the courtyard with inflammable wool, set fire to all, and retreated, taking only enough prisoners to carry their plunder. Ste. Marie for the time was safe. The invaders had gone, but the blow had crushed forever the prowess of the Huron nation. The remaining towns had thought for nothing but fight. Town after town was forsaken and burned in the summer of 1649. The corn harvest left standing in the fields, while panic-stricken people put out in their canoes to take refuge on the islands of Georgian Bay. Ste. Marie on the Wye alone remained, and the reason for its existence was vanishing like winter snow before summer sun. For its people fled, daily fled to the pink granite islands of the lake. The Hurons begged the Jesuits to accompany them, and there was nothing else for Ragueneau to do. Ste. Marie was stripped, the stock slain for food. Then the buildings were set on fire. June 14th, just as the sunset bathed water and sky in seas of gold, the priest led his homeless people down the lake as Moses of old led the children of Israel. Oars and sweeps, Georgian Bay calm as glass, they rafted slowly out to the Christian islands. Faith, hope, and charity, which tourists can still see from passing steamers. A long wooded line beyond the white water fret of the wind-swept reefs. The island known on the map as Charity or St. Joseph, was heavily wooded. Here the refugees found their haven, and the French soldiers cleared the ground for a stone fort of walled masonry, the islands offering little else than stone and timber, though fishing has not failed to this day. By autumn the walled fort was complete, but some 8,000 refugees had gathered to the island. Such numbers could not subsist on Georgian Bay in summer. In winter their presence meant starvation, and before the spring of 1650 half had perished. Of the survivors, many had fed on the bodies of the dead. No help had come from Quebec for almost 3 years. The clothing of the priests had long since worn to shreds. Ragueneau and his helpers were now dressed in skins, like the Indians, and reduced to a diet of nuts and smoked fish. With warm weather came sickness, and also came bands of raiding Iroquois, striking terror to the Baco Indians. Among them, too, perished Jesuit priests, martyrs to the faith. Did some of the Hurons venture from the Christian islands across to the mainland to hunt? They were beset by scalping parties and came back to the fort with tales that crazed Ragueneau's Indians with terror. The Hurons decided to abandon Georgian Bay. Some scattered to Lake Superior, to Green Bay, to Detroit. Others found refuge on Manitoulin Island. A remnant of a few hundreds followed Ragueneau and the French down the Ottawa to take shelter at Quebec. Their descendants may be found to this day at the mission of Lorette. Today, as tourists drive through Quebec, marveling at the massive buildings and power and wealth of Catholic orders, do they pause to consider that the foundation stones of that power were dyed in the blood of these early martyrs? Or, as the pleasure seekers glide among the islands of Georgian Bay, do they ever ponder that this fair world of blue waters and pink granite islands once witnessed the most bloody tragedy of brute force, triumphant over the blasted hopes of religious zeal? End of section 10. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Section 11 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North, by Agnes C. LAUT. From 1650 to 1672, Part 1. Having destroyed the Hurons, who were under French protection, it is not surprising that the Iroquois now set themselves to destroy the French. From Montreal to Tadoussac, the St. Lawrence swarmed with war canoes. No sooner had the river ice broken up and the birds begun winging north than the Iroquois flocked down the current of the Richelieu, across Lake St. Peter to Three Rivers, down the St. Lawrence to Quebec, up the St. Lawrence to Montreal, and the snows of midwinter afforded no truce to the raids, for the Iroquois cached their canoes in the forest and roamed the woods on snowshoes. Settlers fled terrified from their farms to the towns. Farmers dared not work in their fields without a sentry standing guard. Montreal became a prison. Three Rivers lay blockaded, and at Quebec the war canoes passed defiantly below the cannon of Cape Diamond, paddles beating defiance against the gunwales, or prows flaunting the scalps of victims within cannon fire of Castle St. Louis. Rich and poor, priests and parishioners, governors and habitants, all alike trembled before the lurking treachery. Father Jogues had been captured on his way from the Huron mission. Pierre Poncet was likewise captured at Quebec, and carried to the tortures of the Mohawk towns, and a nephew of the governor of Quebec was a few years later attacked while hunting near Lake Champlain. The outraged people of New France realized that fear was only increasing the boldness of the Iroquois. A Mohawk chief fell into their hands. By way of warning, they bound him to a stake and burned him to death. The Indian revenge fell swift and sure. In 1653, the governor of Three Rivers and 12 leading citizens were murdered a short distance from the fort gates. One night in May of 1652, a tall, slim, swarthy lad, about 16 years of age, was seen winding his way home to Three Rivers from a day's shooting in the marshes. He had set out at day dawn with some friends, but fear of the Iroquois had driven his comrades back. Now at nightfall, within the sight of Three Rivers, when the sunset glittered from the chapel spire, he unslung his bag of game and sat down to reload his musket. Then he noticed that his pistols in his belt had been water-soaked from the day's wading, and he reloaded them too. Anyone who is used to life in the open knows how at sundown wild birds foregather for a last conclave. Ducks were winging in myriads and settling on the lake with noisy flacker. Unable to resist the temptation of one last shot, the boy was gliding noiselessly forward through the rushes when suddenly he stopped as if rooted to the ground, with hands thrown up and eyes bulging from his head. At his feet lay the corpses of his mourning comrades, scalped, stripped, hacked almost piecemeal. Then the instinct of the hunted thing, of flight, of self-protection, eclipsed momentary terror, and the boy was ducking into the rushes to hide when, with a crash of musketry from the woods, the Iroquois were upon him. When he regained consciousness, he was pegged out on the sand amid a flotilla of beach canoes, where Iroquois warriors were having an evening meal. So began the captivity, the love of the wilds, the wild wanderings of one of the most intrepid explorers in New France, Pierre Esprit Radisson. His youth and the fact that he would make a good warrior were in his favor. When he was carried back to the Mohawk town and with other prisoners, compelled to run the gauntlet between two lines of tormentors, Radisson ran so fast and dodged so dexterously that he was not once hit. The feat was greeted with shrieks of delight from the Iroquois, and the high-spirited boy was given in adoption to a captive Huron woman. Things would have gone well had he not bungled an attempt to escape. But one night, while in camp with 3 Iroquois hunters, an Algonquin captive entered. While the Iroquois slept with guns stacked against the trees, the sleepless Algonquin captive rose noiselessly where he lay by the fire, seized the Mohawk warrior's guns, threw one tomahawk across to Radisson, and with the other brained 2 of the sleepers. The French boy aimed a blow at the 3rd sleeper, and the 2 captives escaped. But they might have saved themselves the trouble. They were pursued and overtaken on Lake St. Peter, within sight of Three Rivers. This time Radisson had to endure all the diableries of Mohawk torture. For 2 days he was kept bound to the torture stake. The nails were torn from his fingers, the flesh burnt from the soles of his feet. 100 other barbarous freaks of impish Indian children wreaked on the French boy. Arrows with flaming points were shot at his naked body. His mutilated finger ends were ground between stones, or thrust into the smoking bowl of a pipe full of coals, or bitten by fiendish youngsters being trained up the way a Mohawk warrior should go. Radisson's youth, his courage, his very daredevil rashness, together with presents of wampum belts from his Indian parents, served his life for a second time, and a year of wild wanderings with Mohawk warriors finally brought him to Albany on the Hudson, where the Dutch would have ransomed him as they had ransomed the two Jesuits, Georges and Poncet. But the boy disliked to break faith a second time with his loyal Indian friends. Still, the glimpse of white man's life caused a terrible upheaval of revulsion from the barbarities, the filth, the vice of the Mohawk camp. He could endure Indian life no longer. One morning in the fall of 1653, he stole out from the Mohawk lodges, while the mist of the day dawn still shadowed the forest, and broke at a run down the trail of the Mohawk Valley for Albany. All day he ran, pursued by the phantom fright of his own imagination, fancying everything that crunched beneath his moccasin tread, some Mohawk warrior, seeing in the branches that reeled as he passed the arms of pursuers stretched out to stop him. On and on and on he ran, pausing neither to eat nor rest, here dashing into the bed of a stream and running along the pebbled bottom to throw pursuers off the trail, there breaking through a thicket of brushwood away from the trail, only to come back to it breathless farther along, when some alarm of the wind in the trees or deer on the move had proved false. Only muscles of iron strength, lithe as elastic, could have endured the strain. Nightfall at last came, hiding him from pursuers, but still he sped on at a run, following the trail by the light of the stars and the rush of the river. By sunrise of the second day he was staggering, for the rocks were slippery with frost and his moccasins worn to tatters. It was 4 in the afternoon before he reached the first outlying cabin of the Dutch settlers. For 3 days he lay hidden in Albany behind sacks of wheat in a thin boarded attic, through the cracks of which he could see the Mohawks searching everywhere. The Jesuit Poncet gave him passage money to take ship to Europe by way of New York. New York was then a village of a few hundred houses, thatched roof with stone fort, stone church, stone barracks. Central Park was a rocky wilderness. What is now Wall Street was the stamping ground of pigs and goats. January of 1654, Radisson reached Europe, no longer a boy, but a man inured to danger and hardships and daring, though not yet 18. When Radisson came back to Three Rivers in May, he found changes had taken place in New France. Among the men murdered with the governor of Three Rivers by the Mohawks the preceding year had been his sister's husband, and the widow had married one Medard Chouart de Gracier, who had served in the Huron country as lay helper with the martyred Jesuits. Also a truce had been patched up between the Iroquois and the French. The Iroquois were warring against the Eries and wanted arms from the French. A still more treacherous motive underlay the Iroquois' peace. They wanted a French settlement in their country as a guarantee of non-intervention when they continued to raid the refugee Hurons. Such duplicity was unsuspected by New France. The Jesuits looked upon the peace as designed by Providence to enable them to establish missions among the Iroquois. Father Le Moyne went from village to village preaching the gospel and receiving belts of wampum as tokens of peace, one belt containing as many as 7,000 beads. When one Onondaga asked for a French colony, Lauzon, the French governor, readily consented if the Jesuits would pay the cost, estimated at about $10,000. And in 1656, Major Dupuy had left 50 Frenchmen and 4 Jesuits up the St. Lawrence in longboats through the wilderness to a little hill on Lake Onondaga, where a palisaded fort was built, and the lilies of France, embroidered on a white silk flag by the Ursuline nuns, flung from the breeze above the Iroquois land. The colony was hardly established before 300 Mohawks fell on the Hurons encamped under shelter of Quebec, butchered without mercy and departed with shots that echoed below the guns at Cape Diamond. scalps waving from the prow of each Iroquois canoe. Quebec was thunderstruck, numb with fright. The French dared not retaliate, or the Iroquois would fall on the colony at Onondaga. Perhaps people who keep their vision too constantly fixed on heaven lose sight of the practical duties of earth. But when 80 Onondagas came again in 1657, inviting 100 Hurons to join the Iroquois Confederacy, the Jesuits again suspected no treachery in the invitation, but saw only a providential opportunity to spread 100 Huron converts among the Iroquois pagans. Father Ragueneau, who led the poor refugees down from the Christian Islands on Georgian Bay, now with another priest offered to accompany the Hurons to the Iroquois nation. An interpreter was needed. Young Radisson, now 21 years of age, offered to go as lay helper, and the party of 220 French, 80 Iroquois, 100 Hurons departed from the gates of Montreal July 26. Hardly were they beyond recall before scouts brought word that 1,200 Iroquois had gone on the warpath against Canada, and 3 Frenchmen of Montreal had been scalped. At last the governor of Quebec bestirred himself. He caused 12 Iroquois to be seized and held as hostages for the safety of the French. The Onondagas had set out from Montreal, carrying the Frenchmen's baggage. Beyond the first portage, they flung the packs on the ground, hurried the Hurons into canoes so that no 2 Hurons were in one boat, and paddled over the water with loud laughter, leaving the French in the lurch. Father Ragueneau and Radisson quickly read the ominous signs. Telling the other French to gather up the baggage, they armed themselves and paddled in swift pursuit. That night Ragueneau's party and the Onondagas camped together. Nothing was said or done to evince treachery. Friends and enemies, Onondaga and Hurons and white men, paddled and camped together for another week. But when, on August 3rd, 4 Huron warriors and 2 women forcibly seized a canoe and headed back for Montreal, the Onondagas would delay no longer. That afternoon, as the Indians paddled inshore to camp on one of the Thousand Islands, some Onondaga braves rushed into the woods as if to hunt. As the canoes grated the pebbled shore, a secret signal was given. The Huron men, with their eyes bent on the beach, intent on landing, never knew that they had been struck. Onondaga hatchets, clubs, spears were plied from the waterside, and from the hunters ambushed on shore crashed musketry that mowed down those who would have fled to the woods. By night time only a few Huron women and the French had survived the massacre. Such was the baptism of blood that inaugurated the French colony at Onondaga. Luckily the fort built on the crest of the hill above Lake Onondaga was large enough to house stock and provisions. Outside the palisades there daily gathered more Iroquois warriors, who no longer dissembled a hunger for Jesuits' preaching. Among the warriors were Radisson's old friends of the Mohawks, and his foster father confessed to him frankly that the Confederacy were only delaying the massacre of the French till they could somehow obtain the freedom of the 12 Iroquois hostages held at Quebec. Daily more warriors gathered. Nightly the war drum pounded. Week after week the beleaguered and imprisoned French heard their stealthy enemy closing nearer and nearer on them, and the painted foliage of autumn frosts gave place to the leafless trees and the drifting snows of midwinter. The French were hemmed in completely, as if on a desert isle, and no help could come from Quebec, where New France was literally under Iroquois siege. The question was, what to do? Messengers had been secretly sent to Quebec, but the Mohawks had caught the scouts bringing back answers, and there was no safe escape from the colony through ambushed woods in midwinter. The Iroquois could afford to bid their time for victims who could not escape. All winter the whites secretly built boats in the lofts of the fort, but when the timbers were put together the boats had to be brought downstairs, and a Huron convert spread a terrifying report of a second deluge for which the white men were preparing a second Noah's Ark. Mohawk warriors at once scented an attempt to escape when the ice broke up in spring, and placed their braves in ambush along the portages. Also, they sent a deputation to see if that story of the boats were true. Forewarned by Radisson, the whites built a floor over the boats, heaping canoes above the floor, and invited the Mohawk spies in. The Mohawks smiled grimly and were reassured. Canoes would be ripped into shingles if they ran the ice jam in spring. The Iroquois felt doubly certain of their victims, but Radisson, free to go among the warriors as one of themselves, learned that they were plotting to murder half the colony and hold the other half as hostages for the safety of the 12 Indians in the dungeon at Quebec. The whites could delay no longer. Something must be done. But what? Radisson, knowing the Indian customs, proposed a way out. No normally built savage could refuse an invitation to a sumptuous feast. According to Indian custom, no feaster dare leave uneaten food on his plate. Waste to the Indian is crime. In the words of the Scottish proverb, better burst than waste, and all Indians have implicit faith in dreams. Radisson dreamed, so he told the Indians, that the white men were to give them a marvelous banquet. No sooner dreamed than done. The Iroquois probably thought it a chance to obtain possession inside the fort, but the whites had taken good care to set the banquet between inner and outer walls. Such a repast no savage had ever enjoyed in the memory of the race. All the ambushed spies flocked in from the portages. The painted warriors washed off their grease, donned their best buckskin, and rallied to the banquet as to battle. All the stock but one solitary pig, a few chickens and dogs, had been slaughtered for the kettle. Such an odor of luscious meat steamed up from the fort for days as whetted the warriors' hunger to the appetite of ravenous wolves. Finally, one night, the trumpets blew a blare that almost burst eardrums. Fifes shrilled, and the rub-a-dub-dub of dozen drums set the air in a tremor. A great fire had been kindled between the inner and outer walls that set shadows dancing in the forest. Then the gates were thrown open, and in trooped the feasters, all the French acting as waiters. The whites carried in the kettles, kettles of wild fowl, kettles of oxen, kettles of dogs, kettles of porridge and potatoes and corn and what not. That is it. What not? Were the kettles drugged? Who knows? The feasters ate till their eyes were rolling lugubriously, and still the kettles came round. The Indians ate till they were torpid as swollen corpses, and still came the white men with more kettles, while the mischievous French lad, Radisson, danced a mad jig, shouting, yelling, "Eat! Eat! Beat the drum! Awake! Awake! Cheer up! Eat! Eat!" By midnight every soul of the feast had tumbled over sound asleep, and at the rear gates were the French, stepping noiselessly, speaking in whispers, launching their boats loaded with provisions and ammunition. The soldiers were for going back and butchering every warrior, but the Jesuits forbade such treachery. Then Radisson, light-spirited as if the refugees had been setting out on a holiday, perpetrated yet a last trick on the warriors. To the bell rope of the main gate he fastened a pig, so when the Indians would pull the rope for admission, they would hear the tramp of a sentry inside. Then he stuffed effigies of men on guard round the windows of the fort. It was a pitchy, sleety night, the river roaring with the loose ice of spring flood, the forest noisy with the boisterous March wind. Out on the maelstrom of ice and flood launched the 53 colonists. March 20th, 1658. By April they were safe inside the walls of Quebec, and chance hunters brought word that what with sleep and the measured tramp, tramp of the pig, and the baying of the dogs, and the clucking of the chickens inside the fort, the escape of the whites had not been discovered for a week. The Indians thought the whites had gone into retreat for especially long prayers. Then a warrior climbed the inner palisades, and rage knew no bounds. The fort was looted and burnt to the ground. Peltry traffic was the life of New France. Without it, the colony would have perished, and now the rupture of peace with the Iroquois cut off that traffic. To the Iroquois land south of the St. Lawrence the French dared not go, and the land of the Hurons was a devastated wilderness. The boats that came out to New France were compelled to return without a single peltry, but there still remained the unknown land of the Algonquin northwest and beyond the Great Lakes. Year after year French adventurers essayed the exploration of that land. In 1634 Jean Nicolet, one of Champlain's woodrunners, had gone westward as far as Green Bay and coasted the shores of Lake Michigan. Jesuits, where they practiced on Lake Superior, had been told of a vast land beyond the sweet water seas, Great Lakes, a land where wandered tribes of warriors powerful as the Iroquois. Yearly, when the Algonquins came down the Ottawa to trade, Jesuits and young French adventurers accompanied the canoes back up the Ottawa, hoping to reach the unknown land, which rumor said was bounded only by the Western Sea. However, the priests went no farther than Lake Nipissing, but two nameless French woodrunners came back from Green Bay in August of 1656 with marvelous tales of wandering hunters to the north called Christines, Crees, who passed the winter hunting buffalo on a land bare of trees, the prairie, and the summer fishing on the shores of the North Sea, Hudson's Bay. They told also of fierce tribes south of the Christines, the Sioux, who traded with the Indians of the Spanish settlements in Mexico. All New France became fired by these reports. When Radisson returned from Onondaga in April of 1659, he found his brother-in-law, Chouart Gossier, just back from Nipissing, where he had been serving the Jesuits, with more tales of this marvelous undiscovered land. The two kinsmen decided to go back with the Algonquins that very year, for, confessed Radisson in his journal, I longed to see myself again in a boat. 30 other Frenchmen and 2 Jesuits had assembled in Montreal to join the Algonquins. More than 60 canoes set out from Montreal in June. The 140 Algonquins well supplied with firearms to defend themselves from Mars-shooting Iroquois. Numbers begot courage, courage carelessness, and before the fleet had reached the Chaudière Falls at the modern city of Ottawa, the canoes had spread far apart in utter forgetfulness of danger. Not 20 were within calling distance when an Indian prophet or wandering medicine man ran down to the shore, throwing his blanket and hatchet aside as a signal of peace, and shouting out warning of Iroquois warriors ambushed farther up the river. Drunk with the new sense of power from the possession of French firearms, perhaps drunk too with French brandy obtained at Montreal, the Algonquins paused to take the strange captive on board, and return thanks for the friendly warning by calling their benefactor a coward and dog and hen. At the same time they took the precaution of sleeping in midstream with their canoes abreast and tied to waterlogged trees. A dull roar through the night mist foretold they were nearing the great Chaudière Falls, and at first streak of day dawn there was a rush to land and cross the long portage before the mist lifted and exposed them to the hostilities. End of section 11. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Section number 12 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. LAUT. From 1650 to 1672, Part 2. To anyone who knows the region of Canada's capital, the scene can easily be recalled. The long string of canoes gliding through the gray morning like phantoms. Rideau Falls shimmering on the left like a snowy curtain. The dense green of Gatineau Point as the birch craft swerved across the river inshore to the right. The wooded heights, now known as Parliament Hill, jutting above the river mist, the new foliage of the topmost trees just tipped with the first primrose shafts of sunrise. Then the vague stir and unrest in the air as the sun came up till the gray fog became rose and mist shot with gold, and rose like a curtain to the upper airs, revealing the angry, tempest-tossed cataract straight ahead, hurling over the rocks of the Chaudière in walls of living waters. Where the lumber piles of Hull on the right today jut out as if to span Ottawa River to Parliament Hill, the voyageurs would land to portage across to Lake du Chêne. Just as they sheered inshore, the morning air was split by a hideous din of guns and war whoops. The Iroquois had been lying in ambush at the portage. The Algonquins' bravado now became a panic. They abandoned canoes and baggage, threw themselves behind a windfall of trees, and poured a steady rain of bullets across the portage in order to permit the other canoes to come ashore. When the fog lifted, baggage and canoes lay scattered on the shore. Behind one barricade of logs lay the French and Algonquins. Behind another, the Iroquois, and woe betide the warrior who showed his head or dared to cross the open. All day the warriors kept up their crossfire. 13 Algonquins had perished, and the French were only waiting a chance to abandon the voyage. Luckily, that night was pitch dark. The Algonquin leader blew a long, low call through his birch trumpet. All hands rallied and rushed for the boats to cross the river. All the Frenchmen's baggage had been lost. Of the white adventurers, every soul turned back but Groseillers and Radisson. The Algonquins now made up in caution what they had at first lacked. They voyaged only by night and hid by day. No campfires were kindled. No muskets were fired, even for game, and the paddlers were presently reduced to food of tripe de roche, green moss scraped from the rocks. Birch canoes could not cross Lake Huron in storm, so the Indians kept close to the south shore of Georgian Bay, winding among the pink granite islands, past the ruined Jesuit missions, across to the Straits of Mackinac, and on down Lake Michigan to Green Bay. But our mind was not to stay here, relates Radisson, but to know the remotest people. Sometime between April and July 1659, the two white men had followed the Indian hunters across what is now the state of Wisconsin, to a mighty river like the St. Lawrence. They had found the Mississippi, first of white men to view the waters since the treasure-seeking Spaniards of the south crossed the river. They had penetrated the unknown. They had discovered the great Northwest, a world boundlessly vast, so vast no man forever in the history of the human race need be dispossessed of his share of the earth. Something of the importance of the discovery seems to have impressed Radisson, for he speaks of the folly of the European nations fighting for sterile, rocky provinces when here is land enough for all, land enough to banish poverty. The two Frenchmen's wanderings with the tribes of the prairie, whether those tribes were Omahas or Iowas or Madanes or Mascoutins or Sioux, cannot be told here. It would fill volumes. I have told the story fully elsewhere. By spring of 1660, Radisson and Groseillers are back at Sault Ste. Marie, having gathered wealth of beaver peltries beyond the dreams of avarice. But scouts have come to the Sault with ominous news. News of 1,000 Iroquois braves on the warpath to destroy every settlement in New France. Hourly, daily, weekly have Quebec and Three Rivers and Montreal been awaiting the blow. The Algonquins refuse to go down to Quebec with Radisson and Groseillers. "Fools!" shouts Radisson in full assembly of their chiefs squatting round a council fire. "Are you going to allow the Iroquois to destroy you as they destroyed the Hurons? How are you going to fight the Iroquois unless you come down to Quebec for guns? Do you want to see your wives and children slaves? For my part, I prefer to die like a man rather than live like a slave." The chiefs were shamed out of their cowardice. 500 young warriors undertook to conduct the two white men down to Quebec. They embarked at once, scouts to the fore reconnoitering all portages, and guards on duty whenever the boats landed. A few Iroquois braves were seen near the Long Sault Rapids, but they took to their heels in such evident fright that Radisson was puzzled to know what had become of the 1,000 braves on the warpath. Carrying the beaver pelts along the portage so they could be used as shields in case of attack, the Algonquins came to the foot of the Long Sault Rapids near Montreal and saw plainly what had happened to the invading warriors. A barricade of logs the shape of a square fort stood on the shore. From the pickets hung the scalps of dead Indians, and on the sands lay the charred remains of white men. Every tree for yards round was peppered with bullet holes. Here was a charred stake where some victim had been tortured, there the smashed remnants of half-burnt canoes, and at another point empty powder barrels. A terrible battle had been waged but a week before. Radisson could trace, inside the barricade of logs, holes scooped in the sand where the besieged, desperate with thirst, had drunk the muddy water. At intervals in the palisades openings had been hacked, and these were blood-stained, as if the scene of the fiercest fighting. Bark had been burnt from the logs in places where the assailants had set fire to the fort. From Indian refugees at Montreal, Radisson learned details of the fight. It was the battle most famous in early Canadian annals, the Long Sault. All winter Quebec, Three Rivers, and Montreal had cowered in terror of the coming Iroquois. In imagination, the beleaguered garrisons foresaw themselves martyrs of Mohawk ferocity. It was learned that 700 of the Iroquois warriors were hovering round the Richelieu opposite Three Rivers. The rest of the braves had passed the winter man-hunting in Huron country, and were in spring descending the Ottawa to unite with the lower band. Week after week Quebec awaited the blow, but the blow never fell. For at Montreal was a little band of 17 heroes, led by a youth of 25, Adam Dollard, who longed to wipe out the stain of a misspent boyhood by some glorious exploit in the service of the Holy Cross. When word came that the upper foragers were descending from the country of the Hurons to unite with the lower Iroquois against Montreal, Dollard proposed to go up the Ottawa with a picked party of chosen fighters, waylay the Iroquois at the foot of the Long Sault Rapids, and so prevent the attack on Montreal. 16 young men volunteered to join him. Charles Le Moyne, now acting as interpreter at Montreal, begged the young heroes to delay till reinforcements could be obtained. 17 Frenchmen against 500 Mohawks meant certain death. But delay meant risk, and Dollard coveted nothing more than a death of glory. At the chapel of the Hôtel Dieu, the young heroes made what they knew would certainly be their last confession. bade eternal farewell to friends, and with crushed corn for provisions, set out in canoes for the upper Ottawa. May 1st they came to the foot of the Long Sault. Here a barricade of logs had been erected in some skirmish the year before, and here, too, was the usual camping place of the Iroquois as their canoes came bounding down the swift waters of the Ottawa. Dollard and his brave boys landed, slung their kettles for the night meal, and sent scouts upstream to forewarn when the Iroquois came. The night was passed in prayer. Next day arrived unexpected reinforcements. 2 bands of 40 Hurons and 4 Algonquins, under a brave Huron convert of the Christian Islands, had asked Maisonneuve's permission to join Dollard and wreak their pent vengeance on the Mohawks. Early one morning the scouts reported 5 Iroquois canoes coming slowly downstream, and 200 more warriors behind. There was not even care to bring a supply of water inside the barricade or remove kettles from the sticks. Posted in ambush, the young soldiers fired as soon as the first canoes came within range. This put the rest of the Iroquois on guard. The whites rushed for the shelter of their barricade. The Indians dashed to erect a fort of their own. Inside Dollard's palisades all was activity. Cracks were plastered up with mud between logs. 4 marksmen with double stands of arms posted at each loophole, and a big musketoon leveled straight for the Iroquois redoubt. The Iroquois rushed out yelling like fiends and jumping sideways as they advanced, to avoid becoming targets. But the scattering fire of the musketoon caught them all abreast, and a Seneca chief fell dead. The Iroquois then broke up Dollard's canoes and tried to set fire to the logs. But again the musketoon scattered bullets mowed a swath of death in the advancing ranks, and for a second time the red warriors sought shelter behind the logs, probably to obtain truce till they could send word to the other warriors on the Richelieu. The Iroquois then hung out a flag of parley, but the Huron chief knew what peace with an Iroquois meant. He it was on the Christian Islands who, when the Iroquois had proposed a similar parley for the purpose of massacring the Hurons, invited their chiefs into the Huron camp and brained them for their treachery. Dollard's band made an answer to the flag hoisted above the Iroquois pickets by rushing out, securing the head of the Seneca chief, and elevating it on a pike above their fort. But as the fight went on, the whites had to have water, and a few rushed for the river to fill kettles. This rejoiced the hearts of the Iroquois. They could guess if the whites were short of water, it only required more warriors to surround the barricade completely and compel the surrender. Scouts had meanwhile gone for the Iroquois at Richelieu, and on the 5th day of the siege, a roar, gathering volume as it approached, told Dollard that 700 warriors were coming through the forest. Among the newcomers were Huron renegades, who approached within speaking distance of the fort and called out for the Hurons to save themselves from death by surrender. Death was plainly inevitable, and all the Hurons but the chief deserted. This reduced Dollard's band from 60 to 20. The whites were now weak from lack of food and sleep. But for 3 more days and nights the marksmen and musketoon plied such deadly aim at the assailants that the Iroquois actually held a council whether they should retire. The Iroquois chiefs argued that it would disgrace the nation forever if 1,000 of their warriors were to retire before a handful of beardless white boys. Solemnly the bundle of war sticks was thrown on the ground. Then each warrior willing to go on with the siege picked up a stick. The chiefs chose first, and the rest were shamed into doing likewise. Inside the fort, Dollard's men were at the last extremities. Blistered and blackened with powder smoke, the fevered men were half delirious from lack of sleep and water. Some fell to their knees and prayed. Others staggered with sleep where they stood. Others had not strength to stand and sank, muttering prayers, to their knees. The Iroquois were adopting new tactics. They could not reach the palisades in the face of the withering fire from the musketoon, so they constructed a movable palisade of trees, behind which marched the entire band of warriors. In vain Dollard's marksmen aimed their bullets at the front carriers. Where one fell, another stepped in his place. Desperate, Dollard resolved on a last expedient. Some accounts say he took a barrel of powder, others that he wrapped powder in a huge bowl of birch bark. Putting a light to this, he threw it with all his might, but his strength had failed. The dangerous projectile fell back inside the barricade. Exploding, marksmen were driven from their places. A moment later, the Iroquois were inside the barricade, screeching like demons. They found only 3 Frenchmen alive. So great was the Mohawk rage to be foiled of victims that they fell on the Huron renegades in their own ranks and put them to death on the spot. Such was the Battle of the Long Sault, of which Radisson saw the scars on his way down the Ottawa. It saved New France. If 17 boys could fight in this fashion, how, the Iroquois asked, would a fort full of men fight? A few days later Radisson was conducted in triumph through the streets of Quebec and personally welcomed by the new governor, d'Argenson. It can be well imagined that Radisson's account of the vast new lands discovered by him aroused enthusiasm at Quebec. Among the Crees, Radisson and Groseillers had heard of the Sea of the North, Hudson Bay, to which Champlain had tried to go by way of the Ottawa. The Indians had promised to conduct the 2 Frenchmen overland to the North Sea, but Radisson deemed it wise not to reveal this fact lest other voyageurs should forestall them. Somehow the secret leaked out. Either Groseillers told it or his wife dropped some hint of it to her father confessor. But the 2 explorers were amazed to receive official orders to conduct the Jesuits to the North Sea by way of the Saguenay. They refused point blank to go as subordinates on any expedition. The fur trade was at this time regulated by license. Anyone who proceeded to the woods without license was liable to imprisonment, the galleys for life, death if the offense were repeated. Radisson and Groseillers asked for a license to go north in 1661. D'Avonnier, a bluff soldier who had become governor, would grant it only on condition of receiving half the profits. Groseillers and Radisson set off by night without a license. This time the Indian canoes struck off into Lake Superior instead of Lake Michigan, and coasted that billowy inland sea with its iron shore and shadowy forests. On the northwest side of the lake, somewhere between Duluth and Fort William, the explorers joined the Crees and proceeded northwestward with them, hunting along that Indian trail to become famous as the Fur Traders' Highway from Lake Superior to the Lake of the Woods. The first white men's fort built west of the Great Lakes, the terrible famine that winter, and the visits of the Sioux are all a story in themselves. Spring found the explorers following the Crees over the height of land from Lake Superior to Hudson Bay. As soon as the ice loosened, dugouts were launched, and the voyageurs began the hardest of all canoe trips in America, through the forest hinterland of Ontario. Here the rivers were a stagnant marsh, with outlet hidden by the dankest forest growth, where the light of the sun never penetrated. There the water, swollen by spring thaw and broken by the ice jam, whirled the boats into rapids before the paddlers realized. There was wading to mid-waist in ice water. There were nights when camp was made on water-soaked moss. There were days when the windfall compelled the canoemen to take the canoes out of the water and carry them half the time. At last, writes Radisson, we came to the sea where we found an old house all demolished and battered with bullets. The Crees told us about European being here, and we went from isle to isle all that summer. At this time the canoes must have been coasting the south shore of James Bay, headed east, for Radisson presently explains that they came to a river which rose in a lake near the source of the Saguenay, namely Rupert River. What was the old house battered with bullets? Was it Hudson's winter fort of 1610 to 1611? The Indians of Rupert River to this day have legends of Hudson having come back to his fort when cast away by the mutineers. The furs that Radisson and Groseillers brought back from the north this time were worth fabulous wealth. The cargo saved New France from bankruptcy, but the explorers had defied both church and governor, and all the greedy monopolists of Quebec fell on Radisson and Groseillers with jealous fury. They were fined $20,000 to build a fort at Three Rivers, though given permission to inscribe their coats of arms on the gate. A $30,000 fine went to the public treasury of New France, and a tax of $70,000 was imposed by the farmers of the revenue. Of the total cargo there was left to Radisson and Groseillers only $20,000. Disgusted, the two explorers personally appealed to the court of France, but there the monopolists were all powerful and justice was denied. They tried to induce some of the fishing fleet off Cape Breton to venture to the North Sea, but there the monopolists' malign influence was again felt. They were accused of having broken the laws of Quebec. Zachariah Gillam, a sea captain of Boston, who chanced to be at Port Royal, offered them his vessel for a voyage to Hudson Bay, but when the doughty captain came to the ice-locked straits, his courage failed and he refused to enter. Finally, at Port Royal, with the last of their meager and dwindling capital, they hired two ships for a voyage, but one was wrecked on Sable Island while fishing for supplies, and instead of sailing for Hudson Bay in 1665, Radisson and Groseillers were summoned to Boston in a lawsuit over the lost vessel. In Boston they met commissioners of the English government and were invited to lay their plans before Charles II, King of England. At last the tide of fortune seemed to be turning. Sailing with Sir George Cartiet, after pirate raid and shipwreck, they reached London to find the plague raging, and were ordered to Windsor, where Charles received them, recommended their venture to Prince Rupert, and provided £2 a week each for their living expenses. From being penniless outcasts, Radisson and Groseillers suddenly wakened to find themselves famous. Groseillers seemed to have kept in the background, but Radisson, the younger man, enjoyed the full blaze of glory, was seen in the king's box at the theatre, and was presently paying furious court to Mistress Mary Kirke, daughter of Sir John Kirke, whose ancestors had captured Quebec. What with war and the plague, it was 1668 before the English Admiralty could loan the two ships, Eaglet and Nonsuch, for a voyage to Hudson Bay. The expense was to be defrayed by a band of friends known as the Gentlemen Adventurers of England trading to Hudson Bay, subscribing so much stock in cash, provision, and goods for trade. Radisson's ship, the Eaglet, was driven back, damaged by storm, but the other, under Groseillers, went on to Hudson Bay, where the marks set up on the overland voyage were found at Rupert River, and the small fort was built for trade. During the delay, Radisson was not idle in London. He wrote the journals of his first 4 voyages. He married Mary Kirke. Some accounts say eloped with her. With the help of King Charles and Prince Rupert, he organized what is now known as the Hudson's Bay Fur Company. For when Groseilliers' ship returned in the fall of 1669, his success in trade had been so great that the adventurers at once applied for royal charter of exclusive monopoly in trade to all the regions, land and sea, rivers and territories, adjoining Hudson Bay. The monopoly of the Hudson's Bay Company to the Great Northwest was granted by King Charles in May 1670. Here, then, was the situation. England was entrenched south of the St. Lawrence. England was taking armed possession of all lands bordering on Hudson Bay and such other lands as the adventurers might find. Wedged between was New France with a population of less than 6,000. If France could have foreseen what her injustice to 2 poor adventurers would cost the nation in blood and money, it would have paid her to pension Radisson like a prince of the blood royal. End of section 12. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Section 13. Of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North, by Agnes C. LAUT. From 1672 to 1688, Part 1. While Radisson and other coureurs of the woods were ranging the wilds from St. Lawrence to the Mississippi and from the Great Lakes to Hudson Bay, changes were almost revolutionizing the little colony of New France. No longer was everything subservient to missions. When Marguerite Bourgeois and Jean Mance of Ville Marie Mission at Montreal went home to France to bring out more colonists in 1659, they learned that the founder of their mission, Dauversière, the tax collector, had gone bankrupt. Montreal was penniless. Though 60 more men and 32 girls were accompanying the nuns out this very year. The Sulpician priests had from the first been ardent friends of the Montrealers. The priests of St. Sulpice now assumed charge of Montreal. Though God's penny was still collected at the fairs and marketplaces of Old France for the conversion of Indians at Mount Royal, the fur trade was rapidly changing the character of the place. Afraid of the Iroquois raiders, the tribes of the up country now flocked to Montreal instead of Quebec, where the traders met them annually at the great fur fairs. No more picturesque scene exists in Canada's past than these fur fairs. Down the rapids of the Ottawa and the St. Lawrence bounded the canoes of the Indian hunters. Hurons and Potawatomis from Lake Michigan, Crees and Obijays from Lake Superior, Iroquois and Eries and the Neutrals from what now is the province of Ontario. The northern Indians in long birch canoes light as paper, the Indians of Ontario in dugouts of oak and walnut. The fur fair usually took place between June and August, and the viceroy, magnificent in red cloak faced with velvet and ornamented with gold braid, came up from Quebec for the occasion and occupied a chair of state under a marquee erected near the Indian tents. Wigwams then went up like mushrooms. The Huron and Iroquois tents of sewed bark hung in the shape of a square from 4 poles. The teepees of the Upper Indians, made of birch and buffalo hides, hung on poles crisscrossed at the top to a peak, spreading in wide circle to the ground. Usually the fur fair occupied a great common between St. Paul Street and the river. Furs unpacked, there stalked among the tents great schemes glorious in robes of painted buckskin garnished with wampum. Indian children, stark naked, young braves flaunting and boastful, wearing headdresses with strings of eagle quills reaching to the ground, each quill signifying an enemy taken. Then came the peddlers, the fur merchants, unpacking their goods to tempt the Indians, men of the colonial noblesse famous in history, the Forests and Le Chenets and Le Bears. Here, too, gorgeous in finery, bristling with firearms, were the bushrovers, the interpreters, the French voyageurs, who had come out of the wilds once every 2 years to renew their licenses to trade. There was Charles Le Moyne, son of an innkeeper of Dieppe, who had come to Montreal as interpreter and won such wealth as trader that his family became members of the French aristocracy. 2 of his descendants became governors of Canada, and the history of his sons in the history of Canada's most heroic age. There was Louis Jolliet, who had studied for the Jesuit priesthood but turned fur trader among the tribes of Lake Michigan. There was Daniel Grayson Duluth, a man of good birth, ample means, and with the finest house in Montreal, who had turned bushrover. Gathered round him a band of 300 or 400 lawless, daredevil French hunters, and now roamed the woods from Detroit halfway to Hudson Bay, swaying the Indians in favor of France and ruling the wilds, sole lord of the wilderness. There were Groseillers and Radisson and shy young man of 25 who had obtained a seigneury from the Sulpicians at Lachine. Robert Cavelier de Salle. Sometimes, too, Father Marquette came down with his Indians from the missions on Lake Superior. Maisonneuve, too, was there, grieving, no doubt, to see this kingdom of heaven, which he had set up on earth, becoming more and more a kingdom of this world. Later, when the 100 Associates lost their charter and Canada became a royal province governed directly by the crown, Maisonneuve was deprived of the government of Montreal and retired to die in obscurity in Paris. Louis l'Arbuste, governor of Montreal when Maisonneuve is absent, governor at Quebec when state necessities drag him from religious devotion, moves also in the gay throng of the fur fair. In later days is a famous character at the fur fairs, La Motte Cadillac of Detroit, bushrover and gentleman like Duluth, but prone to break heads when he comes to town where the wine is good. Trade was regulated by royal license. Only 25 canoes a year were allowed to go to the woods with 3 men in each, and a license was good for only 2 years. Fines, branding, the galleys for life, death, were the penalties for those who traded without license. But that did not prevent more than 1,000 young Frenchmen running off to the woods to live like Indians. In fact, there was no other way for the youth of New France to earn a living. Penniless young noblemen, criminals escaping the law, the sons of the poorest, all were on the same footing in the woods. He who could persuade a merchant to outfit him for trade disappeared into the wilds, and if he came back at all, came back with wealth of furs and bought off punishment, wearing sword and lace and swaggering as if he were a gentleman, the annals of the day complain, and a long session in the confessional box relieved the prodigal's conscience from the sins of a life in the woods. If my young gentleman were rich enough, the past was forgotten, and he was now on the high road to distinguished service and perhaps a title. In the early days a beaver skin could be bought for a needle or a bell or a tin mirror, and in spite of all the priests could do to prevent it, brandy played a shameful part in the trade. In vain the priests preached against it, and the bishop thundered anathemas. The evils of the brandy traffic were apparent to all. The fur fairs became a bedlam of crime, but when the governor called in all the traders to confer on the subject, it was plain that if the Indians did not obtain liquor from the French, they would go on down with their furs to the English of New York, and the French governor was afraid to forbid the evil. The fur fair over, the governor departed for Quebec, the Indians for their own land, the bushrovers for their far wanderings, and there settled over Montreal for another year drowsy quiet but for the chapel bells of St. Sulpice and Ville Marie and Bon Secours. The chapel of St. Anne's Good Help, built close on the verge of the river, that the voyageurs coming and going might cross themselves as they passed her spire. Drowsy peace but for the chapel chimes ringing, 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 morning, noon, and night, lilting and singing and calling all New France to prayers. As the last canoe glided up the river and sunset silence fell on Montreal, there knelt before the dimly lighted altars of the chapels shadow figures. Maisonneuve praying for his mission, d'Ailleboust asking heaven's blessing on the new shrine down at St. Anne de Beaupré near Quebec, which had been built for the miraculous healing of all physical ills. Dollier de Casson, priest of the wilds, manly and portly and strong, wilderness fighter for the cross. Then the organ swells and the chant rolls out, until the next fur fair Montreal is again a mission. When New France becomes a crown colony, the government consists solely and only of the Sovereign Council, to whom the king transmits his will. This council consists of the governor, his administrative officer called the intendant, the bishop, and several of the inhabitants of New France nominated by other members of the council. Of elections there are absolutely none. Popular meetings are forbidden. New France is a despotism, with the Sovereign Council representing the king. Domestic disputes, religious quarrels, civil cases, crimes, all come before the Sovereign Council. Clients could plead their own cases without a fee, or hire a notary. Cases are tried by the Sovereign Council. Laws are passed by it. Fines are imposed and sentences pronounced. But as the Sovereign Council met only once a week, the management of affairs fell chiefly to the intendant, whose palace became known as the place of justice. Of systematic taxation there was none. 1/4 of all beaver went for public revenue. Part of Labrador was reserved as the king's domain for trading, and sometimes a duty of 10% was charged on liquor brought into the colony. The stroke of the Sovereign Council's pen could create a law, and the stroke of the king's pen annul it. Laws are passed forbidding men who are not nobles assuming the title of esquire or sieur on penalty of what would be a $500 fine. Wood is not to be piled in the streets. Chimneys are to be built large enough to admit a chimney sweep. Only shingles of oak and walnut may be used in towns where there is danger of fire. Swearing is punished by fines, by the disgrace of being led through the street at the end of a rope and begging pardon on knees at the church steps, by branding if the offense be repeated. Murderers are punished by being shot or exposed in an iron cage on the cliffs above the St. Lawrence till death comes. No detail is too small for the Sovereign Council's notice. In fact, a case is on record where a Mademoiselle André is expelled from the colony for flirting so outrageously with young officers that she demoralizes the garrison. Mademoiselle avoids the punishment by bribing one of the officers on the ship where she is placed, and escaping to land in man's clothing. The people of New France were regulated in every detail of their lives by the Church as well as the Sovereign Council. For trading brandy to the Indians, Bishop Laval thunders excommunication as delinquents, and Bishop St. Valery, his successor, publicly rebukes the dames of New France for wearing low-necked dresses, and curling their hair and donning gay ribbons in place of bonnets. The vanity of dress among women becomes a greater scandal than before, he complains. They affect immodest headdress, with heads uncovered or only concealed under a collection of ribbons, laces, curls, and other vanities. The laws came from the king and sovereign council. The enforcement of them depended on the intendant. As long as he was a man of integrity, New France might live as happily as a family under a despotic but wise father. It was when the intendant became corrupt that the system fell to pieces. Of all the intendants of New France, one name stands preeminent, that of Jean Talon, who came to Canada aged 40 in 1665 at the time the country became a crown province. One of 11 children of Irish origin, Talon had been educated at the Jesuit College of Paris, and had served as an intendant in France before coming to Canada. Officially, he was to stand between the king and the colony, to transmit the commands of one and the wants of the other. He was to stand between the governor and the colony, to watch that the governor did not overstep his authority and that the colony obeyed the laws. He was to stand between the church and the colony, to see that the church did not usurp the prerogatives of the governor, and that the people were kept in the path of right, living without having their natural liberties curtailed. He was, in a word, to accept the thankless task of taking all the cuffs from the king and the kicks from the colony, all the blame of whatever went amiss and no credit for what went well. When Talon came to Canada, there were less than 2,000 people in the colony. He wrote frantically to his royal master for colonists. "We cannot depeople France to people Canada," wrote the king, but from his royal revenue he set aside money yearly to send men to Canada as soldiers, women as wives. In 1671, 165 girls were sent out to be wedded to the French youth. A year later came 150 more. Licenses would not be given to the wood rovers for the fur trade unless they married. Bachelors were fined unless they quickly chose a wife from among the king's girls. Promotion was withheld from the young ensigns and cadets in the army unless they found brides. Yearly the ships brought girls whom the curés of France had carefully selected in country parishes. Yearly Talon gave a bounty to the middle-aged duenna who had safely chaperoned her charges across seas to the convents of Quebec and Montreal, where the bashful suitors came to make choice. "We want country girls who can work," wrote the intendant, and the girls who could work the king sent, instructing Talon to mate as many as he could to officers of the Carignan regiment, so that the soldiers would be likely to turn settlers. Results: by 1674 Canada had a population of 6,700. By 1684 of nearly 12,000, not counting the 1,000 bushlopers who roamed the woods and married squaws. Between Acadia and Quebec lay wilderness. Jean Talon opened a road connecting the two far separated provinces. The Sovereign Council had practically outlawed the bushlopers. Talon pronounced trade free and formed them into companies of bushfighters, defenders of the colony. Instead of being wildwood bandits, men like Duluth at Lake Superior and La Motte Cadillac at Detroit became commanders, holding vast tribes loyal to France. For years there had been legends of mines. Talon opened mines at Gaspé and Three Rivers and Cape Breton. All clothing had formerly been imported from France. Talon had the inhabitants taught, and they badly needed it, for many of their children ran naked as Indians, to weave their own clothes, make rugs, tan leather, grow straw for hats, all of which they do to this day, so that you may enter a habitant house and not find a single article except saints' images, a holy book, and perhaps a fiddle, which the habitant has not himself made. The Jesuits assumed too much authority, wrote the king. Talon lessened their power by inviting the Recollets to come back to Canada and encouraging the Sulpicians. Instead of outlawing young Frenchmen for deserting to the English, Talon asked the king to grant titles of nobility to those who were loyal, like the Godefroy and the Denis and the Le Moynes and young Chouart Groseillers, son of Radisson's brother-in-law, so that there sprang up a Canadian noblesse which was as graceful with the frying pan of a night camp fire in the woods as with the steps of a stately dance in the governor's ballroom. Above all did Talon encourage the bushrovers in their far wanderings to explore new lands for France. End of section 13. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Section number 14. Of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North, by Agnes C. LAUT. From 1672 to 1688, Part 2. New France had not forgotten the Iroquois treachery to the French colony at Onondaga. Iroquois raid and ambuscade kept the hostility of these sleepless foes fresh in French memory. When Jean Talon came to Canada as intendant, there had come as governor Courcelle, with the Marquis de Tracy as major general of all the French forces in America, the West Indies as well as Canada. The Carignan regiment of soldiers seasoned in European campaigns had been sent to protect the colonists from Indian raid, and it was determined to strike the Iroquois Confederacy a blow that would forever put the fear of the French in their hearts. Richelieu River was still the trail of the Mohawk warrior, and de Tracy sent his soldiers to build forts on this stream at Sorel and Chambly, named after officers of the regiment. January 1666, Courcelle, the governor, set out on snowshoes to invade the Iroquois country with 500 men, half Canadian bushrovers, half regular soldiers. By some mistake, the snow-covered trail to the Mohawks was missed. The wrong road followed, and the French governor found himself among the Dutch at Schenectady. March rains had set in. Through the leafless forests in driving sleet and rain retreated the French. 60 had perished from exposure and disease before Courcelle led his men back to the Richelieu. The Mohawk warriors showed their contempt for this kind of white man warfare by raiding some French hunters on Lake Champlain and killing a young nephew of de Tracy. Nevertheless, on second thought, 24 Indian deputies proceeded to Quebec with the surviving captives to sue for peace. De Tracy was ready for them. Solemnly the peace pipe had been puffed, and solemnly the peace powwow held. The Mohawk chief was received in pompous state at the governor's table. Heated with wine, and mistaking French courtesy for fear, the warrior grew boastful at the white chief's table. "This is the hand," he exclaimed, proudly stretching out his right arm. "This is the hand that split the head of your young man on Onontio." "Then, by the power of Heaven," thundered the Marquis de Tracy, springing to his feet ablaze with indignation, "it is the hand that shall never split another head!" Forthwith the body of the great Mohawk chief dangled a scarecrow to the fowls of the air, and the other terrified deputies tore breathlessly back for the Iroquois land with such a story as one may guess. With 1,300 men and 300 boats, the Marquis de Tracy and Courcelle set out from the St. Lawrence in October for the Iroquois cantons. Charles Le Moyne, the Montreal bushrover, led 600 wildwood followers in their buckskin coats and beaded moccasins, with hair flying to the wind like Indians, and 100 Huron braves were also in line with the Canadians. The rest of the forces were of the Cardigan regiment. Dollier de Casson, the Sulpician priest, powerful of frame as De Tracy himself, marched as chaplain. Never had such an expedition been seen before on the St. Lawrence. Drums beat reveille at peep of dawn, fifes outshrilled the roar of rapids, and stately figures in gold braid and plumed hats glided over waters of the Richelieu among the painted forests of the frost-tinted maples. Indians have a way of conveying news that modern trappers designate as the moccasin telegram. Moccasin telegram now carried news of the coming army to the Iroquois villages, and the alarm ran like wildfire from Mohawk to Onondaga and from Onondaga to Seneca. While the French army struck up the Mohawk River, and to beat of drum charged in full fury out of the rain-dripping forests across the stubble fields to attack the first palisaded village, they found it desolate, deserted, silent as the dead, though winter stores crammed the abandoned houses, and wildest confusion showed that the warriors had fled in panic. So it was with the next village and the next. The Iroquois had stampeded in blind flight, and the only show of opposition was a wild whoop here and there from ambush. De Tracy took possession of the land for France, planted a cross, and ordered the villages set on fire. For a time, at least, peace was assured with the Iroquois. Who first discovered the province of Ontario? Before Champlain had ascended the Ottawa, or the Jesuits established their missions south of Lake Huron, young men sent out as wood rovers had canoed up the Ottawa and gone westward to the land of the sweet water seas. Was it Vignau, the romancer, or Nicolet, the coureur de bois, or the boy Etienne Brulé, who first saw what had been called the Garden of Canada, the rolling meadows and wooded hills that lie wedged in between the upper and lower of the Great Lakes? Tradition says it was Brulé, but however that may be, little was known of what is now Ontario except in the region of the old Jesuit missions around Georgian Bay. It was not even known that Michigan and Huron were two lakes. The Sulpicians of Montreal had a mission at the Bay of Quinte on Lake Ontario, and the south shore of the lake, where it touched on Iroquois territory, was known to the Jesuits. But from Quinte Bay to Detroit, a distance equal to that from New York to Chicago or London to Italy, was an unknown world. But to return to the explorations where Jean Talon, the Intendant, had set in motion. where Dollier de Casson, the soldier who becomes Sulpician priest, returned from the campaign against the Iroquois. He had been sent as a missionary to the Nipissing country. There he heard among the Indians of a shorter route to the great river of the West, the Mississippi, than by the Ottawa and the Sault Ste. Marie. Indians told him if he would ascend the St. Lawrence to Lake Ontario and Lake Erie, he could portage overland to the beautiful river, Ohio, which would carry him down to the Mississippi. The Sulpicians had been encouraged by Talon in order to eclipse and hold in check the Jesuits. They were eager to send their missionaries to the new realm of this great river, and hurried Dollier de Casson down to Quebec to obtain Intendant Talon's permission. There, curiously enough, Dollier de Casson met Cavalier de La Salle, the shy young seigneur of La Chine, intent on almost the same aim, to explore the great river. Where the Sulpicians had granted him his seigneury above Montreal, he had built a fort, which soon won the nickname of La Chine, China, because its young master was continually entertaining Iroquois Indians within the walls, to question them of the great river which might lead to China. Governor Courcelle and Intendant Talon ordered the priest and young seigneur to set out together on their explorations. The Sulpicians were to bear all expenses, buying back La Salle's lands to enable him to outfit canoes with the money. Father Galinée, who understood map-making, accompanied Dollier de Casson, and the expedition of 7 birch canoes, with 3 white men each, and 2 dugouts with Seneca Indians, who had been visiting La Salle, set out from Montreal on July 6, 1669. Not a leader in the party was over 35 years of age. Dollier de Casson, the big priest, was only 33, and La Salle barely 26. Cornmeal was carried as food. For the rest, they were to depend on chance shots. With numerous portages, keeping to the south shore of the St. Lawrence, because that was best known to the Seneca guides, the canoes passed up Lake St. Louis and Lake St. Francis and glided through the sylvan fairyland of the Thousand Islands, coming out in August on Lake Ontario, which, says Galinée, appeared to us like a great sea. Striking south, they appealed to the Seneca Iroquois for guides to the Ohio, but the Senecas were so intent on torturing some prisoners recently captured that they paid no heed to the appeal. A month was wasted, and the white men proceeded with Indian slaves for guides, still along the south shore of the lake. At the mouth of the Niagara River they could hear the far roar of the famous falls, which Indian legend said fell over rocks twice the height of the highest pine tree. The turbulent torrent of the river could not be breasted, so they did not see the falls, but rounded up Lake Ontario to the region now near the city of Hamilton. Here they had prepared to portage overland to some stream that would bring them down to Lake Erie, when, to their amazement, they learned from a passing Indian camp that 2 Frenchmen were on their way down this very lake from searching copper mines on Lake Superior. The 2 Frenchmen were Louis Jolliet, yet in his early 20s to become famous as an explorer of the Mississippi, and one Monsieur Jean Peré, soldier of fortune, who was to set France and England by the ears on Hudson Bay. September 24th, as La Salle and Dollier were dragging their canoes through the autumn-colored sumacs of the swamp, there plunged from among the russet undergrowth the 2 wanderers from the north, Jolliet and Peré. Dumb with amazement to meet a score of men toiling through this tenantless wilderness, the 2 parties fell on each other's necks with delight and camped together. Jolliet told a story that set missionaries' zeal on fire and inflamed La Salle with mad eagerness to pass on to the goal of his discoveries. Jolliet and Peré had not found the copper mine for Talon on Lake Superior, but they had learnt two important secrets from the Indians. First, if Iroquois blocked the way up the Ottawa, there was clear, easy water way down to Quebec by Lake Huron and Lake St. Clair, and Lake Erie. Jolliet's guide had brought them down this way, first of white men to traverse the Great Lakes, only leaving them as they reached Lake Erie and advising them to portage across up Grand River to avoid Niagara Falls. Second, the Indians told him the Ohio could be reached by way of Lake Erie. Sitting round the campfires near what is now Port Stanley, La Salle secretly resolved to go on down to Quebec with Jolliet and rearrange his plans independent of the missionaries. The portaging through swamps had affected La Salle's health, and he probably judged he could make quicker time unaccompanied by missionaries. As for Galinée and Dollier, when they knelt in prayer that night, they fervently besought Heaven to let them carry the gospel of truth to those benighted heathen west of Lake Michigan, of whom Jolliet told. Dollier de Casson sent a letter by Jolliet to Montreal, begging the Sulpicians to establish a mission near what is now Toronto. Early next morning an altar was laid on the prop paddles of the canoes and solemn service held. La Salle and his 4 canoes went back to Montreal with Jolliet and Peré. Dollier and Galinée coasted along the shores of Lake Erie westward. It was October. The forests were leafless, the weather damp, the lake too stormy for the frail canoes. As game was plentiful, the priests decided to winter on a creek near Port Dover. Here log houses were knocked up, and the servants dispersed moose hunting for winter supplies. Then followed the most beautiful season of the year in the peninsula of Ontario, Indian summer. Dreamy, warm days after the first cold, filling the forest with shimmer of golden light, the hills with heat haze, while the air was odorous with smells of nuts and dried leaves and grapes hanging thick from wild vines. It was, writes Galinée, simply an earthly paradise, the most beautiful region that ever I have seen in my life, with open woods and meadows and rivers and game in plenty. In this earthly paradise the priests passed the winter, holding services 3 times a week, a winter that ought to be worth 10 years of any other kind of life, Dollier calculated, counting up masses and vespers and matins. Sometimes when the snow lay deep and the weird voices of the wind hallooed with bugle sound through the lonely forest, the priests listening inside fancied that they heard the hunting of Arthur, unearthly huntsman coursing the air after unearthly game. March 23rd, Sunday, 1670, the company paraded down to Lake Erie from their sheltered quarters, and, erecting a cross, took possession of this land for France. Then they launched their boats to ascend the other sweet-water seas. The preceding autumn the priests had lost some of their baggage, and now, in camp near Port Pelée, a sweeping wave carried off the packs in which were all the holy vessels and equipments for the mission chapel. They decided to go back to Montreal by way of Sault Ste. Marie and ascended to Lake St. Clair. Game had been scarce for some days, the weather tempestuous, and now the priests thought they had found the cause. On one of the rocks of Lake St. Clair was a stone to which the Indians offered sacrifices for safe passage on the lakes. To the priests the rude drawing of a face seemed graven images of paganism, signs of Satan who had baffled their hunting and caused loss of their packs. I consecrated one of my axes to break this god of stone, and having yoked our canoes abreast, we carried the largest pieces to the middle of the river and cast them in. God immediately rewarded us, for we killed a deer. Following the east shore of Lake Huron, the priests came on May 25th to Sault Ste. Marie, where the Jesuits Dablon and Marquette had a mission. 3 days later they embarked by way of the Ottawa for Montreal, where they arrived on June 18, 1670. Meanwhile, what had become of Joliet and Peré and La Salle? They have no sooner reached Quebec with their report than Talon orders Saint Lusson to go north and take possession at Sault Ste. Marie of all the unknown lands for France. Joliet accompanies Saint Lusson. Nicolas Perrot, a famous bush rover, goes along to summon the Indians, and the ceremony takes place on June 14, 1671, in the presence of the Jesuits at the Sault, by which the King of France is pronounced Lord Paramount of all these regions. When Joliet comes down again to Quebec, he finds Count Frontenac has come as governor, and Jean Talon, the intendant, is sailing for France. Before leaving, Talon has recommended Joliet as a fit man to explore the great river of the West. With him is commissioned Jacques Marquette, the Jesuit, who has labored among the Indians west of Lake Superior. The two men set out in birch canoes with smoked meat for provisions from Michilimackinac Mission, May 17, 1673, for Green Bay, Lake Michigan. Ascending Fox River on June 17, they induce the Mascoutin Indians, who had years ago conducted Radisson by this same route, to pilot them across the portage to the headwaters of the Wisconsin River. Their way lies directly across that wooded lake region, which has in our generation become the resort first of the lumberman, then of the tourist, a rolling wooded region of rare sylvan beauty, park-like forests interspersed with sky-colored lakes. 6 weeks from the time they had left the Sault, Wisconsin River carried their canoe out on the swift eddies of a mighty river flowing south, the Mississippi. For the first time the boat of a Canadian voyageur glided down its waters. Each night as the explorers landed to sleep under the stars, the tilted canoe inverted with end on a log as roof in case of rain, Marquette fell to knees and invoked the Virgin's aid on the expedition. And each morning as Joliet launched the boat out on the waters through the early mist, he headed closely along shore on the watch for sign or footprint of Indian. End of section 14. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Section 15 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. LAUT. From 1672 to 1688, Part 3. The river gathered volume as it rolled southward, carving the clay cliffs of its banks in 1,000 fantastic forms. Where the bank was broken, the prairies were seen in heaving seas of grass billowing to the wind like water, herds of countless buffalo pasturing knee-deep. To Marquette and Joliet, burning with enthusiasm, it seemed as if they were finding a new world for France, half as large as all Europe. For 2 weeks, not a sail, not a canoe, not a soul did they see. Then the river carried them into the country of the Illinois, past Illinois Indians who wore French clothing, and pictured rocks where the Indians had painted their sign language. There was no doubt now in the explorers' minds. the Mississippi did not lead to China, but emptied in the Gulf of Mexico, a furious torrent of boiling, muddy water pouring in on the right forewarned the Missouri, and in a few more days they passed on the left the clear current of a beautiful river, the Ohio. It was now midsummer. The heat was heavy and humid. Marquette's health began to suffer, and the two explorers spread an awning of sailcloth above the canoe as they glided with the current. Towards the Arkansas, Indians appeared on the banks, brandishing weapons of Spanish make. Though Jolliet, with a peace pipe from the Illinois Indians, succeeded in reassuring the hostiles, it was unsafe to go farther south. They established the fact. The Mississippi emptied into the Gulf of Mexico, and on July 17th turned back. It was harder going against the stream, which did not mend Marquette's health. So when the Illinois Indians offered to show them a shorter way to Lake Michigan, they followed up Illinois River and crossed the Chicago portage to Lake Michigan. Jolliet went on down to Quebec with his report. Marquette remained half ill to establish missions in Michigan. Here, traveling with his Indians in 1675, the priest died of the malady contracted in the Mississippi heat, and he was buried in a lonely grave of the wildwood wilderness where he had wandered. Louis Jolliet married and settled down on his seigneury of Anticosti Island. Though he had as yet little to show for La Chine estate, which he had sacrificed, La Salle had not been idle, but he was busy pushing French dominion by another route to the Mississippi. Count Frontenac had come to New France as all the viceroys came, penniless, to mend his fortunes, and as the salary of the governor did not exceed $3,000 a year, the only way to wealth was by the fur trade. But which way to look for fur trade? Hudson Bay, thanks to Radisson, was in the hands of England. Tadoussac was farmed out to the king. The merchants of Quebec and Three Rivers and Montreal absorbed all the furs of the tribes from Ottawa, and New England drained the Iroquois land. There remained but one avenue of new trade, and that was west of the lakes, where Jolliet had been. Taking only La Salle into his confidence, Frontenac issued a royal mandate commanding all the officers and people of New France to contribute a quota of men for the establishment of a fort on Lake Ontario. By June 28, 1673, the same year that Jolliet had been dispatched for the Mississippi, there had gathered at La Chine, La Salle's old seigneury near Montreal, 400 armed men and 120 canoes, which Frontenac ordered painted gaudily in red and blue. With these the governor moved in stately array up the St. Lawrence, setting the leafy avenues of the Thousand Islands ringing with trumpet and bugle, and sweeping across Lake Ontario in martial lines to the measured stroke of 100 paddles. Long since, La Salle's scouts had scurried from canton to canton, rallying the Iroquois to the council of Great Onontio. At break of day, July 13th, while the sunrise was just bursting up over the lake, Frontenac, with soldiers drawn up under arms, himself in a velvet cloak laced with gold braid, met the chiefs of the Iroquois Confederacy at the place to be known for years as Fort Frontenac, now known as Kingston, a quiet little city at the entrance of Lake Ontario on the north shore. Ostensibly, the powwow was to maintain peace. In reality, it was to attract the Iroquois and all the tribes with whom they traded, away from the English, down to Frontenac's new fort with their furs. It is a question if all the military pomp deceived a living soul. Before the governor had set his sappers to work on the foundation of a fort, the merchants of Montreal, Les Bars and Les Moys and Les Chesnays and Le Forest were furious with jealousy. Undoubtedly Fort Frontenac would be the most valuable fur post in America. Determined to have the support of the court, where his wife was in high favor, Count Frontenac dispatched La Salle to France in 1674 with letters of strongest recommendation, which, no doubt, Jean Talon, the former intendant, endorsed on the spot. La Salle's case was a strong one. He was to offer to found a line of forts establishing French dominion from Lake Ontario to the valley of the Mississippi, which Jolliet had just explored. In return he asked for patent of nobility and the grant of seigneury at Fort Frontenac. In other words, the monopoly of the furs there, which would easily clear him $20,000 a year. It has never been proved, but one may suspect that his profits were to be divided with Count Frontenac. Both requests at once were granted, and La Salle came back to a hornet's nest of enmity in Canada. Space forbids to tell the means taken to defeat him, for, by promising to support Recollect friars at his fort instead of Jesuits, La Salle had added to the enemy of the merchants the hatred of the Jesuits. Poison was put in his food. Iroquois were stirred up to hostility against him. Meanwhile, no enmity checks his ardor. He has replaced the wooden walls of Fort Frontenac with stone, mounted 10 cannon, manned the fort with 20 soldiers, maintained more than 40 workmen, cleared 100 acres for crops, and in 1677 is off again for France to ask permission to build another fort above Niagara. This time, when La Salle comes out, he is accompanied by a man famous in American annals, a soldier of fortune from Italy, cousin of Duluth, the bushrover, one Henry Tonty, a man with a copper hand, his arm having been shattered in war, who presently comes to have repute among the Indians as a great medicine man, because blows struck by that metal hand have a way of being effective. By 1678 the fort is built above Niagara. By 1679 a vessel of 45 tons and 10 cannon is launched on Lake Erie, the Griffin, the first vessel to plow the waters of the Great Lakes. As she slides off her skids August 17th to go up to Michilimackinac for a cargo of furs, Te Deum is chanted from the new fort, and Louis Hennepin, the Dutch friar, standing on deck in full vestments, asks heaven's blessing on the ship's venture. Scant is the courtesy of the Michilimackinac traders as the Griffin's guns roar salute to the fort. Cold is the welcome of the Jesuits as La Salle enters their chapel dressed in scarlet mantle trimmed with gold. And to be frank, though La Salle was backed by the king, he had no right to trade at Michilimackinac, for his monopoly explicitly states he shall not interfere with the trade of the north, but barter only with the tribes towards the Illinois. Never mind. He loads his ships to the water line with furs to pay his increasing debts, and sends the ship on down to Niagara with the cargo, while he and Tonty, with different parties, proceed to the south end of Lake Michigan to cross the Chicago portage leading to the Mississippi. Did the jealous traders bribe the pilot to sink the ship to bottom? Who knows? Certain it is when Tonty and La Salle went down the Illinois early in the new year of 1680, news of disasters came thick and fast. The Griffin had sunk with all her cargo. The ship from France with the year's supplies for La Salle at Fort Frontenac had been wrecked at the mouth of the St. Lawrence. And worse than these losses, which meant financial ruin, here among the Illinois Indians were Mascouten Indian spies bribed to stir up trouble for La Salle. Small wonder that he named the fort built here Fort Crèvecoeur, Fort Broken Heart. If La Salle had been fur trader only, and his enemies averred not patriot, one wonders why he did not sit still in his fort at Frontenac and draw his profits of $20,000 a year, instead of risking loss and poison and ruin and calamity and death by chasing the phantom of his great desire to found a new France on the Mississippi. Never pausing to repine, he orders Hennepin, the friar, to take 2 voyageurs and descend Illinois River as far as the Mississippi. Tonty he leaves in charge of the Illinois fort. He himself proceeds overland the width of half a continent to Fort Frontenac and Montreal. Friar Hennepin's adventures have been told in his own book of marvels, half truth, half lies. Jolliet, it will be remembered, had explored the great river south of the Wisconsin. Hennepin struck up from the mouth of the Illinois to explore north, and he found enough adventure to satisfy his marvel-loving soul. The Sioux captured him somewhere near the Wisconsin. In the wanderings of his captivity, he went as far north as the Falls of St. Anthony, the site of Minnesota's Twin Cities, and he finally fell in with a band of Duluth bushrovers from Kaministiquia, modern Fort William, Lake Superior. The rest of the story of La Salle on the Mississippi is more history of the United States than of Canada, and must be given in a few words. When La Salle returned from interviewing his creditors on the St. Lawrence, he found the Illinois Indians dispersed by hostile Iroquois whom his enemies had hounded on. Fort Crèvecoeur had been destroyed and plundered by mutineers among his own men. Only Tonty and 2 or 3 others had remained faithful, and they had fled for their lives to Lake Michigan. Not knowing where Tonty had taken refuge, La Salle pushed on down the Illinois River, and for the first time behind the Mississippi, the goal of all his dreams, but anxiety for his lost men robbed the event of all jubilation. Once more united with Tonty at Michilimackinac, La Salle returned dauntlessly to the Illinois. Late in the fall of 1681 he set out with 18 Indians and 20 Frenchmen from Lake Michigan for the Illinois. February 1682 saw the canoes floating down the winter-swollen current of the Illinois River for Mississippi, which was reached on the 6th. A week later the river had cleared of ice, and the voyageurs were camped amid the dense forests at the mouth of the Missouri. The weather became warmer. Trees were donning their bridal attire of spring, and the air was heavy with the odor of blossoms. Instead of high cliffs, carved fantastic by the waters, came low-lying swamps, full of reeds, through which the canoes glided and lost themselves. Camp after camp of strange Indian tribes they visited, till finally they came to villages where the Indians were worshippers of the sun and wore clothing of Spanish make. By these signs La Salle guessed he was nearing the Gulf of Mexico. Fog lay longer on the river of mornings now. Ground was lower. They were nearing the sea. April 6 the river seemed to split into 3 channels. Different canoes followed each channel. The muddy river water became salty. Then the blue skyline opened up to the fore through the leafy vista of the forest-grown banks. Another paddle stroke, and the canoe shot out on the Gulf of Mexico. La Salle erect and silent and stern as was his wont. April 9, 1682, a cross is planted with claim to this domain for France. To fire of musketry and chant of Te Deum, a new empire is created for King Louis of France. Louisiana is its name. Take a map of North America. Look at it. What had the pathfinders of New France accomplished? Draw a line from Cape Breton to James Bay, from James Bay down the Mississippi to the Gulf of Mexico, from the Gulf of Mexico across to Cape Breton. Inside the triangle lies the French Empire of the New World, in area the size of half Europe. That had the pathfinders accomplished for France. La Salle was too ill to proceed at once from the Mississippi to Quebec. As long as Frontenac remained governor, La Salle could rely on his hungry creditors and vicious enemies, now eager as wolves to confiscate his furs and seize his seigneury at Fort Frontenac. Being restrained by the strong hand of the viceroy, but while La Salle lay ill at the Illinois fort, Frontenac was succeeded by Le Barre as viceroy, and the new governor was a weak, avaricious old man, ready to believe any evil tale carried to his ears. He at once sided with La Salle's enemies, and wrote the French king that the explorer's head was turned, that La Salle accomplished nothing but spent his life leading bandits through the forests, pillaging Indians, that all the story of discovering the Mississippi was a fabrication. When La Salle came from the wilderness, he found himself a ruined man. Fort Frontenac had been seized by his enemies. Supplies for the Mississippi had been stopped, and officers were on their way to seize the forts there. Leaving Tonty in charge of his interests, La Salle sailed for France, where he had a strong friend at court in Frontenac. As it happened, Spain and France were playing at the game of checkmating each other, and it pleased the French king to restore La Salle's forts and to give the Canadian explorer 4 ships to colonize the Mississippi by way of the Gulf of Mexico. This was to oust Spain from her ancient claim on the Gulf, but Bigot, the naval commander of the expedition, was not in sympathy with La Salle. Bigot was a noble by birth, La Salle only a noble of the merchant classes. The two bickered and quarreled from the first. By some blunder, when the ships reached the Gulf of Mexico, laden with colonists, in December of 1684, they missed the mouth of the Mississippi and anchored off Texas. The main ship sailed back to France. 2 others were wrecked, and La Salle, in desperation, after several trips seeking the Mississippi, resolved to go overland by way of the Mississippi Valley and the Illinois to obtain aid in Canada for his colonists. All the world knows what happened. Near Trinity River in Texas, some of his men mutinied. Early in the morning of the 19th of March, 1687, La Salle left camp with a friar and Indian to ascertain what was delaying the plotters, who had not returned from the hunt. Suddenly La Salle seemed overwhelmed by a great sadness. He spoke of death. A moment later, catching sight of one of the delinquents, he had called out. A shot rang from the underbush. Another shot, and La Salle reeled forward, dead, with a bullet wound gaping in his forehead. The body of the man who had won a new empire for France was stripped and left naked, a prey to the foxes and carrion birds. So perished Robert Cavelier de La Salle, aged 44. Nor need the fate of the mutineers be told here. The fate of mutineers is the same the world over. Having slain their commander, they fell on one another and perished, either at one another's hands or among the Indians. As for the colonists of men, women, and girls left in Texas, the few who were not massacred by the Indians fell into the hands of the Spaniards. La Salle's debts at the time of his death were what would now be $500,000. His life had ended in what the world calls ruin, but France entered into his heritage. With the passing of Robert de La Salle passes the heroic age of Canada, its age of youth's dream. Now was to come its manhood, its struggles, its wars, its nation building, working out a greater destiny than any dream of youth. End of section 15. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Section number 16 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. LAUT. From 1679 to 1713. Part 1. Before leaving for France, Jean Talon, the intendant, had set another exploration in motion. English trade was now in full sway on Hudson Bay. In possession of the Mississippi, the Ohio, the Illinois, the Great Lakes, France controlled all avenues of approach to the great Northwest except Hudson Bay. This she had lost through injustice to Radisson, and already the troublesome question had come up. What was to be the boundary between the fur-trading domain of the fresh northward from the St. Lawrence and the fur-trading domain of the English southward from the Hudson Bay? Fewer furs had come down to Quebec from Labrador, the King's Domain, from Kaministiquia, Fort William, the stamping ground of Duluth, the Forest Ranger. The furs of these regions were being drained by the English of Hudson Bay. Talon determined to put a stop to this, and had advised Frontenac accordingly. August 1671, Governor Frontenac dispatched the English Jesuit Father Albanel with French guides and Indian voyageurs to set up French arms on Hudson Bay and to bear letters to Radisson and Groseillers. The journey was terrific. I have told the story elsewhere. Autumn found the voyageurs beyond the forested shores of the Saguenay and Lake St. John, ascending a current full of boiling cascades towards Lake Mistassini. Then the frost-painted woods became naked as antlers, with wintry winds setting the dead boughs crashing, and the ice, thin as mica, forming at the edges of the streams, had presently thickened too hard for the voyageurs to break with their paddles. Albanel and his comrades wintered in the Montagnes lodges, which were banked so heavily with snow that scarcely a breath of pure air could penetrate the stench. By day the priest wandered from lodge to lodge, preaching the gospel. At night he was to be found afar in the snow-padded solitudes of the forest engaged in prayer. At last, in the spring of 1672, thaw set the ice loose and the torrents rushing. Downstream on June 10th launched Albanel, running many a wild rushing rapid, taking the leap with the torrential waters over the lesser cataracts, and avoiding the larger falls by long detours over rocks slippery as ice, through swamps to a man's armpits. The hinterland of Hudson Bay, with its swamps and rough portages and dank forests of unbroken windfall, was then and is today the hardest canoe trip in North America. But towards the end of June the French canoes glided out on the arm of the sea called James Bay, hoisted the French flag, and in solemn council with the Indians presented gifts to induce them to come down the Saguenay to Quebec. Fort Rupert, the Hudson's Bay Company's post, consisted of two barrack-like log structures. When Albanel came to the houses, he found not a soul, only boxes of provisions and one lonely dog. A few weeks previously the men of the English company had gone up the west coast of Hudson Bay, prospecting for the site of a new settlement. Before Albanel had come at all, there was friction among the English. Radisson and Groseillers were Catholics and French, and they were supervisors of the entire trade. Bailey, the English governor, was subject to them. So was Captain Gillam, with whom they had quarreled long ago, when he refused to take his boat into the Hudson Straits on the voyage from Port Royal. Radisson and Groseillers were establishing more posts up the west coast of the Hudson Bay, farther from the competitions of Duluth's forest rovers on Lake Superior. They had examined the great river Neilson and urged Bayly, the English governor, to build a fort there. Bayly sulked and blustered by turns. In this mood they had come back to Prince Rupert to find the French flag flying above their fort and the English Jesuit, Albanel, snugly ensconced, with passports from Governor Frontenac and personal letters for Radisson and Groseillers. England and France were at peace. Bayly had to respect Albanel's passports, but he wished this English envoy of French rivals far enough, and when Captain Gillam came from England, the old quarrel flamed out in open hostility. Radisson and Groseillers were accused of being in league with the French traders. 1,000 rumors of what next happened have gained currency. One writer says that the English and French came to blows, another that Radisson and Groseillers deserted, going back overland with Albanel. In the archives of Hudson Bay House, I found a letter stating that the English captain kidnapped the Jesuit Albanel and carried him a captive to England. It may as well be frankly stated these rumors are all sheer fiction. Albanel went back overland as he came. Radisson and Groseillers did not go with him, though there may have been blows. Instead, they went to England on Gillam's ship to present their case to the company. The Hudson's Bay Company was uneasy. Radisson and Groseillers were aliens. True, Radisson had married Mary Kirke, the daughter of a shareholder, and was bound to the English. But if Radisson and Groseillers had forsworn one land, might they not forswear another, and go back to the French, as Frontenac's letters no doubt urged? The company offered Radisson a salary of £100 a year to stay as clerk in England. They did not want him out on the bay again, but France had offered Radisson a commission in the French navy. Without more ado, the two Frenchmen left London for Paris, and Paris for America. The year 1676 finds Radisson back in Quebec, engaged in the beaver trade with all those friends of his youth whose names have become famous, La Salle of Fort Frontenac, and Charles Le Moyne, the interpreter of Montreal, and Joliet of the Mississippi, and La Forest, who befriended La Salle, Le Chesnay, who opposed him, and Duluth, whose forest rangers roved from Lake Superior to Hudson Bay. It can be guessed what these men talked about over the table of the Sovereign Council at Quebec, whither they had been called to discuss the price of beaver and the use of brandy. The fur traders were at that time in two distinct rings. The ring of La Salle and La Forest, supported by Frontenac; the Montreal ring, headed by Le Chesnay, who fought against the opening of the West because Lake Ontario trade would divert its trade from the Ottawa. Radisson's report of that west coast of Hudson Bay, in area large as all New France, interested both factions of the fur trade intensely. He was offered 2 ships for Hudson Bay by the men of both rings. Because England and France were at peace, Frontenac dared not recognize the expedition officially, but he winked at it, as he winked at many irregularities in the fur trade, granted the Company of the North license to trade on Hudson Bay, and gave Radisson's party passports to fish off Gaspé. In the venture Radisson, Groseillers, and the son Chouart Groseillers invested their all, possibly amounting to $2,500 each. The rest of the money for the expedition came from the Godfreys, titled seigneurs of 3 rivers. Dame Sorel, widow of an officer in the Carignan Regiment, Le Chesnay, La Salle's lieutenant, and others. The boats were rickety little tubs unfit for rough northern seas, and the crews sulkily underfed men who threatened mutiny at every watering place and only refrained from cutting Radisson's throat because he kept them busy. July 11, 1682, the explorers sheered away from the fishing fleet of the St. Lawrence and began coasting up the lonely iron shore of Labrador. Ice was met sweeping south in mountainous bergs. Over Isle Demons in the Straits of Belle Isle hung storm, rack, and brown fog as in the days when Marguerite Roberval pined there. Then the ships were cutting the tides of Labrador, here through fog, then skimming a coast that was sheer masonry to the very sky, again scudding from storm to refuge of some hole in the wall. Before September, the ships rode triumphantly into 5 Fathom Hole off Neilson River, Hudson Bay. Here 2 great rivers, wide as the St. Lawrence, rolled to the sea, separated by a long tongue of sandy dunes. The North River was the Neilson, the South the Hayes. Approach to both was dangerous, shallow, sandy, and boulder strewn. But Radisson's vessels were light draught, and he ran them in on the tide to Hayes River on the south, where his men took possession for France and erected long huts as a fort. Groseillers remained at the fort to command the 27 men. Young Chouart ranged the swamps and woods for Indians, and Radisson had paddled down the Hayes from meeting some Assiniboine hunters, when, to his amazement, there rolled across the wooded swamps the most astonishing report that could be heard in desolate solitudes. It was the rolling reverberation, the dull echo of a faraway cannon firing signal after signal. Like a flash Radisson guessed the game. After all, the Hudson's Bay Company had taken its advice and were sending ships to trade on the west coast. The most of men, supported by only 27 mutineers, would have scuttled ships and escaped overland, but the explorers of New France, Champlain and Jolliet and La Salle, were not made of the stuff that runs from trouble. Picking out 3 men, Radisson crossed the marsh northward to reconnoiter on Neilson River. Through the bush he espied a white tent on what is now known as Gillam's Island, a fortress half built, and a ship at anchor. All night he and his spies watched, but none of the builders came near enough to be seized. And next day at noon Radisson put a bold face on and paddled within cannon shot of the island. Here was a pretty to-do, indeed. The Frenchman must have laughed till he shook with glee. It was not the Hudson's Bay Company ship at all, but a poacher, a pirate, an interloper, forbidden by the laws of the English Company's monopoly. And who was the poacher but Ben Gillam, of Boston, son of Captain Gillam of the Hudson's Bay Company, with whom, no doubt, he was in collusion to defraud the English traders. Calling for Englishmen to come down to the shore as hostages for fair treatment, Radisson went boldly aboard the young man's ship, saw everything, counted the men, noted the fact that Gillam's crew were mutinous, and half frightened the life out of the young Boston captain, telling him of the magnificent fort the French had on the South River, of the frigates and cannon and the powder magazines. As a friend, he advised young Gillam not to permit his men to approach the French, otherwise they might be attacked by the Quebec soldiers. Then the crafty Radisson paddled off, smiling to himself, but not so fast, not so easy. As he drifted down Neilson River, what should he run into full tilt but the Hudson Bay Company ship itself, bristling with cannon, manned by his old enemy, Captain Gillam. If the 2 English parties came together, Radisson was lost. He must beat them singly before they met, and again putting on a bold face, he marched out, meeting his former associates, and as a friend advised them not to ascend the river further. Fortunately for Radisson, both Gillam and Bridgar, the Hudson's Bay governor, were drinking heavily and glad to take his advice. The winter passed, with Radisson perpetrating such tricks on his rivals as a player might with the dummy men on a chessboard. But the chessboard, with the English rivals for pawns, was suddenly upset by the unexpected. Young Gillam discovered that Radisson had no fort at all, only log cabins with a handful of ragamuffin bushrovers, and Captain Gillam Sr. got word of young Gillam's presence. Radisson had to act quickly and on the nail. Leaving half a dozen men as hostages in young Gillam's fort, Radisson invited the youth to visit the French fort for which the young Boston fellow had expressed such skeptical scorn. To make a long story short, young Gillam was no sooner out of his own fort than the French hostages took peaceful possession of it, and Gillam was no sooner in Radisson's fort than the French clapped him a prisoner in their guardroom. Ignorant that the French had captured young Gillam's fort, the Hudson's Bay Company men had marched upstream at a dead of night to his rescue. The English knocked for admittance. The French guards threw open the gates. In marched the English traders. The French clapped the gates too. The English were now themselves prisoners. Such a double victory would have been impossible to the French if the Hudson's Bay Company men had not fuddled themselves with drink and allowed their fine ship, the Prince Rupert, to be wrecked in the ice drive. In spring the ice jam wrecked Radisson's vessels, too, so he was compelled to send the most of his prisoners in a sloop down Hudson Bay to Prince Rupert, where he carried the rest with him on young Gillam's ship down to Quebec with an enormous cargo of furs. By all the laws of navigation Ben Gillam was nothing more or less than a pirate. The monopoly of the Hudson's Bay Company forbade him trading on Hudson's Bay. The license of the Company of the North at Quebec also excluded him. In later years, indeed, young Gillam turned pirate outright, and was captured in connection with Captain Kidd at Boston, and is supposed to have been executed with the famous pirate. But when Radisson left Neilson in charge of young Chouart and came down to Quebec with young Gillam's ship as prize, a change had taken place at Quebec. Governor Frontenac had been recalled. In his place was La Barre, whose favor could be bought by any man who would pay the bribe, and who already ruined La Salle by permitting creditors to seize Fort Frontenac. England and France were at peace. Therefore La Barre gave Gillam's vessel back to him. The revenue collectors were permitted to seize all the furs which Le Chesnaye had not already shipped to France. Though La Barre was reprimanded by the king for both acts, not a sou did Radisson and Groseillers and Chouart ever receive for their investment, and Radisson was ordered to report at once to the king in France. End of section 16. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Section number 17 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. LAUT. From 1679 to 1713. Part 2. The next of Radisson's career has always been the great blot upon his memory, a blot that seemed incomprehensible except on the ground that his English wife had induced him to return to the Hudson's Bay Company, but in the memorials left by Radisson himself in Hudson's Bay House, London, I found the true explanation of his conduct. France and England were, as yet, at peace, but it was a pact of treacherous kind. Secret treaty by which the King of England drew pay from the King of France. The King of France dared not offend England by giving public approval to Radisson's capture of the Hudson's Bay Company's territory. Therefore he ordered Radisson to go back to Hudson's Bay Company service and restore what he had captured. But the King of France had no notion of relinquishing claim to the vast territory of Hudson's Bay. Therefore he commanded Radisson to go unofficially. Groseillers, the brother, seems to have dropped from all engagements from this time, and to have returned to Three Rivers. A copy of the French minister's instructions is to be found in the Radisson records of the Hudson's Bay Company today. Not a sou of compensation was Radisson to receive for the money that he and his friends had invested in the venture of 1682 to 1683. Not a penny of reparation was he to obtain for the furs at Neilson, which he was to turn over to the Hudson's Bay Company. In France, preparation went forward as if for a second voyage to Neilson, but Radisson secretly left Paris for London, where he was welcomed by the courtiers of England in May 1684, and given presents by King Charles and the Duke of York, who were shareholders in the Hudson's Bay Company. May 17th, he sailed with the Hudson's Bay Company vessels for Port Nelson, and there took over from young Chouart the French forts for £20,000 worth of furs for the English company. Young Chouart, Groseillers, and his 5 comrades were furious. They had borne the brunt of attack from both English and Indian enemies during Radisson's absence, and they were to receive not a penny for the furs collected, and their fury knew no bounds when they were forcibly carried back to England. The English had invited them on board one of the vessels for last instructions. Quickly the anchor was slipped, sails run out, and the kidnapped Frenchmen carried from the bay. In a second, young Chouart's hand was on the sword, and he would have fought on the spot. But Radisson begged him to conceal his anger, for, urged Radisson, some of these English ruffians would like nothing better than to stab you in a scuffle. In London Radisson was lionized, publicly thanked by the company, presented to the court, and given a present of a silver plate. As for the young French captives, they were treated royally, voted salaries of £100 a year, and all their expenses of lodgings paid. But when they spoke of returning to France, unexpected obstructions were created. Their money was held back. They were dodged by spies. Finally, they took the oath of allegiance to England and accepted engagements to go back as servants of the Hudson's Bay Company to Neilson at salaries ranging from £100 to £40. Good pay, as money was estimated in those days, equal to at least 5 times as much money of the present day. It was even urged on young Chouart that he should take an English wife, as Radisson had, but the young Frenchmen smiled quietly to themselves. Secret offers of a title had been conveyed to Chouart from the French ambassador, and his mother in Three Rivers. He wrote: I could not go to Paris. I was not at liberty, but I shall be at the rendezvous or perish trying. I cannot say more in a letter. I would have left this kingdom, but they hold back my pay, and orders have been given to arrest me if I try to leave. Assure Mr. Duluth of my humble services. I shall see him as soon as I can. Pray tell my good friend Jean Peré. Peré it will be remembered, was a bushranger of Duluth's band, who had been with Jolliet on Lake Superior. As for Radisson, the English kept faith with him as long as the Stuarts and his personal friends ruled the English court. He spent the summers on Hudson Bay as superintendent of trade, the winters in England supervising cargoes and sales. His home was on Seething Lane, near the great tower, where one of his friends was commander. Near him dwelt the merchant princes of London, like the Kirkes and the Robinsons and the Youngs. His next-door neighbor was the man of fashion, Samuel Pepys, in whose hand Radisson's journals of his voyages finally fell. His income at this time was £100 in dividends, £100 in salary, equal to about 5 times that amount in modern money. Then came a change in Radisson's fortunes. The Stuarts were dethroned, and their friends dispersed. The shareholders of the fur company bore names of men who knew naught of Radisson's services. War destroyed the fur company's dividends. Radisson's income fell off to £50 a year. His family had increased, so had his debts, and he had long since been compelled to move from fashionable quarters. A petition filed in a lawsuit avers that he was in great mental anxiety lest his children should come to want, but he won his lawsuits against the company for arrears of salary. Peace brought about a resumption of dividends, and the old pathfinder seems to have passed his last years in comparative comfort. Some time between March and July 1710, Radisson set out on the last long voyage of all men, dying near London. His burial place is unknown. As far as Canada is concerned, Radisson stands foremost as pathfinder of the great Northwest. But to return to good friend Jean Peré, whom the Frenchmen, forced into English service, were to meet somewhere on Hudson Bay, it is like a story from Borderland Forays. 7 large ships set sail from England for Hudson Bay in 1685, carrying Radisson and young Short and the 5 unwilling Frenchmen. The company's forts on the bay now numbered 4. Neilson, highest up on the west; Albany, southward on an island at the mouth of Albany River; Moose, just where James Bay turns westward; and Rupert at the southeast corner. But French ships under Le Martinière of the Sovereign Council had also set sail from Quebec in 1685, commissioned by the indignant fur traders to take Radisson dead or alive, for Quebec did not know the secret orders of the French court, which had occasioned Radisson's last defection. July saw the 7 Hudson's Bay ships worming their way laboriously through the ice floes of the straits. Small sails only were used, with grappling hooks thrown out on the ice pans and crews toiling to their armpits in ice slush. The boats pulled themselves forward, resting on the lee side of some ice floe during ebb tide, all hands out to fight the roaring ice pans when the tide began to come in. At length, on the night of July 27th, with crews exhausted and the timbers badly rammed, the ships steered to rest in a harbor off Digges Island, sheltered from the ice drive. The nights of that northern sea are light almost as day, but clouds had shrouded the sky, and white mist was rising from the water when there glided like ghosts from gloom 2 strange vessels. Before the exhausted crews of the English ships were well awake, the waters were churned to foam by a roar of cannonading. The strange ships had bumped keels with the little merchant Perpetua of the Hudson's Bay. Radisson, on whose head lay a price, was first to realize that they were attacked by the French raiders, and his ship was out with sails and off like a bird, followed by the other English vessels, all except the little Perpetua, now in death grapple between her foes. Captain Hume, Mates Smithson and Grimmington fought like demons to keep the French from boarding her, but they were knocked down, fettered, and clapped below hatches, whilst the Vickers plundered the cargo. 14 men were put to the sword. August witnessed ship, cargo, and captives brought into Quebec amid noisy acclaim and roar of cannon. The French had not captured Radisson nor ransomed Chouart, but there was booty to the raiders. New France had proved her right to trade on Hudson Bay spite of peace between France and England, or secret commands to Radisson. Thrown in a dungeon below Chateau St. Louis, Quebec, the English captives heard wild rumors of another raid on the bay, overland in winter, and Smithsend, by secret messenger, sends warning to England, and for his pains is sold with his fellow captives into slavery in Martinique, whence he escapes to England before the summer of 1686. But what is John Peré of Duluth bushrovers doing? All unconscious of the raid on the ships, the governors of the 4 English forts awaited the coming of the annual supplies. At Albany was sort of a harbor beacon as well as a lookout, built high on scaffolding above a hill. One morning in August of 1685, the sentry on the lookout was amazed to see 3 men, white men, in a canoe, staring swiftly down the rain-swollen river from the up-country. Such a thing was impossible. White men from the interior? Whence did they come? Governor Sargeant came striding to the fort gate, ordering his cannon manned. Behold nothing more dangerous than 3 French forest rangers dressed in buckskins. But with manners a trifle too smooth for such rough garb, one doffs his cap to Governor Sargeant and introduces himself as Jan Peré, a woodsman out hunting. England and France were at peace, so Governor Sargeant invited the 3 mysterious gentlemen inside for a breakfast of sparkling wines and good game, hoping no doubt that the wines would unlock the gay fellows' tongues to tell what game they were playing. As the wine passed freely, there were stories of the hunt and the voyage and the annual ships. When might the ships be coming? Humph, mutters Sargeant through his beard, and he doesn't urge these knights of the wild woods to tarry longer. Their canoe glides gaily down coast to the salt marshes, where the shooting is good, but by chance that night, purely by chance, the French leave their canoe so that the tide will carry it away. Then they come back crestfallen to the English fort. Meanwhile, a ship has arrived with the story of the raid on the Perpetua. Sargeant is so enraged that he sends 2 of the French spies across to Charlton Island, where they can hunt or die. Monsieur John Peré he casts into the cellar of Albany, with irons on his wrists and balls on his feet. When the ships sail for England, Peré is sent back as prisoner without having had one word with Chouart Groseillers. As for the 2 Frenchmen placed on Charlton Island, did Sargeant think they were bushrovers and would stay on an island? By October they have laid up store of moose meat, built themselves a canoe, paddled across to the mainland, and are speeding like wildfire overland to Michilimackinac with word that John Peré is held prisoner at Albany. As John Peré drops out of history here, it may be said that he was kept prisoner in England as guarantee for the safety of the English crew held prisoners at Quebec. When he escaped to France, he was given money and a minor title for his services. The news that Peré lay in a dungeon on Hudson Bay supplied the very excuse that the Quebec fur traders needed for an overland raid in time of peace. These were the wild rumors of which the captive English crew sent warning to England. But the northern straits would not be open to the company's ships before June of 1686, and already 100 wild French bushrovers were rallying to ascend the Ottawa to raid the English on Hudson Bay. And now a change comes in Canadian annals. For half a century its story is a record of lawless raids, bloody foray, daredevil courage, combined with the most fiendish cruelty and sublime heroism. Only a few of these raids can be narrated here. June 18, 1686, when the long twilight of the northern night merged with dawn, there came out from the thicket of underbrush round Moose Factory, Hudson Bay, 100 bushrovers led by Chevalier de Troyes of Niagara, accompanied by Le Chesnaye of the fur trade, Quebec, and the Jesuit Sylvie. Of the raiders, 66 were Indians under Pierre Le Moyne d'Albertville and his brothers Maricotte and St. Helene, aged about 24, sons of Charles Le Moyne, the Montreal interpreter. Moose Factory at this time boasted 14 cannon, log slab palisades, commodious warehouses, and 4 stone bastions, one with 300 pounds of powder, and another used as barracks for 12 soldiers, another housing beaver pelts, and a fourth serving as kitchen. Iberville and his brothers, scouting round on different sides of the fort, soon learned that not a sentinel was on duty. The great gate opposite the river, studded with brass nails, was securely bolted, but not a cannon had been loaded. The bush rangers then cast aside all clothing that would hamper, and pistol in hand advanced silent and stealthy as wildcats. Not a twig crunched beneath the moccasin tread. The water lay like glass, and the fort slept silent as death. Hastily each raider had knelt for the blessing of the priest. Pistols had been recharged. Iberville bade his wild Indians not to forget that the Sovereign Council of Quebec offered 10 crowns reward for every enemy slain, 20 for every enemy captured. In fact, there could be no turning back. 2,000 miles of juniper swamps and forests lay between the bushrovers and home. They must conquer or perish. De Troyes led his white soldiers round to make a pretense of attack from the waterfront. Iberville posted his 66 Indians along the walls with muskets rammed through the loopholes. Then, with an unearthly yell, the Le Moyne brothers were over the tops of the pickets, swords in hand, before the English soldiers had awakened. The English gunner reeled from his cannon at the main gate with head split to the collarbone. The gates were thrown wide, trees rammed the doors open, and Iberville had dashed halfway up the stairs of the main house before the inmates, rushing out in their nightshirts, realized what had happened. 2 men only were killed, 1 on each side. The French were masters of Moose Fort in less than 5 minutes, with 16 captives and rich supply of ammunition. Eastward of Moose was Rupert Fort, where the company's ship anchored. Hither the raiders plied their canoes by sea. Look at the map! Across the bottom of James Bay projects a long tongue of swampland. To save time, Iberville portaged across this, and by July 1st was opposite Prince Rupert's bastions. At the dock lay the English ship. That day Iberville's men kept in hiding, but at night he had ambushed his men along the shore and paddled across to the ship. Just as Iberville stepped on the deck, a man on guard sprang at his throat. One blow of Iberville's sword killed the Englishman on the spot. Stamping to call the crew aloft, Iberville sabred the men as they scrambled up the hatches, till the governor himself threw up hands in unconditional surrender. The din had alarmed the fort, and hot shot snapping fire from the loopholes kept the raiders off till the Le Moyne brothers succeeded in scrambling to the roofs of the bastions, hacking holes through the rough thatch and firing inside. This drove the English gunners from their cannon. A moment later the raiders were on the walls. It was a repetition of the fight at Moose Factory. The English, taken by surprise, surrendered at once, and the French now had 30 prisoners, a good ship, 2 forts, but no provisions. Northwestward 300 miles lay Albany Fort. Iberville led off in canoes with the bushrovers. Detroits followed on the English boat with French soldiers and English prisoners. To save time, as the bay seemed shallow, Iberville struck out from the shore across seas. All at once a north wind began whipping the waters, sweeping down a maelstrom of churning ice. Worse still, fog fell thick as wool. Any one who knows canoe travel knows the danger. Iberville avoided swamping by ordering his men to camp for the night on the shifting ice pans. Canoes held above heads where the ice crush was the wildest, the voyageurs clinging hand to hand, making a lifeline if one chanced to slither through the ice slush. When daylight came with worse fog, Iberville kept his pistol firing to guide his followers, and so pushed on. 4 days the dangerous traverse lasted, but August 1st the bushrovers were in camp below the cliffs of Albany. Indians had forewarned Governor Sargeant. The loopholes of his palisades bristled with muskets and heavy guns that set the bullets flying as soon as Detroit arrived and tried to land the cannon captured from the other forts for assault on Albany. Drums beating, flags flying, soldiers in line, a French messenger goes halfway forward and demands of an English messenger come halfway out the surrender of Sieur Jean Peré, languishing in the dungeons of Albany. The English governor sends curt word back that Peré has been sent home to France long ago, and demands what in thunder the French mean by these raids in time of peace. The French retire that night to consider. Cannon they have, but they have used up nearly all their ammunition. They have 30 prisoners, but they have no provisions. The prisoners have told them there are 50,000 pounds worth of furs stored at Albany. Inside the fort the English were in almost as bad way. The larder was lean, powder was scarce, and the men were wildly mutinous, threatening to desert en masse for the French on the excuse they had not hired to fight, and if any of us lost a leg the company could not make it good. At the end of 2 days' desultory firing, the company governor, captured down at Rupert, came to Sargeant and told him frankly that the bloodthirsty bushrovers were desperate. They had either to conquer or starve, and if they were compelled to fight, there would be no quarter. Men and women alike would be butchered in hand-to-hand fight. Still Sargeant hung on, hoping for the annual frigate of the company. Then powder failed utterly. Still Sargeant would not show the white flag, so an under-factor flourished a white sheet from an upper window. Chevalier de Troyes came forward and seated himself on one of the cannon. Governor Sargeant went out and seated himself on the same cannon with 2 bottles of wine. The English of Albany were allowed to withdraw to Charlton Island to await the company ship. As for the other prisoners, those who were not compelled to carry the plundered furs back to Quebec, were turned adrift in the woods to find their way overland north to Nelson. Iberville's bushrovers were back in Montreal by October. End of section 17. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Section number 18 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. LAUT. From 1686 to 1698, Part 1. For 10 years, Hudson Bay becomes the theater of the northern buccaneers and bushraiders. A treaty of neutrality in 1686 provides that the bay shall be held in common by the fur traders of England and France. But the adventurers of England and the bushrovers of Quebec have no notion of leaving things so uncertain. Spite of truce, both fit out raiders, and the King of France, according to the shifting diplomacy of the day, issues secret orders to permit not a vestige of English possession on the northern bay. Maricourt Le Moyne held the newly captured forts on the south shore of James Bay till Iberville came back overland in 1687. The fort at Rupert had been completely abandoned after the French victory of the previous summer, and the Hudson's Bay Company sloop, the Young, had just sailed into the port to re-establish the fur post. Iberville surrounded the sloop by his bushrovers, captured it with all hands, and dispatched 4 spies across to Charlton Island, where another sloop, the Churchill, swung at anchor. Here Iberville's run of luck turned. 3 of his 4 spies were captured, fettered, and thrown into the hold of the vessel for the winter. In the spring of 1688, one was brought above decks to help the English sailors. Watching his chance, the grizzled bushrover waited till 6 of the English crew were up the ratlines. Quick as flash, the Frenchman tiptoed across the decks in his noiseless moccasins, took one precautionary glance over his shoulder, brained 2 Englishmen with an axe, liberated his comrades, and at pistol point kept the other Englishman up the mast till he and his fellows had righted the ship and steered the vessel across to Rupert River, where the provisions were just in time to save Iberville's party from starvation. This episode is typical of what went on at the Hudson's Bay forts for 10 years. Each year when the English ships came out to Nelson on the west coast, armed bands were sent south to wrest the forts on James Bay from the French, and each spring when Iberville's bushrovers came gliding down the rivers in their canoes from Canada, there was a fight to drive out the English. Then the Indians would scatter to their hunting grounds. No more loot of furs for a year. The English would sail away in their ships, the French glide away in their canoes, and for a winter the uneasy quiet of calm between 2 thunderclaps would rest over the waters of Hudson Bay. In the spring of 1688, about the time that the brave bushrovers had brought the English ship from the Charlton Island across to Rupert River, 2 English frigates under Captain Moon, with 24 soldiers over and above the crews, had come south from Nelson to attack the French fur traders at Albany. As ill luck would have it, the ice floes began driving inshore. The English ships found themselves locked in the ice before the besieged fort. Across the jam from Rupert River dashed Iberville with his Indian bandits, portaging where the ice floes covered the water, paddling where lanes of clear way parted the floating drift. Iberville hid his men in the tarmac swamps till 82 Englishmen had landed, and all unsuspecting left their ships unguarded. Iberville only waited till the furs in the fort had been transferred to the holds of the vessels. The ice cleared. The Frenchman rushed his bushrovers on board, seized the vessel with the most valuable cargo, and sailed gaily out of Albany for Quebec. The astounded English set fire to the other ship and retreated overland. But the daredevil bushrovers were not yet clear of trouble. As the ice drive jammed and held them in Hudson Straits, they were aghast to see, sailing full tilt with the roaring tide of the straits, a fleet of English frigates, the Hudson Bay Company's annual ships. But Iberville sniffed at danger as a war horse glories in gunpowder. He laughed his merriest, and as the ice drive locked all ships within gunshot, ran up an English flag above his French crew, and actually signaled the captains of the English frigates to come aboard and visit him while the ice cleared. Hoisting sail, he showed swift heels to the foe. Iberville's ambition was now to sweep all the English from Hudson Bay, in other words, to capture Neilson on the west coast, whence came the finest furs, but the other raids called him to Canada. It will be recalled that La Salle's enemies had secretly encouraged the Iroquois to attack the tribes of the Illinois, and now the fur traders of New York were encouraging the Iroquois to pillage the Indians of the Mississippi Valley, in order to divert peltries from the French on the St. Lawrence to the English at New York. Savages of the North, rallied by Perrot and Duluth and La Motte Cadillac, came down by the lakes to Fort Frontenac to aid the French, but they found that La Barre, the new governor, foolish old man, had been frightened into making peace with the Iroquois warriors, abandoning the Illinois to Iroquois raid, and utterly forgetful that a peace which is not a victory is not worth the paper it is written on. For the shame of this disgraceful peace, La Barre was recalled to France, and the Marquis de Denonville, a brave soldier, sent out as governor. Unfortunately, Denonville did not understand conditions in the colony. The Jesuit missionaries were commissioned to summon the Iroquois to a conference at Fort Frontenac, but when the deputies arrived they were seized, tortured, and 50 of them shipped to France by the king's order to serve as slaves on the royal galleys. It was an act of treachery heinous beyond measure, and exposed the Jesuit missionaries among the Five Nations to terrible vengeance. But the Iroquois code of honor was higher than the white man's. "Go home," they warned the Jesuit missionary. "We have now every right to treat thee as our foe, but we shall not do so. Thy heart has had no share in the wrong done to us. We shall not punish thee for the crimes of another thou didst act as the unconscious tool. But leave us. When our young men chant the song of war, they may take counsel only of their fury and harm thee. Go to thine own people." And furnishing him with guides, they sent him to Quebec. Though Denonville marched with his soldiers through the Iroquois cantons, he did little harm and less good, for the wily warriors had simply withdrawn their families into the woods, and the Iroquois were only biding their time for fearful vengeance. This lust of vengeance was now terribly whetted. Dongan, the English governor of New York, had been ordered by King James of England to observe the treaty of neutrality between England and France, but this did not hinder him supplying the Iroquois with arms to raid the French, and secretly advising them not to bury the war hatchet, just to hide it in the grass and stand on their guard to begin the war anew. Nor did the Treaty of Neutrality prevent the French from raiding Hudson Bay and ordering shot in cold blood any French bushrover who dared to guide the English traders to the country of the Upper Lakes. In addition to English influence egging on the Iroquois, the treachery of the Huron chief, the Rat, lashed the vengeance of the Five Nations to a fury. He had come down to Fort Frontenac to aid the French. He was told that the French had again arranged peace with the Iroquois, and deputies were even now on their way from the Five Nations. Peace! The old Huron chief was dumbfounded. What were these fool French doing, trusting to an Iroquois peace? Ah, he grunted, that may be well, and he withdrew without revealing a sign of his intentions. Then he lay in ambush on the trail of the deputies, fell on the Iroquois peace messengers with fury, slaughtered half the band, then sent the others back with word that he had done this by order of Denonville, the French governor. There, grunted the Rat grimly, I've killed the peace for them. We'll see how Onontio gets out of this mess. Meanwhile, war had been declared between England and France. The Stuarts had been dethroned. France was supporting the exiled monarch, and William of Orange had become King of England. Iberville and Duluth and La Motte Cadillac, the famous fighters of Canada's wildwood, were laying plans before the French governor for the invasion and conquest of New York, and New York was preparing to defend itself by pouring ammunition and firearms free of cost into the hands of the Iroquois. Then the Iroquois vengeance fell. Between the night and morning of August 4th and 5th in 1689, a terrific thunderstorm had broken over Montreal. Amidst the crack of hail and crash of falling trees, with the thunder reverberating from the mountain like cannonading, whilst the frightened people stood gazing at the play of lightning across their windows, 1,400 Iroquois warriors landed behind Montreal, beached their canoes, and stole upon the settlement. What next followed beggars description. Nothing else like it occurs in the history of Canada. For years this summer was to be known as the Year of the Massacre. Before the storm subsided, the Iroquois had stationed themselves in circles round every house outside the walls of Montreal. At the signal of a whistle, the warriors fell on the settlement like beasts of prey. Neither doors nor windows were fastened in that age, and the people, deep in sleep after the vigil of the storm, were dragged from their beds before they were well awake. Men, women, and children fell victims to such ingenuity of cruelty as only savage vengeance could conceive. Children were dashed to pieces before their parents' eyes. Aged parents tomahawked before struggling sons and daughters. Fathers held powerless that they might witness the tortures wreaked on wives and daughters. Homes which had heard some alarm and were on guard were set on fire, and those who perished in the flames died a merciful death compared to those who fell in the hands of the victors. By daybreak 200 people had been wantonly butchered. 150 more had been taken captives. As if their vengeance could not be glutted, the Iroquois crossed the river opposite Montreal and, in full sight of the fort, weakly garrisoned and paralyzed with fright, spent the rest of the week, day and night, torturing the white captives. By night victims could be seen tied to the torture stake amid the wreathing flames, with the tormentors dancing round the camp fire in maniacal ferocity. Denonville was simply powerless. He lost his head and seemed so panic-stricken that he forbade even volunteer bands from rallying to the rescue. For 2 months the Iroquois overran Canada unchecked. Indeed, it was years before the boldness engendered by this foray became reduced to respect for French authority. Settlement after settlement the marauders raided. From Montreal to Three River crops went up in flame, and the terrified habitants came cowering with their families to the shelter of the palisades. In the midst of this universal terror came the country's savior. Frontenac had been recalled because he quarreled with the intendant, and he quarreled with the Jesuits, and he quarreled with the fur traders. But his bitterest enemies did not deny that he could put the fear of the Lord and respect for the French into the Iroquois' heart. Arbitrarily he was as a czar, but just always. To be sure he mended his fortunes by personal fur trade, but in doing so he cheated no man, and he worked no injustice, and he wrought in all things for the lasting good of the country. Homage he demanded as to a king, once going so far as to drive the sovereign councillors from his presence with the flat of a sword. But he firmly believed, and he had publicly proved, that he was worthy of homage, and that the men who are forever shouting "Liberty, liberty and the people's rights," are frequently wolves in sheep's clothing, eating out of the vials of a nation's prosperity. Here, then, was the haughty, hot-headed, aggressive Frontenac, sent back in his old age to restore the prestige of New France, where both La Barre, the grafter, and Denonville, the courteous Christian gentleman, had failed. To this period of Iroquois raids belongs one of the most heroic episodes in Canadian life. The only settlers who had not fled to the protection of the palisaded forts were the grand old seigneurs, the new nobility of New France, whose mansions were like forts in themselves, palisaded with stone bastions and water supply and yards for stock and mills inside the walls. Here the seigneurs, wildwood knights of a wilderness age, held little courts that were imitations of the governor's pomp at Quebec. Sometimes during war the seigneur's wife and daughters were reduced to plowing in the fields and laboring with the women servants at the harvest, but ordinarily the life at a seigneury was life of petty grandeur, with such style as the backwoods afforded. In the hall or great room of the manor house was usually an enormous table used both as court of justice by the seigneur and festive board. On one side was a huge fireplace with its homemade benches, on the other a clumsy carved chiffonier loaded with solid silver. In the early days the seigneur's bedstand might be in the same room, an enormous affair with panoplies of curtains and counterpanes of fur rugs and feather mattresses, so high that it almost necessitated a ladder. But in the matter of dress, the rude life made up in style what it lacked in the equipments of a grand mansion. The bishop's description of the women's dresses I have already given, though at this period the women had added to the sins of bows and furbelows and frills, which the bishop deplored, the yet more heinous error of such enormous hoops that it required fine maneuvering on the part of a grand dame to negotiate the door of the family coach. And however pompous the seigneur's air, it must have suffered temporary eclipse in that coach from the hoops of his spouse and his spouse's daughters. As for the seigneur, when he was not dressed in buckskin leading bushrovers on raids, he appeared magnificent in all the grandeur that a 20-pound wig and Spanish laces and French ruffles and imported satins could lend his portly person. And if the figure were not portly, one may venture to guess, from the pictures of stout gentlemen in the quilted brocades of the period, that padding made up what nature lacked. End of section 18. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC.